Hey everybody, it is officially Melton Monday. The first witness up today is going to be Chris Melton, the third-party culprit that the defense is pointing to and that the state says, everything was good between him and the victim, Tara Baker, and he has an alibi and it couldn't have been him. So I think everybody's looking forward to seeing this witness. This is the guy that had hands that looked like this 2 days after the crimes. Co-hosting with me today, I think this was perfect timing. Miss Janet Demeanor, who you guys usually see chat side while she's working and lurking and hanging out with us, actually had today off. So it's officially Melton Monday. I think that was a meant to be coincidence. So I'm super happy to have you. And I know you're about to cover Corey Richins. Can you give like a quick rundown of cases you're looking at right now so everyone knows?
So Dale Warner is supposed to be starting to, they're going to start the second round of jury selection tomorrow. That's in Michigan. Dale is accused of murdering his wife Dee and putting her remains in the hydrous tank on their farm. Corey Richins is supposed to start jury selection tomorrow. I will definitely be following Brad Simpson out of Texas. Courtney Clenny, which I know you all are covering Courtney Clenny as well. I think those are the top ones right now that I can think of. I had five. Raul Valley. My boy Raul.
The retrial and the remaining counts.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how that unfolds. So yeah, that's kind of what we'll be doing. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do for my live stream on Wine and Crime Wednesday this week, but hey, you never know what'll pop off between now and then. Hey, maybe
we'll find a rewatch.
It could be, or we might find Nancy Guthrie in the meantime. Who knows, right?
That would be lovely.
It would be amazing.
So guys, if you're watching over with me, Miss Demeanor's link is pinned in the live chat and also in the description. So if you don't already follow her, make sure you do that. We're going to get into it, you guys. And right before we hit play, there was an approach at the bench, but it was quiet. We couldn't hear anything. So just know that happened, but we can't hear what it was about. And then I believe this is Liz Bingham standing over here on the left side. She's the GBI cold case unit detective that went to Chris Melton in 2024 and was like, we really need to separate your DNA from this other guy we want to go after that we got this CODIS hit for. Are you sure? It had been 10 days since you last saw Tara Baker. And she's been sitting in all week.
How we can explain the different DNA, so that we can exclude you. We don't want to bother you anymore.
And point everything to this guy here. So that is who I believe this is. So I'm assuming she'll take the stand sometime after Chris Melton. But let's get into it, you guys. Are you ready? Because I am.
I'm ready.
There we go. I think we've got our volume boost. You guys let me know on volume and let's go.
All right, please be seated, everyone. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Thank you very much for being on time. We are ready to resume the trial. State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24CR0547. Is the state ready?
State's ready, Judge.
Is the defense ready? You may call your next witness, Mr. Yalamanchili.
State calls Mr. Chris Melton.
Could you get Chris Melton? Thank you.
Yes, could you get Chris Melton for all of us to hear? I have a lot of questions, and I hope everybody wore their boots this morning because I feel like there's going to be a lot of dung that we're going to have to trudge through.
Step on through. And
I hope you got.
I'll say on the screen, here's his old photo for anyone interested.
I hope you got
snackies. If you would, please raise your right hand and take an oath. Do you swear or affirm testimony you'll give to the court today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, if you would, please have a seat and state and spell your name for the record and just speak towards the microphone both now and when you're giving your answers, please.
He has not
Chris
aged
Melton,
well.
CHRISMELTON.
What are we doing, cameraman? Thank you.
Mr. Melton,
bring him under the hand.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Loganville.
All right.
South Walton County and Covington address, but I went to Loganville High School and School District.
Okay. And did you graduate from Loganville High School?
Yes, sir.
What year was it that you graduated from Loganville High School?
1996.
After you graduated from Loganville High School, did you go to college anywhere?
Yes, sir. Georgia College in Milledgeville.
Okay. Back when you were in high school, did you play any sports?
Yes, sir. Football, track, a year of golf. He's always was pretty busy with sports and involved with the school.
Once you got to Georgia College, where is Georgia College?
It's in Milledgeville, Georgia.
All right. When you got there, did you try to get connected with anything that was sports related?
Yes, sir. Once I was there, I wasn't on any type of sporting team, and I kind of missed the interaction. I missed being involved with the school, and I actually had a friend that I had made along the way that had come and introduced me to the cheerleading squad, and I thought that was interesting. So that's where it started there, sir.
Had you done any cheerleading before that or anything?
No, sir.
All right. Did you take to it pretty well?
I did.
Okay.
I was pretty athletic, and with the coaching and so forth and the support, it came pretty easy. Yes, sir.
Did you end up finishing your degree at Georgia College or leaving before you finished?
I left before I finished.
Okay. And so I want to go to your time while you were actually there at Georgia College. Did you ever meet a young lady by the name of Tara Baker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How'd you meet Tara?
I met Tara through actually one of the cheerleaders I have become friends with, Phil Peevy, and his sister was Ashley Peevy, and that was one of Tara's closest friend, if not best friend, and that was how we had the introduction.
And Ashley Peevy, does she have a different name now? Is she married?
Yes, I believe it's Ashley Hall.
Okay. And if you pardon me for just a minute, I'm going to pour myself a glass of water. Would you like a glass of water?
Yes, sir, please.
We just started.
Oh, for the love of all things holy. Sir, do not try to be charming like our defense attorney, Mr. Cruz, is. You do not have that kind of charm. Can't pull it off.
So Ashley Peevy, who is Ashley Hall, now introduced the two of y'all. When you left Georgia College, where did you go?
Once I left Georgia College, I moved back home with my parents.
So when you and Tara met at Georgia College, did y'all ever go on any dates or anything?
Never.
Yes, actually, the first date we had was her sorority, ADPi sorority, formal, and she did not have a date, and I was approached, would I be interested in being her companion for the evening, and I was all for it. Yes, sir. And
Okay.
that was our first date.
At the time, was Tara someone you were interested in romantically?
Before that, I would say no, sir.
Okay.
We had introductions, and I thought she was gorgeous, but I wasn't pursuing. No, sir.
Okay. And so when did your relationship become more serious after you left Georgia College?
Yes, sir. We the night of the formal, we kind of had a spark, and while I was at the school, we crossed paths and so forth, but in social events and so forth, but our relationship took off after I had left, and she had moved back to her parents, and we got reconnected, and that's when it really became an exclusive relationship.
And you said when she went back to her parents, do you know where her parents were living?
Her parents lived in Lovejoy.
Okay. And do you know what she was doing when she went back home?
She went back home. She started working at a law firm, a real estate law firm.
In Lovejoy?
I believe it was.
Okay.
They're in the vicinity.
While she was at Georgia College, do you know what kind of student Tara was?
She was an incredible student.
Okay.
Sure.
How long, if you know, did it take her to graduate from Georgia College?
I believe it was early. I believe she was a year early on her graduation.
Okay. And do you know how many degrees she graduated with?
I believe 2.
All right. How did that compare to you as a student?
She outperformed me, by all means, in most, I would say.
She was
And
wicked
I'm sorry,
smart.
I cut you off. You said "and most." Is
I
that
would say
right?
in most, yes, sir.
Okay. When you got home, and college didn't work out for you or wasn't for you, what were you trying to do with your life, or what did you decide to get into?
Well, I was introduced to a plumbing ad in a newspaper by my mother the first day that I made it home. I came down the stairs, and as I turned the corner, she's sitting at the dining room table with the newspaper open and had already highlighted a plumbing job that was advertised. And she said,
What am I watching? This is creeping me out. What is happening right now?
So he decided to get into plumbing after, like, his mom says, "You're moving back in here. Here's a classified ad for you to go get some work."
Uh-huh.
This does not seem like the type of scenario where, hey, this skilled labor is going to be good for me. I'm going to make some money. It's steady work, and my girlfriend's awesome. This is like my life is crumbling down while my partner, who is the girl in the relationship, is the shining star and looking like she would have to be the breadwinner if we stay together.
Yeah, Mama said, you're going to come move in here. Guess what, Bucky? You're going to be doing something other
Yeah.
than sitting around here collecting dust. That's what Mama said. Yep, get a job or get out of my house.
And Matthew's asking, is the prosecutor chuckling? I think that might be an attempt at a chuckle. I don't know if we can fully classify that.
This is awkward, and it's making me feel uncomfortable.
Well, what's
This
interesting
line
is
of questioning.
with some of the other witnesses, when there would be like the sketch artist lady, when she was talking about her memory, the jury was laughing, like with her.
She was very delightful. It was easy to do that.
Yeah, and it's just kind of like everyone can understand, and she's not gonna remember or whatever. But when they had the little joking banter about the water and not being as smart, no, the room was dead silent.
Yeah, that's ick. Ick. You dumb. Your mama said, go get some sort of skilled trade because you ain't gonna make it with the book smarts. Okay, honey? That's
And
what
anybody-
it sounds like.
I was like, anybody joining late, this is Miss Demeanor that's joining us. You might hear me call her Good Janet. Good Janet. And that is a joke that stems from the Zachary Adams trial. Not to be confused with Bad Janet. Her channel link is pinned in the chat and in the description. So make sure you give her a follow. She's going to give us witty banter all day. So let's see. Look at his freeze frame face too. Oof.
You're getting to work.
Yeah. So you weren't just going to get to hang out and watch TV, I guess. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that something you began to pursue kind of more seriously than just passing the time and making a little bit of money?
Yes, once I got involved, it actually became interesting. It seemed like a different side of my brain was activated. It was actually fairly easy to me. I'm not downplaying what the tasks are, but it's something I connected with very quickly. My father's side, he was a very good engineer, fabricator, pipe fitter. He wasn't necessarily a plumber, but he could build and take down and reconstruct about anything you could think of.
Okay. And were you and your dad pretty close?
Oh, very tight.
Did he tell you not
Is
to mess
he
up your
still
hands?
with us?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
Sympathy.
And when did he pass away?
May 26th of 2024.
And so I want to get back to you and Tara's relationship as you're living with your parents and she is back home with her folks in Lovejoy. Around what year is this?
98.
Okay. Did you text a lot of people back in 1998?
I don't think I could text in 1998.
All right.
You could, it just wasn't
how
easy,
is
sir.
it that you and Tara were
pager.
able to reconnect after she gets home and you're home?
While I was still at Georgia College, we had started having affections for each other. We weren't in a relationship, but each time that we crossed paths, our eyes would lock and we'd smile and spend some extended period of time together. And during that time, before she left, before I'd left, she had found me on campus and made sure that I had her information back to Lovejoy, where her parents were, her phone number, her address, and she had written it on an index card. And once she handed that to me, I folded it up, put it in my wallet, and made sure I never lost it.
Okay.
Hey, pause for just a second.
And so how
Gotcha.
I just want to address, there's some questions or comments in the chat because I said, Mama said to get a job and he's not wicked smart like she is or was. I mean, absolutely no disrespect to the trades. Trust me, my husband, my son, several family members have worked in the trades. What I'm saying is it takes different kind of brain power to work in a corporate setting than it does to get out there and work with your hands and learn a trade. Trades are essential to our existence.
I think there's a stigma. So no matter whether you and I can sit here and be like, thank God there's plumbers out there when we need a plumber, because we could never do that same thing. There's still a stigma, and there's the added stigma of, the would-be husband having to come to terms with, and this is over 2 decades ago already, where I think it was even more
very
expected
different
that the man would be the breadwinner and he'd be the one that was successful, and you're not going to go be a chef, we need you to be a lawyer or a doctor, all these different things. You have to go through your education. I think that's where we're coming from, you guys. The idea that when he was going to return back home and his girlfriend was going to continue on to law school after graduating from Georgia College, and he was going home with no plan, and Mom said, you better get it together.
Yes.
That's his mindset at the time.
And here's something quick that you can jump right into, that you will be able to support yourself and possibly a wife in the future. That is exactly what I mean by all of that. Yes, they, especially now because nobody goes into the trades. We've crammed this college education
their way through.
And we've crammed the whole college education down everybody's throats. And now we're sitting here going, gosh, I need an electrician and I need somebody to repair this drywall in my house and paint my house. And put shingles on my house, all of those things. Yep. So that's all. I just wanted to say that.
Just imagine being stuck 50, 60 minutes away from all the girls you used to be around. He's emphasizing how he wasn't exclusive with Tara Baker at a certain point in time. He was still playing the field. We've heard from Ashley that he's the type you have fun with in college, but not the type you date long term. And now you're removed from the party world, the college world. You're back home with your parents. Mm-hmm. And then you hear that this girl who you might be trying to talk to is hanging out with people who are primed to be more successful in your mind, right? I'm not saying that literally, but in your perspective, you might be sitting there going, she's hanging out with all her law firm buddies.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Especially, I can tell you, Mr. Demeanor and I got married in 2000. And so this is very much the same time frame of when this was going on. And I know at my age, I was barely 30 when we got married, and it was an expectation. And Mr. Demeanor was a self-employed contractor. And all of my friends, when I met him and I said, oh, he's self-employed, they went, right, you mean unemployed? And I'm like, no, like he's legit self-employed.
And now everybody wants to be their own boss.
Yeah. So. Well, and that's all, for the most part, that's all he's done has been self-employed. So I throw no shade.
All right, let me press this play button.
How far away from each other were y'all living during that time period?
Quite a distance.
Okay.
I would say.
As best you can recall, do you remember how long it took to drive from your parents' house to her parents' house, roughly?
Hour and a half, hour, 45 minutes.
Okay. How did the relationship progress? Was it something that started quickly or slowly, or how did that happen?
Well, it progressed with the first phone call. I reached out, and our first conversation, it was like we had been talking the whole time. And I recall spending 2+ hours with her on the phone, and it just came naturally. And I recall her just being, so funny, so smart. She was intriguing. She just bragged about her family, her siblings, her parents, what they did, and the conversation would just naturally roll out, and that made me want to continue to speaking with her and further on. And then we spoke day after day after day, and then I was invited out to her home for our first visit and then pretty much our first date.
Okay. After your first visit and first date, how often would y'all get to see each other in person?
On the weekends, mostly. She was working, I was working, and we would see each other like Friday night or like a Saturday night, what was available, working with our schedules. Never spent the night. It was just always a day visit, a night to the evening, and then either, I would have to leave, and then we would find things to do, locally or at her parents' house. We'd watch movies or spend some time with the family or whatnot. But that's how it slowly progressed there. So.
Did I just miss Netflix and chill?
Continued that relationship.
I don't think they had that then.
Did you learn anything about Tara's plans for the future?
Yes, she had admirations to go to law school, and at first I remember she wanted to be a Supreme Court justice at one point, if I'm not mistaken. And then she got into, when she was working at the real estate law firm, that sparked her interest. She started getting more involved in that, and I think she liked the, as she would say, happy law, and that kind of fit her and suited her personality better.
Okay. And so did she have plans to go to law school?
Yes, sir.
Is there anywhere in particular that she wanted to go to law school?
UGA.
All right. And is that something she was able to accomplish as far as being able to attend UGA Law School?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you recall when it is that let me ask it this way. Did Tara end up moving out of her parents' house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did she move to?
Her first apartment was Timothy Woods.
Okay. Timothy Woods, where is that? What city?
That is in Athens.
All right. And when, if you recall, did she move to Timothy Woods?
'99, I would say, around that time. 99.
Okay.
Somewhere in that area.
So when she first moved to Athens, did she move here to start law school or to start something else?
When she moved to Athens, she had a job at another law firm. Excuse me.
Was that law firm in Athens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember how long roughly she worked there until she started law school?
Yes, sir. I would close to a year.
Okay.
I believe.
And so when is it that Tara started law school?
2000.
All right. And I want to back up and talk about what you were doing in this time frame. We talked about you had kind of found a home in plumbing. It was something that suited you and that you learned pretty quickly. Is that something that you were continuing to pursue?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so were you working for a company or how were you working as a plumber during that time period?
Okay. When I began, I worked for a company named McCordy Plumbing, and they had great ownership, great superintendents, great instruction, and that made things easier. And once I was there and I was exposed to the environment and blueprints and the procedures, it sparked I was a hands-on person. I liked putting things together. And so that helped me in actually pursuing plumbing in itself. I could see the potential the owners of the business were very well off. They were very successful. So I saw a future in that, and that was a goal at that point. I could see that maybe this is something I need to stick with.
Did you ever move out of your parents' home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you did, where did you move to?
I moved to Jamestown North in Athens.
Okay. Do you recall where in Athens those apartments are, or what type of residence was it?
They're more or less like townhomes, 2 stories that are close proximity attached, and South Millage Avenue is where they're located.
Okay. And when is it that you moved to Athens?
I moved to Athens in 2000.
All right. So at this point, how long had you and Tara been dating as a couple?
I would say over 2.5 years.
Okay.
At that point, around 2 years.
And so you moved to Athens when in 2000? I'm sorry.
I believe it was in April of 2000.
Okay. And so you're in Athens also. This is the first time that y'all are living back in the same town since y'all were in Georgia College. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it's the first time you're living in the same town since your relationship has been serious over the last 2 years or so. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But y'all are living in 2 separate places, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How often would you get to see Tara once you moved to Athens?
Definitely, I was happy because we did get to see each other more often. I could see her pretty frequently on a daily, if not a daily basis, multiple times a week, upwards of 5 days a week.
Okay. And so we talked about the Timothy Woods address that Tara lived in from 99 to 2000. Did she move somewhere else in Athens around the time she was starting in law school?
Yes, sir. I believe it was Deer Park.
Okay.
Referred to.
Who did she live at Deer Park with?
She lived with, at the time, Ashley Peevy and Valerie Lang. I believe it was Valerie's last name.
All right. And Ashley Peevy, you mentioned her before from Georgia College. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. How is it that Tara knew Valerie?
I believe she met her through Ashley. I think it was Ashley's old roommate, but previous roommate before.
All right. And so were Ashley and Valerie seeing anyone romantically?
Yes. Ashley was in a relationship with Chris Hall, to whom I believe who she's married to now, and they met in Milledgeville also, from my understanding. Valerie, I wasn't as familiar with their relationship, and I'm sorry, but I can't quite remember his name.
Well, that's okay. So, would you ever go over to Tara's residence once you moved to Deer Park?
Yes.
Okay. And would Tara come over to your residence at Jamestown?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ever spend the night with each other?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so would she spend the night more often at your residence than you would at hers?
The majority of the time would be my place.
Okay. Were there times, though, when you would stay over at her place sometimes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were there times when you would go and hang out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a key to that residence at Deer Park?
Oh, you know
No,
he's going
sir.
to say no.
All right. Are you aware of any
Come on.
of the boyfriends having keys to that residence at Deer Park?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So I want to talk to you a little bit about what that law school experience was like for Tara. Once she started in law school, would that have been, August of 2000? Does that sound right?
Sounds right.
Okay. What was that experience like for her as far as academically and time constraints and things like that?
It was a new challenge. Her academics previously, I would say, came pretty easily to her. And then when she started law school, it was more consuming and definitely much more of a challenge.
Okay. Is that something that kind of compressed
time.
y'all's free time?
Yes.
I can rephrase
All
the
right, I'll
question. Just-
sustain it. Allow
I
you
need
to
to-
rephrase if you choose to.
She did not want to sustain that. She said,
No.
so we have an objection actually sustained for the defense chat. Put a 1 in the chat.
Starting the Monday off hot, we are. Who knew? So funny that this whole moving around business, because again, this is funny to me because Mr. Demeanor and I got married in 2000. We were dating in 99. So it's the same time frame. And when I met Mr. Demeanor, I was working 53 miles one way away from where he lived. And I was also going to school at that time because I wanted to become a paralegal. Boy, that really panned out, didn't it?
So your
And
time is just like non-existent.
exactly. And so
Yeah.
that was what we decided in our relationship is, oh my gosh, if we are going to have any chance of seeing whether this relationship works or not, we need to move in together. Because at least we can be together while I'm studying and things like that. And, you know, it would offer more time. But this mess he's talking about, this is like, it doesn't make sense. It sounds like she's getting away from him. She's like, yeah, you're fun. You're my booty call. And that's good. But
Which
I'm
is
gonna
what
go
he
ahead.
tried to characterize how they started with. And then he has to move back with mom, and then he's excited to move to Athens and have like an away from the parents again. And it just, some of this questioning reminds me a bit of John Carroll in the Brendan Banfield trial, where
Yes.
like the questions that John Carroll was asking on direct with Brendan Banfield are like creating these awkward, almost pregnant pauses
Mm-hmm.
and eliciting like a sus answer. Like he tries to say that she's consumed by work, which could mean it's a lot more pressure, it's a lot more stress, it's a lot more responsibility. But then the prosecutor has to lead him into saying, and the time was short, right? Because in the prosecutor's mind, he knows he needs to get ahead of the potential
Yes.
motive of the relationship falling apart and feeling like the girlfriend that you don't want to lose is slipping away from you and not giving you the time.
Yeah.
So these awkward answers are coming from the prosecution's questions.
I know. And the thing of it is I don't think if they prepped him, I think that he's on the stand and forgetting I shouldn't say everything, a majority of what they prepped him for. So,
Well, he's had a lot of time.
I know, but the math ain't mathing with the time for me. And what actually goes on in a relationship if you truly are committed, especially after 2.5 years. Good grief, Mr. Demeanor and I, it was way quicker than that. We're like, hey man, we can't be wasting time. We know what the future is, so let's get
Move
to
it
it.
along. Move it
Yes,
along.
you know, I don't need to date you for 2 years. Heck no, I was having a baby by then.
Yeah, I think it did a role reversal from how he started. You know, he was playing the field, enjoying the life. And then once he was sent on an island, like an hour away, he was like, hey, this girl's willing to call me. And then maybe some dependence created. That's just how I'm thinking about this, guys. I'm not saying that everything I'm saying out loud is exactly how things were playing out. I'm just responding as if I was a juror sitting there hearing this go down.
Well, and
So-
especially, like I say, the time frame, and I see Eve put young people in law firms are notorious for hooking up with each other. Honey, if you are single and in your early 20s and you are not hooking up with people, you are not living. I'm sorry. That's what you're supposed to do at that time. Don't wait until you're married and have kids and then decide you want to go hook up with people. That's what you should be doing.
You reminded me of something I thought about all weekend, and this was spurred by comments that I was seeing where, like, well, I see no reason that this defendant and Tara would have been hooking up, which, first of all, you might have a bias to address if you can't see that happening. Secondly, you know, maybe people aren't understanding that the defendant on the stand at the age he is now, he was not that age back then. He was Tara's age group back
Correct.
then. He was much younger. I mean, these are the same age groups.
Ooh,
And-
didn't age well.
You know, the idea here that Tara couldn't have been in like her liberation era, living away from her parents, working successful, like,
Living.
and the defense can't really get into it too much because of the Rule 412, the rape shield law. But this testimony, I think, is actually helping paint that picture that, hey,
Yes.
she's in a sorority. She had these formals, these events where you have to pick a date, and she didn't really know me, but she picked me as her date, and she'd send me flirty eyes on campus. I actually think he's a good witness to get this sort of idea out there that, hey, this victim who happens to be a woman talked to guys, because the defense can't seem to talk about it. So I think the
Exactly.
defense needs to lean into that a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the point that I'm making. If I don't know what the age of the jurors are, but if any of them are close to my age in any sort of majority, they're going to pick up on all of these things. They're going, just like I am. I'm sitting here going, no, in your early 20s like that, you should be living, you should be like, as I have said to my son, go be irresponsible now. It's the only time in your life you're going to be able to do it, because you will have to be responsible and take care of everything later on. So go have fun now. You have the rest of your life to be responsible. So go have fun. And I hope that's what she was doing, to let off steam from all of the pressures that she would have been feeling while going through law school.
So Gina says, can you explain the rape shield law? So a lot of states have their own version of it. In Georgia, it's 2414 or 4, and then 412. Lots of 4s in the OCGA code. But you're not supposed to, and I really view this statute as being designed to help a living victim, someone that would be a complaining witness, a testifying witness at a trial. The purpose of such a shield would be, you don't want to lose somebody's testimony at trial because they're afraid that by testifying to help convict a bad person, that they'd have to put their life on blast. And, you know, it could ruin their reputation, sully their reputation. People could start humiliating them. You don't want a victim to have to do that just so they can testify at a trial over something that happened to them. So I think the law exists to protect a testifying living witness. Here it's being applied a little bit differently, but it's supposed to be that any sexual behavior you engaged in the past, it's not supposed to be admissible. There can be some exceptions, but here the way it's being applied is the defense so far can't even get into a possible encounter, the word encounter, at a public place, a Mexican restaurant.
Yeah, it's been ridiculous. I feel like the law is being applied inappropriately in this particular instance.
I think so too, to the point where how do you constitutionally defend yourself against not just this crime at all? Like the idea that you and it's not sperm, right? We don't have sperm from Faust. We have DNA.
Do we really know what we have?
Yeah, and that's a whole nother rabbit hole, right? But assuming that we at least have DNA, there's still ways that you could explain that might not even be sexual in nature. So it's just a lot, and the defense, I feel like, can't fully flesh it out. So that's where we are.
The judge won't let him.
I think I would never want somebody to be the reason something makes it up to the appeal, and in case law things are defined and hashed out a little bit more. But maybe this is the type of case, if there's a conviction, where the appeals court can be like, yeah, he was denied his right to put on a fair defense because he couldn't get into things that are directly related to the elements of at least one of the crimes. Like, he's charged with rape and he can't get into
whether he ever had
encounter.
Exactly, whether he ever actually had an interaction with the victim ever.
So just crazy.
Which is kind of a double-edged sword, because how do you then, as the prosecution, insist that there was an encounter that was not welcome? You know, it's like dumb. This is dumb.
And it's the same thing that, imagine if it was Chris Melton at the defense table. I imagine the prosecution would still be using 412 in the same manner. So it'd be issues all around.
Yep.
But prosecutors are going to do what they can when the judge will allow it. Oh, man. Yes. And no, there you go. We've got that DNA hit. We've got Elizabeth Bingham speaking to Faust in 2024. And when he's like, I don't know what you're talking about, the state's arguing that that's him lying to police, which I strongly disagree with someone when they're not given the context or a way to think back 20 years. If they say, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think that's
find that suspicious at all.
I don't think that's a malicious denial. I think that's just a genuine What? So,
If you asked me 20 years ago what I was doing on a specific day, I would give the same answer, unless there was something very monumental that was happening around the same time. Like I had gone on a trip, or I was pregnant, or September 11th happened, and those kinds of things. Then I could give a lot of context, but just some random day out of the blue.
well, I'll kick it up a notch. If you come to me in 2024 and say I raped somebody 20 years ago and I've never raped somebody, I'm going to be like, what are you talking about?
Right.
So,
What?
like, because I wouldn't have a memory of that because I've never ever done that. So,
Right.
and I'm pretty sure that's probably how they approached her. Like, hey, there's a victim of a murder and rape and your DNA is there. I have no idea what you're talking about because how could that be true? I want to give a thank you here, Credence and Mikey Monday, member for 3 months. Thank you, thank you. Good to see you guys. Mikey is always covering, and I saw the chat showing lots of love. If you don't already know Mikey, first of all, he has a McDonald's emoji in his chat, and I know you guys will love that. But second, covers a ton of arrests, body cams, speed chases, high-speed chases. You never know what you're going to get over there because as soon as you start up to watch one thing, a high-speed chase breaks out somewhere. So it always moves. We've also got KP here, Kissin' Pink, a member for 16 months. Thank you. That's a very long time. Happy 16-month chat-iversary. Love this chat. We love you back, KP. Oh, man. We have a whole day. We have a
Yeah,
whole...
I'm sorry.
Well, we get to skip the lunch and the break. So.
Well, that's true, too.
So far, no jury in and out. I'm ready to put up my outside the presence of the jury sticker when we need it.
Hasn't happened yet. I expect several when the cross-examination starts.
Put your bets in the chat at how many, all right, jury, we're sending you out when it's cross-examination. I'm going to say 3.
Oh, I think it'll be more than that.
You guys do over-unders in the chat. All right, let's hit this play.
How did law school affect Tara's free time?
Oh.
It definitely consumed more of her free time.
Okay.
She had to spend more time there.
And so at this point, you're in Athens. Where are most of your plumbing jobs happening, though?
Walton County, Gwinnett County, some in Rockdale County, and the northern side of Forsyth, and sometimes even in Hall.
Okay. So all west of Athens.
Correct.
Okay. Who were you working for back then?
Well, I started with McCordy Plumbing, and I worked for them for 2.5 years, I would say. And there was a point that after I really had the hang of it, and I really knew I had a grasp, and I had been a crew leader at this point for multiple years.
So why were you cutting your hands up?
I decided that I think I was going to pursue a stepping stone, which at that point would be referred to as subcontracting. And so at that point, you would purchase your own vehicle, your tools, your equipment. You would have your own insurance, and you would have your own employment as far as employees that would work for you.
Okay. And so you're
Self-employed.
getting ready to try to take this next step that you just described. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Well, I want to back up a little bit and talk about that and kind of the broader context of you and Tara's relationship. You know, obviously, Tara's a very high achieving person. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. She is
Out of your
a large
league,
motivation
sir.
for me to so early want to pursue the next step.
And you mentioned it right there. You called it a motivation. Were you ever intimidated or discouraged or upset by Tara's achievements?
Never.
Okay. How did you take it?
All right. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you believe that, chat? Take a vote. We'll put the votes on the screen.
I took it as a good thing. I took, I was supportive. I knew from the beginning her ambitions, and I always try to be supportive in any way I could. And she did the same for me.
And so, we talked about when you were at McCart, you mentioned going out on your own subcontract and you got to get all this stuff for yourself. At McCart, were you using your own money to buy gas to go to jobs and fuel, or gas to go to jobs or other supplies or anything like that? Or was that part of what was given to you?
No, sir. Once you are a crew leader, you're issued a vehicle, gas card, all your equipment, tools, fittings, and so forth. Whatever's needed to complete the job, they supply.
Okay. So who was paying for gas when you were working for McCart and living in Athens and having to travel for jobs?
When I was working for McCart, they paid for everything.
Was that the case for you as a subcontractor trying to go out on your own, or was it different?
It was different. Yes, sir. And I was responsible fully for everything.
All right. And so at this time, where were your folks living?
They were living, it's a Covington address, but it's in Walton County.
Okay. And so that address, was that closer or further from most of your jobs than where you were living in Athens?
Much closer.
Okay. Based on that, did you make any decisions about how you were going to spend your time between Athens and other places?
Yes, sir. I had just started working for myself, maybe a week prior. Okay. And
I'm going to stop you just a week prior to what?
to Tara's death.
Okay.
Okay. I was within within a week I had started. What I had to make a decision was to stay at my parents' due to the cost and the additional expense of the travel. I still wanted to keep my place in Athens. I had no intentions of moving from there, but I did like having my place something close to Tara. So when we did have free time, we did have a place to meet, go. I could have my own space. But during the work days, I would stay at my parents'. That way I had a truck, a trailer for hauling equipment. They had the space, and they were roughly in one direction, 50 plus miles closer to most of my jobs.
Okay. And so at this point, we're talking about January, within a couple of weeks of Tara's murder. Do you still have your apartment at Jamestown?
That's correct.
Okay. How was the state of you and Tara's relationship, in those months leading up to her murder?
Everything was wonderful. It was difficult for us not to see each other as much as we would have liked, but we were both in the understanding that we were pursuing future paths for us to have a better future together. And so she was supportive of my pursuits, and I would be supportive of her pursuits, but our relationship was strong.
And you mentioned in order for us to have a future together, is that something that y'all talked about, a future together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to talk with you about some difficult things, obviously. I want to talk with you in particular about the morning of, well, let's start with Thursday, January 18th, going into Friday, January 19th. Okay. Did you talk, and I don't want you to tell me what people said to you, okay, but did you talk to Tara on Thursday, January 18th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what, if anything, was significant about that weekend that was coming up in a couple of days, sir?
It was her birthday.
Okay. And what was Tara's birthday?
It was the 20th.
All right.
And that would have been the Saturday coming up.
Did y'all have any plans for the weekend based on the fact that it was her birthday?
Yes, sir. She had, there was, I believe, law school students and even co-workers from the law firm, if I'm not mistaken. And we were going to go out and have a kind of a mixed mingle drink kind of social event in celebration of her birthday.
All right. Is that something you were excited about?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know how Tara felt about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did she feel about
She
it?
was excited.
All right. And then, I want to talk about January 19th of 2001. When you
That's
woke
it?
up that morning,
That's where they're ending what was happening on the 18th?
Why have we breezed and glossed over the fact that he had an apartment?
That was close by, right?
I want to know how close. I want to know where it was. I have way more questions now. I wrote it down because I'm like, what? Where? Oh my gosh. For real?
So I think this is still talking about Jamestown North Jamestown North is the neighborhood, but it's in Athens.
Yes.
And I know
he said Jamestown. Yeah.
And I know Athens is like a fairly big city, but it's not like
It's not
I
an
don't think
hour
it wouldn't be an
away.
hour. Yep, exactly.
This is major development as far as I'm concerned. I hope Mr.
And they
Cruz is
glossed
paying
over
attention.
it.
Completely. I'm like, what?
Yeah. To me, it's more damning that we haven't really heard, because we've heard, and typically you're aware that Kris would stay the night at his parents', right? Which is 60 miles away. That's it. And that's all we get for January 18th. So guys, we are now on January 19th, which is the day that everything happens.
And I had to change my colors because I didn't believe anything he was saying. I can change them back now.
Well, good thing my mic's just always red. I've never figured out how to actually get it to change colors or cared enough to really try. I love that. That's hilarious. W is in the chat for Miss Janet.
I'll change it back.
About what time did you get up, and what was your plan for the day?
Okay. I would have woken up somewhere between 6:30 to get ready.
From my apartment.
Josh McCordy, who worked for me at the time, he would arrive at my house around 7:15, and then we would go from my house to Nash Plumbing. Nash Plumbing offered the ability to use my subcontracting abilities. Some companies would only work in-house employees, but Nash Plumbing would allow us to work there. So around 7:15, we went to Nash Plumbing to load up for a task. They would issue me that task that morning. We had just previously completed one within just a few days. Prior to that, we had started and finished it the day before. So at 7:30 to 7:45-ish, we arrived at Nash Plumbing to load up the materials for the next task. And then
I want to stop you for just a second there. You're saying you get assigned a task at Nash Plumbing. What do you mean by a task?
Okay. Well, Nash Plumbing has the licensing, the contract agreements with developers and contractors. They work the figure sides of things, the overall cost.
The bidding?
The bidding.
Okay.
Yes, sir. As a subcontractor, you are paid per fixture. And so there's a per fixture cost being such as something like and I did rough ends before the sheetrock went in the houses and so forth. The houses are studded when the roofing's put on. And so I would get the assignment from them. They would give me the address, the person, the superintendent to whom I would meet, and then I would go to the job sites and I would lay out with them the blueprinting and so forth and what is intended to be installed. And they would supply me in return. Nash would give me the fittings, the pipes, the glue, the adhesives, the fasteners, whatever's needed to be installed. But I've supplied the trucks, the vehicles, the fuel, and the help and insurance. That's the agreement at that point.
Okay. And so I just want to back up. You mentioned an individual by the name of Josh McCordy. Is that right?
Correct.
And you testified that that's someone who is working for you. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. How did you know Josh?
I met Josh when he came on to work for McCordy Plumbing, and he actually ended up on my crew that I was in charge of. And when I decided to leave, he and I had a good relationship. We got along very well. I saw potential in him that he could gain in his abilities, and he was always reliable and so forth. I asked him, would you be interested to come work for me as I step out into this next leg? And he agreed, and that's where that started.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you your full date of birth, but can you tell me what year you were born in?
78.
Okay. Sorry, I meant to do that at the front end there.
Good thing they didn't play his social either,
at this
like
point,
that
sorry,
other
let's
lady.
go back to January 19th of 2001, now that we have a little explanation of how the business model worked between you and Nash Plumbing. So on January 19th of 2001, you said you went to Nash Plumbing to get your task. After you get your task, when you're working for Nash Plumbing, is there anything else you have to do while you're there?
Once they tell me the amount of fixtures, the size of the house, I have to load up the appropriate fittings, pipe, the linear footage that's needed to be installed. And then we load that onto my vehicle, and then we take it to the job site, and we do the installation.
Typically, on average, how long does that process of determining what you need and then loading it all up, how long does that take?
Take anywhere from 45 minutes to even sometimes upwards of an hour and 15 minutes, an hour and a half.
Is that dependent on the size of the assignment that you've received or the task that you've received?
That's correct. Along with, there's other contractors there that hold, we'll say, the same subcontracting title, and they're also loading up. So sometimes you have to kind of move around and wait your turn to speak with the owner and so forth. But we're all kind of, if I'm there without other people, it can go much faster. But if it's a busy time like the subway or whatnot, so to speak, in the office, it can take you a little bit longer. And depending on the size of the house, yes, a small house takes less time than a large house to pull your materials.
After you did finish getting loaded up, where did you go next? And I mean, I know it's been 25 years, but as best you recall, where did you go next?
I went to Wachovia in Loganville.
Okay. Is it the Wachovia in Loganville, do you know approximately how far away that is from Athens?
From Athens, 50 to 60 miles.
Okay. And about what time were you at Wachovia?
Right after they, I believe at the time opened, it was around 9 o'clock, 9 to 9:10, somewhere in that area when I arrived.
And so when you got to Wachovia, did you go inside the bank?
I did.
All right. And what were you doing inside the bank that day?
At that point, I believe I was depositing a check and I was withdrawing money.
Okay. After you got done at the bank, did y'all leave?
That's correct.
All right. And where did you go?
From Wachovia, I believe it went to Truk Kustomz in Loganville, just to talk to Bill, the owner. I had planned to have a ladder rack. We had talked about this and had something ordered in. That was a ladder rack that was going to be installed onto my work truck to help out, and that would be the next place, my recollection.
And I mean, Truk Kustomz, feel a little silly asking this question. Seems like it's right in the name, but what type of business was Truk Kustomz?
Okay. They would do modifications, all types of modifications, from tires to lift kits to toolboxes to ladder racks, anything that would help with, work or appearance on vehicles.
So the first time you got to Truk Kustomz, you made reference to a pipe rack a few minutes, or probably not even a minute ago in your testimony. Was that ready to be installed when you got there the first time?
No, sir, it wasn't ready.
Okay. And so what did you do at that point?
Josh and I went to a house in Grayson. We had previously completed that, the installation. So with that being said, we had to fill the piping with water, pressurized on the water piping side, and then you fill the drain piping with water to have it ready for inspection for the county to come in. And it was my duty to go back and do an inspection to make sure that we didn't have any leaks or any corrections that had to be made.
All right. Were y'all able to complete that task?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was there anything else that y'all were supposed to be doing that day?
Yes, sir. We had to go to Forsyth, the house I had loaded up the materials for earlier that morning.
From your task or assignment from that morning from Nash?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And where was that house?
That would have been, I believe, in the northern part of Forsyth County.
Okay.
In Forsyth County.
Did y'all go to that residence?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what phase of construction was this home in?
It was in the new development phase, so the foundation has been installed, the framing has been completed, excluding the roof. They had not put the decking on the roof, and they were in the middle of trying to get the decking put on. And it was, at that point, it was literally like raining that day, and rain was coming down inside of the house. And so I had the opportunity to meet with Mike, who was the superintendent. I'm not really sure who the contracted company was. It was doing, but I met with Mike, who's in charge of doing the layouts, and we got the blueprints, and we completed the layout for the house, and I unloaded the plastic fittings and piping because it wasn't really at risk of being stolen, not like copper piping. So I held onto that where I didn't have to haul that back and forth, and so we left that on the site.
Well, and you mentioned risk of being stolen and copper piping. The stuff that you left at the site, is that stuff you can turn in for money at a salvage yard?
Not really, no, sir.
Okay. And so given the rain that was coming down, were you able to complete what your task was supposed to be that day?
No, sir.
All right. And why is that?
With the water coming into the house, my next step would have been pulling electrical cords and electrical equipment to drill the appropriate holes in their location. So once that happens, it's too high of a risk of electric shock. So we just didn't go any further with that.
Okay. Where did y'all go from Forsyth County as best you can recall?
I believe we went back to Truk Kustomz. I just swung back in just to talk to Bill to get some measurements to make sure he could construct the pipe rack at that point, to the right lengths and distances and pinpoints, and it still wasn't ready at that point.
All right. And so where did y'all go next?
I recall going from there back to Nash Plumbing and speaking with Jody Nash, who is the owner's wife. This would have been a husband-wife operation, but they were successful, and they had lots of work that was coming through. But Jody is the one that was in charge of getting us to our appropriate assignments and paperwork. And I went back there just to swing in to let her know, this is where we're at with the Forsyth house, and I will be coming back Monday, to get that house started.
And where'd y'all go after that?
We went back to my house. Went back to my parents' house. Josh's vehicle was there at this point. He could go back home. He lived in close proximity. Go back home. We're on some downtime for the moment, because at that point, when I went to Truk Kustomz, we had established a time that I could return and it would be ready for the installation. I could leave the truck with him for an hour or so, and he would complete the installation, and that's why we went back to my house for a short period of time.
Okay. And about what time of day would this have been at this point?
Okay, arriving back at my house, that would have been maybe around 2 o'clock or so, 2 to 2:30ish. I know that we had agreed to meet back up at my house around 3:30 to 3:45 to make the trip back to Truk Kustomz in Loganville to drop off the vehicle. He followed me in his personal vehicle where we could leave the vehicle and then just kind of run around and do some personal things and errands and so forth while that installation was being completed.
And what time, if you recall, were you supposed to be back at Truk Kustomz or could be back at Truk Kustomz to pick up your truck?
That once it would take about an hour or so. Once I would drop it off at 4, it was going to take an hour and 15 minutes, he said, to have the installation complete.
Okay. Did y'all ever go back to Truk Kustomz to get that installation done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about what time was that?
We arrived approximately around 4 p.m.
All right. While you were at Truk Kustomz, well, let me go back and ask this question. At that time period, what types of communication devices or ways that people could contact you did you have?
I had a pager, a cell phone / Nextel, if anybody recalls what Nextel is.
Oh, Nextel.
So that's
yeah.
the Nextel part
The noise.
aspect of it was mainly used like through the contractors and glorified walkie-talkie. But I had a cell phone and a pager.
Yeah. Well, and it just for folks that might not remember, and I think I remember, but can you explain what was it about those Nextel phones? You said was it glorified walkie-talkie? What do you mean by that?
All right, Nextels could only communicate with another Nextel. And so you didn't have a phone number, so to speak, but you had a pre-issued number that you could type in, and then basically you would push the button and speak, and then that would directly alert the other person on the other line, and they could hear you, and then you would let off the button, and then the communication could continue back and forth.
So it wasn't necessarily like a ring and answer. It was almost like a system where you come on like a public address system.
More or less.
Okay. And so did you receive any kind of alert from anyone while you were at Truk Kustomz?
Yes, I received a page.
And that page, do you know who that came from?
It came from Miss Baker,
Okay. And when you say Miss Baker, are you talking about Tara or somebody else in her family?
Sarah's mother, Virginia Baker.
All right. And if you recall, what was the initial page that you received?
If I can recall, I believe it was her home phone number that
Okay.
came through.
And did you reach out to Miss Baker?
Yes, sir. I
Like,
reached
call
out.
me.
I asked if I could use Bill's phone number, Bill's phone at Truk Kustomz, and he allowed me to use his phone for a moment to
We
return
had a
the call.
Nextel.
Okay.
We could still call
And
on it.
I don't want you to get into the specifics of words that someone said to you, but what did you learn when you called Miss Virginia Baker?
She had told me that there was a fire at Tara's residence. Her car is the only one in the driveway, and there was a body discovered in the fire.
Okay. In that moment, what was your reaction to hearing that information?
Devastated.
Oh, make it good.
What, if anything, did you do right after that as far as where you were going to go or what your plan was or what you were trying to do?
I recall once I got off the phone with Miss Baker, I kind of just was in shock, and I had to take a moment, and I recall, I believe somehow either I ended up taking a knee or 2 knees or sat down on the floor to have a moment to recover in the showroom. And then once I came around, the attention was on me, and I remember Bill, I believe, reaching out and asking if I was okay, and Josh was like, "Are you okay?" And I looked at Josh, and I said, "You need to get me to Athens right now." And he agreed.
Okay. So what did y'all do from there?
Josh took me in his vehicle. They had already taken my vehicle back for the installation, so we jumped in his vehicle, and he drove. And as we're en route to Athens, I'm trying to reach out I'm calling 411, trying to find Ashley and Valerie's parents from their last name, and kind of at that time, I believe I knew Ashley was from Milledgeville area, and I can't recall now at the moment where Valerie was from, but I did at the time. And I had also, when I was on the phone with Miss Baker, she had stated there was a body in the fire, and they did not know where Valerie or Ashley were at that moment. They had not made contact.
Was that part of the reason that you were trying to get a hold of them or their families?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to sustain that, ask you not to lead the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Why were you trying to get a hold of Ashley and Valerie?
I was trying to figure out where everybody was. I had, with the information given to me, I already felt at heart that I knew who this was just based on whose car was in the driveway, but I was uncertain, and I wanted to reach out to her parents and anybody I could get a hold of to see if they had been in communication, and also to inform them of what had happened.
Inform them? No, I'm taking care of myself.
Did y'all eventually
at this
arrive in
point.
Athens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you arrived in Athens, where did you go?
What I can recall is when I was on the phone with Ms. Baker, I think Athens Clark County had reached out to her, and she informed me of that. So I reached out to Athens Clark County and called, and I went straight to the police department. Is where I was told to go from the police department. They said, come straight here. And so that's where we were.
And I think that it's kind of indicated in your answer, but let me just ask it to clarify. When you say that you reached out to Athens Clark County, is there a particular department or agency or part of Athens Clark County that you reached out to?
Not that I recall. I think it may have just been like the main number at that time.
The main number for what?
For the police department.
Okay. All right. And so you went to the police department. At any point, did you leave the police department to go somewhere else?
Yes. Once I was there, they had asked me a few questions in a room, and then they asked me if I would identify her body.
What went through your mind
What?
when they asked you that?
Why would they?
What?
I really did not want to agree at first because I was aware that there was a fire, and I didn't want to see any of them. No matter who it was, I didn't want to see
Any
what
of them?
devastation that may have caused, and it was difficult just to
Back that up for just a
comprehend
second. Did he say they
Yeah,
may have
he
caused
said-
or I may have caused?
fire. And I didn't want to see any of them. No matter who it was, I didn't want to see what devastation that may have caused.
What? He
That
said
is he saying
devastation.
that or I?
It sounded like I.
What devastation that may have caused. And
This is a
it was
Murdoch. This is a
difficult just to
Murdoch thing again.
comprehend. And then the detective, he asked if I would identify the body because he did not want the parents to have to identify the body, and I could save them some grief, so I agreed.
Where did you go at that point?
They took me to Deer Park, and they took me to the scene.
When you got to the scene, what did you do next?
Once we got out of the car,
Crazy.
the detectives wanted to walk me into the house to identify her, and we were stopped at the door, I believe, by a fireman, if I can recollect, and he said he cannot come in here. And at that point, they came up with a different plan. They walked me back to the curb and said, we're going to do this a different way. And they took a picture, and I got to identify her through a digital camera image from the camera itself.
I want to take you back to July of 2000. Were y'all, when I say y'all, I mean you and Tara, were y'all celebrating anything special as far as a milestone or anything in that time period?
Yes, sir. Along the way of starting to date back when she was at her parents', when we kind of considered us exclusive, we both would agree upon that first date, that when I came to visit would be our first, timeline. And so it was July 4th
timeline.
weekend. And so July 4th, we considered that our anniversary. Yes, sir.
So July 4th of 2000, Based on what you were saying, 1998, is that what you just said?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, so what anniversary would that have been for y'all?
We're looking at, what's that, 99, 2000, close to, I mean, I would say 3 years
Well, so from July of 1998 to July of 2000.
to 2000, okay.
Yeah.
99, 2000, 2 years. I apologize.
Oh,
Did you
math's
get
hard.
Tara anything special for that anniversary?
Yes, sir. I got her diamond studded earrings.
How did she feel about that gift that you had gotten her?
Oh, she adored them. She realized, and we had discussions that, this is representation of where we've been and where we're headed. And she,
A roommate said
once she
furniture.
put them in, to my knowledge, unless she was to clean them or whatnot, she always wore them. Every time I saw her, she always had these diamond earrings in.
On January 19th of 2001, did you talk with police about those diamond earrings at all?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
As when I was shown the pictures of Tara, I was in utter shock, just in the moment. But as I got to gaze upon these pictures, it did not look like Tara. And I couldn't, for certain, even identify her. And it just came to mind, if this is Tara, she's wearing the diamond earrings. And so they returned into the house. And then he returned back to me. And when he opened his hand, he had one of his diamond studded earrings.
So they took the earring off of her?
And that's when I knew for certain.
The earrings
Tara.
could have been in a little dish that she took them off at night. What is going on?
So you see the diamond earrings, and do you communicate your certainty to them that that is Tara?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, about how many police officers are out there at the scene, as best you can recall?
I know just regular uniformed police officers, I would guesstimate maybe 3 or 4. But surrounding me at that very moment, if you include the person that's holding the camera, I'm not sure if these are detectives, there's approximately 4.
Don't you want to know if he asked to get the
I'm
earrings
sorry, I
from her?
thought something was trying to get communicated to the bailiffs, Judge, so I just,
Does anybody in the jury need something? Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, you may continue, Mr. Yalamanchili.
thank you, Your Honor.
What?
So about 4 uniformed, patrol 3 or 4, and then you're surrounded by some detectives, is that what you just said?
That's correct.
Okay. What type of feeling were you getting in your perception of the way that those detectives were interacting with you and talking to you?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Mr. Yalamanchili, any response?
Yes, Judge. I don't think that it's speculation to ask Mr. Melton what his perception
Speaking.
of certain people's actions towards him were.
Overruled. You may continue.
Mr. Melton, I'll ask you the question again,
Oh!
sir. What was your perception of the way that those detectives surrounding you were treating you and speaking with you?
They were
And I'm not
suspicious
asking
of
you to
me.
say what people said, but what was your perception of the situation?
I felt as if they were gazing upon me, and I could feel the intensity from them staring at me as they were angry. And I would say,
Did you?
anger.
That's all right. And if you could, I know it's difficult. All witnesses do it. Make sure that you speak clearly and loudly towards the microphone so that our court reporter is able to make a record. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Gazing.
All right.
Yeah, gazing.
Did you ever leave the scene that evening?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We went.
Right. Sorry, but to me it sounds like a guilty conscience. And, I get that people always look at the spouse, the partner first, but I'm not sure in that specific moment if you just showed me something that would confirm for me that my loved one was burned and dead in a building, that my first feeling would be they're going to suspect me of setting a fire, because a fire just sounds like an accident.
The thing that gets me is I don't, someone bringing me a pair of earrings that a loved one of mine, is not any sort of confirmation that that is them in there. because unless they're telling me they removed them from my loved one's earlobes, I'm going to have questions, because I don't wear any jewelry when I go to sleep. It all gets put in a tray, whatever I have on throughout the day. And so that could have been just sitting there, and they're like, hey, are these hers? So I find this to be weird first out of the gate.
So we did have other testimony that they noticed that there were studs in the ears, because Cruz has been emphasizing that nothing was stolen.
Correct.
But at the same time, I mean, studs, is there something that would make them distinguished from stud? Like, why couldn't Ashley or Tara or any other house guest, maybe a friend stayed the night on the couch and didn't get up as early as the other girls? Who's to say that they weren't wearing stud earrings? It's an odd way to be able to say at a glance, these are the same studs.
How come the roommate says the gift that she got from him was furniture? She never, ever said a word about diamond stud earrings. I'm just going to tell y'all, in 1999 or 2000, diamond stud earrings would be kind of a big deal.
And the friends on direct examination, both of the friends were like, she was so nice. She would never speak a bad word about anybody.
Correct.
She would gush over like anything nice you did for her. I would draw the pictures for her, and she would love to get the little note pictures from me, let alone an actual gift.
And they didn't testify that she got these earrings. There's something about these earrings. And you're right, that guy, Nick, how did he afford diamonds? That's why I'm still red, because I think lies.
Something like that would be, this is that pivot. This very Christmas, you go from being party guy, move back in with your mom. You think your life is on a decline. You try to step up. You think you're going to turn it forward, and you're going to keep the girl that you're afraid of losing. You think she's going to be so successful, and she'll leave you if you don't. And you work and work and work, and you get her this great gift. I'm going to get her these diamond earrings for Christmas. He's so excited to be able to do that for her, because it's going to reinforce what could have been let go. And then I don't know what's going on with this birthday, but if they really hadn't seen each other in 10 days, to me,
why? That's weird.
If you aren't having an on again, off again partner come hang out with you for your birthday, that's the sign that you are done.
Yes.
And we don't know. We don't have information to say one way or another that was the case, but there's signs that point to that might be the case. And this guy just got her a serious commitment gift less than a month earlier.
Yeah, there's something about these diamonds. And I also want to know if he bought them for her wife. You could settle all of it. Show us a receipt. Show us a receipt.
Yeah,
that
true.
He purchased them, where he purchased them, that they're actually diamond and not CZ.
The whole chat is like, how do we know they're real? You're right, guys. You're right.
So
you're right.
I would not be like, oh, I know that's my loved one's earrings. Like, no. Now I have a ring that I wear all the time that Mr. Demeanor got me, that anybody that is one of my loved ones would know I am the only one. It's kind of distinct, in addition to my wedding ring. So no, this is not compelling.
I don't think it's going to get better, but let's see, chat. Let's see. Does it get better?
Yes. I was taken back to the police department at that point. Yes, sir.
Okay. That night when you were at the police department, did you speak with law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you do so voluntarily?
Yes, sir. As there was a point in time that I was taken back to the police department. My parents, I had called to inform them what had happened. They had difficulty of finding the location. They knew where I had an apartment at Jamestown North, so the police they took me in an unmarked vehicle back to my place where I could meet with my parents, and then we went back to the police station.
Okay. And is that the point at which you talked with police, after your parents took you back to the police station?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a lawyer with you?
No, sir.
Did you ask for a lawyer?
No, sir.
Okay. When you spoke with the police that evening, did you tell them, or did you answer all their questions truthfully?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After that interview concluded, where did you go?
we were put up in a hotel, Holiday Inn, near the downtown area, and that was provided by the police department. They said you could. It was when it was all concluded. It was late, and it had been an emotional day, and we were all exhausted, and we were put up in a hotel room. My parents, my mother, my father, myself.
Well, and let me ask you this and back up a little bit. When you interviewed with the police on January 19th, did you have any kind of things on your hands from working?
Things?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Things on your hand. Listen to this question. This
Just said, what did your hands look like?
This prosecutor has to address things. I get it, but his way of questioning them makes it seem all the more sus.
Little bit. When you interviewed with the police on January 19th, did you have any kind of things on your hands from working?
Yes, sir. Which I usually did, like primer, if you're
Oh.
glue, solvents.
Well,
you know,
that I believe.
they can stain your hands. You know, primer is purple.
I get it. They're going to say that he didn't have those injuries on the 19th. That's what they're going to say here. Watch.
In color. Some may even say kind of purplish blue, and whatever it touches, it stains. Piping cement, it kind of adheres to you pretty well, and I had things such as, I believe that on my hands. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to go forward now to January 20th.
That's it?
2001. This is the day after. At that point, did you ever return to those Jamestown apartments that you had an apartment at?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My parents had taken me back to the apartment to grab a few things.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Melton.
But you couldn't stay in
how
the
do
apartment. You had to be in the
typically
hotel.
Deal with very stressful situations with difficult emotions involved.
Talking to other women.
Traditionally, I bottle it up inside, and I bottle it up inside and try to hold a secure presence
What?
for myself and the people around me. And yes, sir.
What happened on that day on
But
January
your
20th, the day
presence?
after Tara's murder, once you got inside of your apartment, townhome, however you want to describe it?
Once we entered my apartment, my parents were with me, and I started having an extreme emotional moment.
Oh, he's talking to
And
the jury again. This
They
is important.
recognized that it was hard for me to hold it in any longer. And I do recall my parents coming to me and wrapping their arms around me and trying to get me to calm down. And in that moment, I actually felt claustrophobic. I felt restraint. And I remember pulling away from my father to get away from him. And then I spun around, and there was a wall in front of me at the bottom of the stairwell, and it was the sheetrock wall. And I just remembered unleashing my emotions on the sheetrock wall, and I punched it. I don't
Get
know,
the
maybe
net.
30 times, maybe more.
Did that
All right, so we're going to put up the picture of the hands, and there is a poll. Do you think this is consistent with punching
No.
a sheetrock wall? Because I don't.
Absolutely not.
And you would
Ab-
still see swelling, even if this was like the day after, because I think these pictures were taken on the 21st. Oh, let me move the Tina's comment. So, to
Mm-mm.
me, I don't think so.
Nope. I don't either. And I would love to know where all of the hair is on the top of his hands. They've got the
Looks
scale,
singed.
the measurement. I really would like to see a close up of that without the scale there, just to see, because it does look like all of the hair has been singed in that top part.
And to be clear, I think it's also the jury might have better pictures, because what we're
Mhm.
seeing is the court feed when it's projected through the Elmo. But these look like they'd have the 3 photographs. Like able to, maybe the coloration, it's not so dark looking the way it comes off to us.
If he had punched the wall, he would have a tremendous amount of swelling on those knuckles.
Yeah, do we have records from the hotel saying there was damage?
Good question.
Good question, KLF.
He said, yeah, it was a
Especially,
sheetrock wall. He didn't say concrete or anything like that.
you know
So,
what? I'd expect the prosecution to be able to deliver for this because they paid for the hotel.
yep.
So, and one more thing, you guys, all of this, what Chris Melton or anyone that was a suspect at the time is able to do here is something that is not even an option for the defendant here. Cold case, it just comes about because of a CODIS hit. You know, Faust never had the opportunity the day of, the day after, within weeks, within a couple months to be able to have to know, hey, I need to know what I did on the 19th because people think I did something criminal. So here's me. I was at class. I was at work. I was in the hospital that day. There's no opportunity for Faust to have done that closer in time to when this actually happened. His first opportunity to even think that he needed to remember where he was on the 19th and what he was doing or not doing was in 2024.
I have a better question. Why aren't we narrowing down and having witness after witness come in and tell us what Edrick Faust was doing and where he was and how his alibi doesn't work? And we haven't seen anything about him. We are talking about everything except him. This is bizarre to me. This is very Karen Reedish, very like, let me defend the McCabe's, and I'm waiting to see on cross-examination if he gives off the McCabe-ish testimony, because that's like a new word on my channel, McCabe-ish. Because he's doing fine on direct, but it's still not believable to me. This is exceptionally unbelievable. Sheetrock, there'd be massive holes in sheetrock for him to have what he has on his hands.
Yeah, to me, it doesn't look like that type of injury.
Now, a concrete wall, possibly, but that's not what he just testified to. He said sheetrock. Sheetrock's drywall, y'all. It's just a wall.
His freeze frames have been something else this entire trial. The other thing too, I have a feeling, I kind of hope the way the prosecution is leaning on Rule 412 here, the rape shield, I wonder if it might rubber band back against them in the wrong way, because by hamstringing the defense by acting like there's no other suspect, we saw the other day that he's not even allowed to mention a police report where other suspects may have been mentioned. If I was a juror, I'd be like, why did they only look at these two guys and not anybody else? And that's actually not true. It seems like they may have looked at other individuals, but the jury is going to get this impression that they only looked at this guy and nowhere else. And what if I want to know about a random serial killer in the area, or a random like person that was trying to do a robbery, flipped out and just grabbed a laptop and ran away? What about one of the people from the law firm or law school, or just like a weirdo that used to follow her around campus? Like, to me, by not being able to get into the other suspects, I think the prosecution's actually stepping on their own rake.
I do too. And the other thing too, with his testimony, he turns to the jury as he gets ready to deliver all this damning evidence, is not believable. And the story of how he started his day, anybody that has ever known anyone that worked as a subcontractor, 90% of what he said is not believable if you know anything about. So I'm hoping there are some skilled trades people on this jury, because that would make a big difference. And you're right. They're saying it's either or, and that's kind of it. So yeah. I don't.
And Kierman, just to clarify, but he can't make that argument. The judge hasn't bound. That's my point. So the jury, because of what they're allowed to hear or not allowed to hear, I think they're going to get what's not really a true impression of the investigation. There were actually other suspects, but the prosecution is so like, ha ha ha, defense, you can't talk about any of it, that I think it's going to come off to such an extent that the jury might believe there was no other person looked at besides Chris Melton at the time. And that ends up reinforcing the defense's idea that they've been able to touch on a little bit, that the investigation wasn't like, it didn't follow all the processes. There were mistakes. Some things weren't collected properly. Now we're hearing we're taking jewelry off of a victim and carrying it out of the scene.
I mean, does that even sound believable? Does that sound
maybe.
like, I mean, that is weird to me.
It's the type of thing where either it didn't happen or it happened, and it just goes to show that,
How
maybe back
incompetent.
then, yeah, we're touching things. Maybe that's when some hair got pulled out of her hair and got dropped on a torso. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
So, just a lot. Oh, man. These freeze frames are killing me. Let's see if it gets any better, chat.
Do any damage to that wall?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did it do any damage to your hands?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, state, pull up the receipt.
Good. What kind of damage did it do to your hands?
It scratched my hands up. It swole my hands up. Fortunately, I didn't break anything, and I guess fortunately, I didn't find a stud in the wall. It was mainly sheetrock, and as I went through the sheetrock, I was finding, I believe it was the concrete siding on the outside. It was an exterior wall, so I was punching through the sheetrock and hitting the concrete
Sir,
siding.
Shut
outside,
the
and
front door.
I was knocking, to my knowledge, I was knocking the siding loose also.
Okay. The next day, that's January 20th of 2001, after you stopped at your townhouse apartment, whatever you want to call it, at Jamestown, where did you and your parents go after that?
We went back to my parents' house.
Okay. So on the 21st, did you speak with law enforcement again on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is it that you were going back to speak with them about and do?
I believe to answer further questions. At that point, they were asking for further information, to my knowledge.
Okay.
And once I got there, we had discussed blood work and other things that may be needed, like hair samples and such.
Okay. Was this something that you were having to do because of a court order or search warrant or something?
No, sir.
Okay. Is it something that you did voluntarily?
Absolutely.
Okay. At this point, we're 2 days away from January 19th. You've already testified about how you felt the police were looking at you. Did you take a lawyer with you to that meeting on the 21st?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you honest with police about the questions they were asking you to the best of your recollection?
Absolutely.
Stand, I'll ask you to rephrase if you choose to rephrase.
Okay. Did the police ask you questions?
Yes, sir.
Did you answer them honestly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On that day, January 21st, were there any photographs taken?
They had taken pictures of my hands. I had to remove my shirt. They had taken pictures of my body, I believe, which included from my head to my waist, and I can't remember if I had to remove my pants, but I do remember from my waist up having to strip down to have photos taken also.
Pants? I'd remember that.
After you finished having photographs taken,
Yeah.
did you end up having blood drawn?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, and if you don't, that's fine also, but was it the same or a different detective who talked to you on the 19th and the 21st?
I believe it was the same.
Okay. And so after you finished that interaction with police officers, what did you do?
As far as, can you rephrase, can you ask
Sure.
once again?
Yeah. So we've talked about you go and talk to the police, then you go and do a blood draw. What did you do after you got done with the blood draw?
We went back to my parents' house.
Okay. Obviously, there's an investigation going on during this time period. Did that investigation continue to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How, during this time period, how are people who were in your life reacting to the investigation and to you?
I noticed distance.
Overruled. You may continue.
I'll ask the question again, Mr. Melton. How were people in your life or around your life reacting to the investigation being ongoing and reacting to you?
I could see that there was distance occurring. Like people would just it started fading away. Friends, and even, I hate to say, even family members that would just stop communication. And if it was discussed or brought up, or if I was in an area or a room that people knew of what had happened to Tara, I felt that I was being looked at as the person that would have called.
This is, if he was the defendant in this trial, this is where I'd be yelling, this is why you shouldn't take the stand, because all of this to me just points to guilty conscience. And that might not be what it was stemming from, but that's how it comes off. That's how it comes off. People and people thought you did it. They didn't want to talk to you. Is it in your head, or did they really have a reason to think that you did it? Neither of those options really looks good.
Well, I don't like the fact that he keeps implying that because he didn't get an attorney, that somehow proves his innocence, because that goes down again and again and again as something that you are not supposed to call light to, because everyone has
against the defendant, or you can't speak on the pre-arrest silence of the defendant. But the prosecution's weaponizing that. I think the prosecution's prompting that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's wrong, because I can tell you right now, before all the craziness that I've seen in trials, I never would have been, an incident happened and I never would have been like, I need an attorney. But now something happens, I'm like, oh no, I'm not saying a word to you. I'm getting myself a good attorney. I'm calling Bob Mata. Bob and Allie, hey, I need help.
Heck yeah, run on down there. I think what the prosecution wants to harp on, again, this idea that almost 2.5 decades later, when Faust is questioned, like, hey, you raped somebody, and he's like, what are you talking about? You're a liar. Compared to this guy who went the same week, within 2 days, and was speaking to police. Yeah. So they're gonna draw that contrast there, which I don't think is a very compelling contrast, but the state seems to. So
no, I think they're trying to explain why he wasn't at the vigil and all of that stuff too, which is complete bovine scatology, because even Scott Peterson went to all of that stuff. So,
and if you're able to go out, if it would be one thing if he was stuck in the house and nobody could get him out of bed, but he's out and about, but then can't go to the memorial. Like, to me, that doesn't seem like a depression setting in. To me, that seems like, oh, we're going to steer clear of this one thing that makes me feel like everybody's looking at me. His face is in these freeze frames, man. Not.
This. And that's the perception I was feeling. That's feelings that I was getting.
You testified earlier about having a tendency to bottle up your emotions. How were you doing emotionally during that time period?
I'm struggling. I am struggling.
Massive anxiety at what I did.
Daily, I have to put on the best way I could describe as a facade to make it through the day. I understand that I have to make it through daily, but at night or whenever things stop, such as work or things that can keep me sidetracked, especially the nights were horrible.
Yeah, because that's when you did it. Allegedly.
Well, and then you're
alone. I
alone.
Myself
like
right
on my knees, pounding the ground, the sand, and whatever. Just finding myself so mad at God.
Me.
That I couldn't understand. And I would wake up so many times for the longest time in fetal position where I just cried myself to exhaustion.
With another girl holding you?
But every day, each time I would be so angry.
Just shut off?
And find myself in this position. As mad as I was and not understanding how God could allow the devil and his angels' house.
Oh my gosh, this is giving off Jason Autry.
Thoughts in my head that weren't my own, telling me not to give up, not to give in.
What is even happening?
And it gave me the strength to get up each time and strap on my boots and carry on through the day. And this cycle continued
No chairs.
for a long time until I just couldn't recall certain things and it would fade. But through the days, I would just find a way to make it through and keep my mind occupied and just dread of the next night to come. And it was so difficult. But I found a way.
Yes, Jesus should
Jesus help
object
me
right now.
Get through this and carry forward. Is that?
Mr. Melton.
Yes, sir.
Overruled.
What?
What?
It's not non-responsive. He's huffing on the stand, going, Jesus, this and
You know what? I wouldn't have objected if I was the defense attorney. I would have just let this keep rolling. So
Me
I think the
too.
judge accidentally just helped the defense here.
Is that?
Mr. Melton.
Yes, sir.
Overruled.
Mr. Melton,
He just
I'm
looks
going
up.
to ask you, sir, did law
There's
enforcement
not a tear.
continue to reach out to you at certain times during the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When they reached out to you, would they ask you for things or ask you questions, or what would they talk to you about?
Just different things.
different things.
I'm sorry, it's hard for me to get my thoughts together at the moment.
Well, that's okay. Let me ask you this.
There's no need to wipe. There's nothing there.
At any point, did you refuse to speak with law enforcement or retain an attorney to speak with law enforcement?
No, sir.
Okay. What was your mindset as far as, why you were continuing to be cooperative with the investigation?
I always believed that the
Believe
truth
what?
would set me free. I had nothing to hide.
That's a weird answer, I think. Because what did you have to tell if you don't know anything? What truth do you have to tell?
Sir,
Mr.
don't
Melton,
need
thank you
to
very
speak.
much. I don't have any other questions for you.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
Cross-examination, Ms. Cruz.
oh,
Come
let's go,
on,
Chet.
baby. All right. Oh, I'm going to clear my lights.
Good morning, Mr.
to their
Melton.
normal
My name is
tone.
Attorney Ahmad.
I'm going to reset the objection counter. Guys, this is odd. We had... Oh, actually, I think I counted it wrong. I think I added... It was 6 and 4, I think, was our total objections. I don't think I saved it right, so I might have messed it
There
up.
were 2
trying-
that she overruled, and the
Yeah,
rest were sustained. That's what I remember.
maybe it was 5 and 3, and I added the number to the wrong one.
And I'm
I
going to
think
tell
it
you
was
right
5
now,
and 3.
the only stud that he was hitting when he was supposedly punching the wall was the fake diamond stud that he supposedly gave her. That's the only stud. This guy, wow. Wow.
All right, I have the cross-examination banner ready. Let's see if the state is animated with the objections or not here. And his last answer on direct is, why continue to be cooperative? He's always felt that the truth would set me free. That
Sir,
sounds like something someone would say if they've been holding on to guilt for a very long time.
I would never say that. And I would be one of those witnesses. So you retained an attorney
Yeah.
right away? Yes, I sure did.
Everybody
Yes.
go get your snacks and refill.
Oh,
All right,
yes.
we got
I
60
made sure-
seconds. 60 seconds.
I made sure I had snackies and drinks in here with me. So yes. Yeah,
Take
I'd be
that
like,
60 seconds to subscribe to Miss Janet Demeanor. The link is pinned in the chat.
indeed. And in my chat, Kat's link is pinned at the top also. So
We hybrid
Um,
gang over here. Come back and forth.
yes. But no, that's not how you respond. And I would absolutely be like, yeah, I retained attorney. Do you want to know why I retained attorney? I'm happy to tell you.
Yeah, I wouldn't take it either way. I don't think it's suspect that someone retains an attorney. I don't think it's suspect that somebody tries to speak on their own, although unfortunately that ends up going the wrong way a lot of the time. Like,
Very much so.
I have a lot of thoughts on that, but I don't think it's necessarily incriminating whether you do or don't. But the prosecution's always going to lean into it one way or another. We've got Tara here saying quite a length of distance his punches went. Yeah, all the way through the wall, and he thinks the siding on the outside. Like, what kind of hotel is this?
With no insulation.
And Georgia gets cold. Like, you need to have...
And hot. You want insulation for both.
Yeah, you're right. Like, so, thank you for the super here, but, like, the wall thing, I have a feeling that we don't have pictures of his hands the day before, or maybe he showed up wearing gloves to the scene to look at the stud earrings and nobody thought anything of it because he came from work.
Yeah, it's weird to me that he has immediately gone to, they were out to get me. I could tell they were distancing themselves from me. Sir, if they thought you did it, they're not going to distance themselves. They're going to be your best friend because they want to know as much as they possibly can. You're a liar. That's why I had to change my lights to red, because liars get red.
And interestingly, he was also with his parents, so it's not like he was really alone either.
And I do think there was anxiety. That I believe that that episode probably did happen, but not for the reason he's insinuating in his testimony or wants everybody to believe. I think that anxiety was based on the reality of what is actually coming to fruition. What is the consequences of the prior 24 hours. And I want to know why they went to a hotel when he had an apartment that they all could have stayed in. Stuff isn't making sense.
A nice gesture for the family that they wouldn't look at deeply enough, because they don't end up really interrogating him. We didn't hear that, oh, they questioned you. They asked you everything about your whereabouts. They asked you about your alibi. You just spoke to them. That's all we heard.
Correct.
Which to me is not a thorough vetting. But they're nice enough. Oh, how generous, the poor family. Let's put them in a hotel because this is really tragic. I don't think they were looking at him as a suspect. I just don't in that moment.
Not initially. I don't think so. They should have, but I don't think they did. All right, let's do it.
Everybody's got their goodies ready. Also, major shout out sponsoring this cross-examination is Sheriff Chuck with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much, Sheriff Chuck. Let's get some W's in the chat for Sheriff Chuck, or party Chuck emojis if you're over here watching. And let's get to Crew's cross-examination of Chris Melton. Lots of C's. Melton Monday.
Good morning, Mr. Melton. My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Faust. And under the authority of this court, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
The authority of the court.
Why didn't you cry?
When?
Just now. Why didn't any tears fall out of your eyes?
Oh, I love this man!
They are falling out.
Well, let's talk about January 19th.
Mr. Cruz, I could give you a big sloppy wet kiss right now. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Yeah, he changed his intro for this guy. And no objection. No objection. Holy moly, let's run that back.
I was not prepared for that.
Good morning, Mr. Melton. My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Faust. And under the authority of this court, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
The authority.
Okay. Why didn't you cry?
When?
Just now. Why didn't any tears fall out of your eyes?
They are falling out.
They are.
Well, let's talk about January 19th. Would you agree that today you were much more emotional than you were on the day that you learned of Ms. Baker's death?
I was holding it together best I could.
So your borderline fiance is murdered and you were holding it together on the 19th, but 25 years later, you have emotion about it?
In that moment, when I'm finding this out.
Mr. Melton, that's a yes or no question.
Judge, the witness is allowed to answer Mr. Cruz's question.
That's correct.
Since
When
when?
this tragedy occurred, and I'm taking this information in, I am telling myself inside, do not collapse in this moment. Hold it together. There are other people that are also relying on you. And I had to get through this. and that's where I'm at.
Who was relying on you during your initial interview with police?
The police, her family, her friends, anyone who loved her.
So the police were relying on you to hold it together during the interview.
If I'm not holding it together, I can't think things through.
Sure.
Think what through?
Did you know that your DNA was found?
A lot.
I thought the truth would set it free.
Yeah.
Zanus?
Oh boy.
I was informed.
Who told you that?
Liz and Jeremy.
That's the GBI agents. So Jeremy and Liz, Elizabeth Bigham and Jeremy, I don't remember his last name yet. Those are the 2024 cold case unit detectives.
From the GBI.
When did they tell you that? Because in the recorded interview that we have, they didn't mention that to you.
Oh.
That's my recollection. If I,
Oh.
this is,
My question is when? When did they tell you?
Oh.
if that's not the correct recollection, I'm not sure at this moment.
Let me
Oh.
ask you this. When was the last time you met with the state?
This morning,
Okay. And they talked to you about your testimony?
we went over what the courtroom would be like.
Okay. So this is rehearsed. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't say rehearsed.
But you went over it not just this morning. You went over it a couple of times last week. Is that right?
We have established a process in which would occur in this courtroom as far as steps that are taken once I get here and whatnot.
Okay. So the questions that you were asked today, you already knew you were going to be asked those questions, correct?
Yes.
And then he takes his little easel pad up there. I can't. What does he have on the easel pad? I'm so excited.
No, I am going to.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Can I say something to this?
Oh,
Put the lavalier mic on. Bless your heart, Mr. Cruz.
He
Now if we
wants
could just
this to
get the
be heard.
camera. Move the camera. This poor guy on the witness stand is like, just kill me now.
the hand is very close to his head.
It is very close. It's like it's trying to pat him and soothe him. It'll be okay, son.
Mr. Melton,
It'll
would
be
you like
okay.
a slim marker or a big marker?
What kind of marker do you want to circle your lies? Oh man.
All right. Let the record reflect that I am going to give you a black Sharpie, okay? I'd like you to write the very first time that you mentioned during your direct examination in regards to your actions or where you went on January 19, 2001. Do you understand that?
Thank you.
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May?
I was thinking during his
Can you please
direct
write the first
that I
place you went
had no
on
idea what he did.
January 19th on that board there?
I think this is good because it's going to reinforce the jury tracking what the supposed timeline is by seeing
ask-
it in writing.
Cruz is going to ask the witness to engage in whatever this is, that be repositioned to a place where the jury can actually see it.
I agree with that.
And me. I want
And
to see
us. Yes, please. Mr. Cruz. How dare you? How dare you not allow us to see, sir? Oh, bring it right to the middle.
We'd
The
like to also
Autry
be able to see it. I guess, Judge, do you want us to move, or do you
No, I
want
think-
him to move it over there?
Mr. Chris, I think perhaps moving that back would be best for everyone to take a look at it. Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Sure.
What are we doing? Oh.
Right, sir. Mick-
Oh, I'm so
Sure, can you
sorry,
write the first
Falls and
place you went
Puddles.
and the
That's
time,
miserable. I know
that you went to
that.
that location.
Also, shout out to She's Like Texas for the 10 gifted. Let's get some W's in the chat for She's Like Texas. Shout out to She's Like Texas. Doing it big with 10 gifted.
Come on, cameraman, you can do
Okay,
it.
So
we have
I want to make sure I'm
faith.
correct. You wrote Nash Plumbing 7:30 to 7:45. Okay. So you remember from January 19, 2001, you went to Nash Plumbing between those times. Is that fair to say? Okay. But you could not remember when law enforcement asked you if you knew Ms. Baker was going to be alone in 2006? You can take a seat, Mr. Melton.
Putting him by the mic.
Along the way, I'm questioned about certain things, and I pull up my best recollection. post this, I've been traumatized. I'm grieving. My mind is certain things and certain times. It's hard to pull from. And in those moments, stress also, in times, it's more difficult than others in certain moments to recollect certain things. And sir.
Let me cut you.
Please
So it's
believe
easier
me,
to
jury.
recollect alibi than it is to recollect whether or not the girl that you love told you that she was going to be home alone.
For this question, it's argumentative and improper.
Sustained.
Sure. So it's easy to remember where you went on the 19th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Melton, so after you left Nash Plumbing, where did you go?
After I left Nash Plumbing, I went to the bank.
Okay. Can you write the time that you arrived at the bank on the board? You can just put bank and then you can put the time.
Put Wachovia. Put what it used to be called. Or it's a Wells Fargo now, right? That was that what they
yeah.
said in opening?
I think, yeah, Wachovia was purchased by Wells Fargo.
9 to
9 o'clock.
9:10. Say 9:10. Don't change it. Because he said 9:10 on direct. 9 to 9:10.
That's a big amount of time there.
So just ask you. So you can remember that you went to Nash Plumbing, and then after that, you can remember that you went to the bank from January 19, 2001.
That's correct.
But you cannot remember from January 18th whether or not Ms. Baker told you she was going to be alone?
At that time, it could depend on when the question's asked. It's not. If it's in a
What?
stressful moment, I'm going through things and trying to pull from times prior to this, when I'm not trying to, how should I say, lock in on certain things previous to this, it is difficult.
Would you agree?
Previous to to her death. Go ahead.
I didn't hear you. Say that one more time.
Oh, wait,
I
what did
should
he say?
death. Go ahead.
I didn't hear you. Say that. Would you agree?
Previous to her death. Go ahead.
The
I didn't hear you. Say that one more
situation.
time.
I should say, it's like certain days, if somebody asks you what you have for breakfast, I couldn't tell you.
Wheaties.
But if I'm concentrating on after certain times, yes, I can, on certain things. But it's hard to describe.
So I'll switch gears. So I do want to talk about a difficult subject with you. You mentioned that you were told that your DNA was in Ms. Baker's anus. Is that right?
Yes, there was a point in time I found out.
And we've agreed that that time didn't occur during your
No.
recorded interview. Is that right?
I can't recall.
That is fair. So
The
let me
Woody
ask you this,
emoji.
Mr. Melton. You would agree that Ms. Baker did not engage in anal sex with you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You would agree that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted anally. Is that correct?
Legal conclusion.
I wouldn't really know if she was sexually assaulted anally. Like, I don't
Well, we can't have it both ways, Mr. Melton.
understand
You previously stated that Ms. Baker, not Ms. Baker, I'm sorry, Ms. Bigham
I see.
and Jeremy Howell told you that your DNA was in her anus. Can we agree on that? Is that fair to say?
Maybe I'm mistaken on how I found that information out. Maybe
I'm going to object to lack of personal knowledge. Mr. Cruz is asking this witness about information that was relayed
Did you
to him
sodomize her or
hearsay by
not?
Other witnesses who had the actual information. So I think that's both lack of personal knowledge as well as calling for hearsay.
Why would the answer
Any response to the objection,
be
Mr. Cruz?
Sure,
different?
Mr. Melton stated that he was aware that his DNA was found in Ms. Baker's anus. He stated that Ms. Bigham and Jeremy Howell were the individuals that told him, and we're fleshing out his knowledge in regards to what he's aware
How
of,
that
Your
can
Honor.
happen?
I think as to the form of the question, I'm going to sustain the objection. You may rephrase if you choose to do so.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. But there should be no reason that your DNA should be in Ms. Baker's anus. Would you agree?
I mean, other than if we have had sex and it has transferred
Dripped.
from there and, say, drained down to that area, then,
That is interesting that you say drain, because did you know that's the exact same thing the state is arguing in this case?
well, I mean, it makes sense, though.
So your DNA is in her anus because it drained down in her anus. Is that your position?
Gravity.
I would say that would.
Again, Your Honor, lack of personal knowledge, lack of foundation. There's been no foundation laid that Mr. Melton's aware of
This
these
jury
things. That would
has
all
to be
through
going,
GBI
what
crime lab
in
witnesses.
the
If
wide
you
world
have
of
personal
sports is
knowledge-
going on?
I would love to see their faces right now.
Because if this is true, then that means every single case in the entire United States that has this type of DNA cannot be reliable.
I always
mean,
love when a prosecutor argues against the thing that they rely on all the other cases. Like, oh, Celebrite is unreliable. You know, can't look at that. Can't look at that. It's not truly accurate. But here we are.
sorry, I was outraged.
He's Yalamanchili, because I call it Wyowl Manchili, is gonna get his vocal cord exercise today, isn't he?
Then if we have had sex and it has transferred from there and say drained down to that area, then
That is interesting that you say drain, because did you know that's the exact same thing the state is arguing in this case?
I mean, it makes sense though.
So your DNA is in her anus because it drained down in her anus. Is that your position?
I would say that would.
Again,
From
Your Honor,
days
lack of
ago.
Personal knowledge, lack of foundation. There's been no foundation laid that Mr. Melton's aware of these things. That would all be through GBI crime lab witnesses who do have personal knowledge and scientific information. And so there's no foundation for these questions, and he's asking for things that are outside of Mr. Melton's personal knowledge. He's asking about things.
I would object to a speaking objection, Your Honor, and just ask the state to state the ground.
Okay, I'm going to overrule that objection. He was just explaining his objection. I'm going to respond in the same way as
It's
the last
like
objection. I'm going to sustain
approach.
the objection as to the form of the question, allow you to rephrase if you choose to do so.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
This is not helping Mr. Melton here, this testimony.
No.
Would you
Because
agree
It
that
would
in
be
order for
days
your
earlier.
Yeah, days
That-
earlier. And remember, this isn't sperm either. So it's like the idea that it sounds gross, but the idea that sperm could just be sitting up there and then do something else
her.
a day, 2 days, 3 days later, fall
She had
down
what-
by gravity.
She had wet hair. She had bathed. Remember, everybody smelled her shampoo, her freshly shampooed hair. Like, the state is contradicting their own witnesses. This is unbelievable. If I'm sitting on the jury, I'm going, wait, you didn't see her for days, but we know she bathed that morning. She was likely drying her hair. That's the image they have presented so far in this case. And now here we are, that days later, I mean, she just doesn't take care of her hoo-ha. Is that what you're trying to say? And
But we can't get into
Right.
412. We can't get into that unless
I-
it's Chris Melton, which is the exception here. But
I
like,
think this is super damning to the prosecution. Super damning.
not for nothing, but if Chris Melton were the one on trial, he wouldn't be able to say that his DNA got transferred there by somebody else having intercourse with her, because he wouldn't be able to get into that. Like,
This is crazy.
sorry we told you to get snacks right before we get into this line of questioning, but you know, here we are, chat.
Hope you chose properly.
Yeah.
Would you agree that in order for your DNA to drain into Ms. Baker's anus, you would have to have sex with her? Can we agree on that point?
Agree.
Okay.
There you
Did
have
you have
it.
sex with Ms. Baker the day of her death?
No, sir.
The last time you saw Ms. Baker, was it 6 days before or 10 days before?
From the beginning, I said I saw her the weekend prior.
From the beginning, you've said that?
Yes, sir.
That
Impeach.
you've seen her the weekend, and that has always been what you said.
That's not what
There was
he
a
said.
time that I was confused, and it was 20 plus years later. And then I made a statement that I felt like maybe it was 10 days prior, and I was confused at that point.
No, the 10 days came first. And not for nothing, but if you've only ever thought it was the weekend prior, the most that would ever be is 7 days.
And that's just not it's not feasible, because like you said, it's not semen that they detected DNA. It was just his DNA. Is that what my understanding is? It
Yeah,
was
it's not
DNA
semen.
with sperm in it.
No, it's not semen. They didn't find any semen.
So that makes it even more suspicious that I don't care, sir. I'm going to say 3 days. Do you think she never went to the bathroom? Like, how does your DNA stay there for days on it? I'm telling you right now, this is going to be the thing that will be so damning to the prosecution's case, because any reasonable juror is going to sit down and go, wait a minute.
Yeah, to me, it wasn't making sense. And now hearing him say things like, at some point later, 20 years later, I realized I made a mistake and it was 10 days. No, your initial prior statements were close in time.
Yes.
And you hadn't seen her in 10 days. And now this is why you having your lines and details so straight on direct examination versus contrast right now. To me, stuff like that is compelling.
Yep.
Because why don't you know this with the same detail? Well, I thought it was 10, but then I realized, I had stopped by after work one of those days, so it was really 6. But I mean, still, when Bigham approached me about it, it still seemed like it was outside her window, and I can't explain that. You can have a very genuine answer to not being able to explain something. Because then we could just say, hey, if this was believable, DNA was floating around, maybe it just got there somehow. Who knows how things work? But this denial and then switching your story, it calls to question your entire credibility.
I'll also say that what calls to question is him denying that he was with her at all in that period of time. I mean, he could have completely walked away from this and said, yeah, I went there and her birthday was the next day. We had a quick hookup and, I headed on my way and went to work the next day or went home to my parents.
We had an encounter at a restaurant.
Anything. It was her birthday. I gave her a quickie in the car or whatever, but oh my goodness. But the fact that he is trying to distance himself so much from it is so telling to me.
Crazy. Yeah, that's where I'm at, Tatum. You're not confusing 10 days with a weekend.
Nope.
And you're not going to confuse, you thought it was 10, because he said something in his wording that was like, it's always been, it's from the beginning, I've said. I wish we had closed captions so I could find it easily. But his language, from the beginning, I've always said.
Yeah, it was something.
There's been no foundation laid that Mr. Melton's aware of these things. That would all be through GBI crime lab witnesses who do have personal knowledge and scientific information. And so there's no foundation for these questions, and he's asking for things that are outside of Mr. Melton's personal knowledge. He's asking about things.
I would object to a speaking objection, Your Honor, and just ask the state to state the ground.
Okay, I'm going to overrule that objection. He was just explaining his objection. I'm going to respond in the same way as the last objection. I'm going to sustain the objection as to the form of the question, allow you to rephrase if you choose to do so.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Would you agree that in order for your DNA to drain into Ms. Baker's anus, you would have to have sex with her? Can we agree on that point?
Agree.
Okay. Did you have sex with Ms. Baker the day of her death?
No, sir.
The last time you saw Ms. Baker, was it 6 days before or 10 days before?
From the beginning, I've said I saw her the weekend prior.
From the beginning, you've said that?
Yes, sir.
That you've seen her the weekend, and that has always been what you said?
There was a time that I was confused, and it was 20 plus years later. And then I made a statement that I felt like maybe it was 10 days prior, and I was confused at that point because I have always said from even meeting with the detectives from the beginning that we were together that weekend. And then time had gone by, and I had even spoke out publicly for the first time.
Mr. Melton, to my question, is that a yes or a no?
He's in the middle of providing his answer. Again, the witness has a right to answer Mr. Cruz's questions in the manner that he believes.
But he can't pontificate.
It's non-responsive, Your Honor. And I would ask the state to stop the speaking objections because they are coaching the witness in the middle of his testimony.
Okay, I'm going to overrule that objection, and I'm going to sustain the state's objection. This witness is allowed to respond to your question. And if he's in the middle of responding, no one can interrupt. You may continue if you choose to do so.
So you cannot object to non-responsive.
Well, time had gone by.
Is what she's saying.
And then I had spoken publicly. At this point, I have stated over and over again that we were together the weekend
look at
before.
the jury. Make it really.
And then there was a point in time that Tara's mother had stated that she was at her house.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
I am going to sustain that objection.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I don't want to send the jury out, but I would like to approach to understand the parameters of which I could.
We all would like to know, Mr. Cruz. We don't understand the parameters either. The parameters are whatever is best for the prosecution.
Yeah, I was going to say the parameters are only on one side.
Well,
Right,
I can
so
tell you
one approach.
I can tell you at lunch break, I'm happy to do a dramatic reenactment of Mr. Cruz trying to cry on the stand.
You mean Melton?
Oh, who did I say?
Cruz.
Yeah, Mr. Melton. Yes, Chris Melton.
We could always do one of these.
One lick was exchanged. Zach hit Shane. Dinsmore pulls up. Dinsmore comes outside.
Girl, you
My
can't do
favorite,
that.
most credible witness.
You can't do that. I was taking a drink.
I came into today like, hey, there could be someone from the law firm. Anybody else could have done this. You know, all these other options. But his testimony is making me think more that this is the guy that actually did it.
Me too.
I need the bank video. I need the alibi. And I don't know how compelling that's going to be for me because I don't know what time the fire started. I know the state's trying to give an explanation to narrow down the window, but I don't know. Oh, they quieted us again.
Indeed, they did. That was like a Mr. Dog Bates kind of question. Sir, why aren't you crying?
Or Dana McClendon question.
Exactly. Oh boy. What are we arguing here?
He's still
Is the
swinging, Dizzy. Cruz is cut off at the knees, but he is still swinging.
He is going for the rooftops.
They're going to handcuff him. He's going to be there with his shoulders.
He'll be kickboxing.
Your current residence, I won't say your address, but your current residence is the same residence that your parents stayed in 2001. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And at that time, you stayed in the basement. Is that correct?
At that time, I would have been on the second story.
Forgive me.
Bedroom.
I asked that question wrong. The week before Tara's death, you went to your parents' home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
During that time, you stayed in the basement. Is that right?
No, sir. I think it was in my old bedroom in the second story.
Course indulgence, Your Honor.
Oh, impeach him.
Oh boy.
Impeach him. Bring out a statement.
Oh boy. I was a basement monster. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Michigan, basements are all over the place. So it's okay. Some of them are really nice. Mine was. I made it a nice little home for myself. While I lived with mom and dad for a short period of time.
Aaron says they let me go upstairs sometimes.
Yeah, I had nephews that would stand at the top of the stairs because I had convinced them that Timmy lived in the basement with me and that they shouldn't upset him.
Yeah, don't bother me down here. There's monsters.
Exactly. Don't go in the basement. Timmy's down there. He doesn't like when there are visitors. I have to approve them. They'd be like,
oh, he's pulling something up, I think.
Oh,
boy.
This isn't the first time you've been asked that question, is it?
We got a prior statement.
Okay. Do you recall on May 5th, 2024, being asked where you resided when you went to your parents' home the week before Miss Baker's death?
I don't recall the question.
Say that one more time. You don't recall what now?
I don't recall.
Being asked that question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall making the statement? So I was working there and driving back and forth. Well, my parents, we had a furnished basement. So then that's where I was. Do you recall making that statement?
I don't recall making the statement, but it seems okay.
Judge, I move to introduce
So he just said this in 2024. And now he doesn't remember it.
Doesn't remember. Interesting.
And it seems like he would have said that, I was staying there every night. I wasn't at my apartment. That was closer.
as defense exhibit number 32. Mr. Melton's May 5th, 2024 interview with Miss Elizabeth Bigham. Minute mark is 1442 through 1448. And before I introduce this, you do recall speaking with Miss Bigham, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask you play minute mark 1442 through 1448 into the record.
All right. Any objection from the state?
I don't think any of the foundation for proper admission has been laid.
He
However,
just identified when it was.
if this is
He just said he remembers speaking to these detectives on that date.
What foundation is missing? We're all clear on what we're getting ready to hear. What?
Man.
He's going
Is
to have to
that-
lay more.
Yeah, probably.
interview, the state would stipulate to the foundation for the admissibility.
Stipulate.
Can you all confer about whether that's accurate since you're offering to stipulate?
If you're going
Why
to
would you-
stipulate, why would you object, you
All right. You
jackwagon?
may proceed. And it is, are you asking to admit it, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
That portion.
And just that portion. Mr. Yalamanchili, are you objecting to what Mr. Cruz has just offered into evidence? That particular disc.
I don't have a transcript pulled up, Judge, but accepting Mr. Cruz's representation that what he's going to play is the answer that he just asked Mr. Melton about that he didn't recall, I don't have any objection
All right.
to that.
And it is at that minute mark that the defense has just articulated is admitted.
What
You said
was
that
the
was what
point
Mr.
of all of
14.
that?
1442.
Thank you.
To be dramatic and maybe realizing halfway he had no objection because he just said
A lot of
when
times-
the conversation took place.
A lot of times he doesn't have an objection. Mr. Cruz will be like, I need clarification on what the objection
look at
is.
co-counsel. Co-counsel's like,
He's like,
yeah, got him.
Oh, we need to know that man's name. He's a spirit animal.
Hold on, I had it up. It's hold on. I might have put it in the description, I might not. Justin Hill.
Justin Hill. Well, Mr. Hill, welcome.
And his office is on Peachtree Street in Atlanta. We're gonna call this Impeachment Street today.
Hey,
That's
yes,
where we are.
Mr. Hill on Impeachment Street.
I want to see him impeach somebody. Slim Light, thank you for being a member for 6 months. Don't apologize. Hope you've been doing well. Always good to see you when you can spend time with us. I think this is the perfect day to hang out with us, even if you're new to this case. We've got the third-party culprit on the stand. It is not going well. Also says, have a blessed day and week. Right back at you. I'll be in and out. Love y'all. We love our workers and lurkers in the bushes. Big love to you, Slim Light and Jay. And Factual Lie with 20 months. Holy moly. 20 months. Says, don't forget to do the YouTubey things. Thank you, Factual Lie. Let's get this impeachment going.
It is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you said that was what, Mr. Cruz? I'm sorry, 14.
1442
Thank you. Go ahead.
through 1448.
Okay.
Objection stipulation is still crazy.
Right. If you were going to stipulate to it, why were you objecting at all? Like, I don't get it. What was the point? I am not an attorney, but that makes absolutely no sense to me.
It was a never mind. Oops.
Uh-huh. It was, I object, this is bad for my case. Oh, I'll stipulate. Yeah, I saw someone posted, can you tell me how to get to Impeachment Street?
Got it?
Working there and driving back and forth. Well, my parents, that we had to finish basement. So then that's where I was keeping, well, pretty much Jersey, that we had to finish basement. So then that's where I was keeping, well, pretty much Jersey.
Oh.
He's speaking quickly there in 2024.
Oh, yeah. He's a clipping along. There's no southern slowness there.
Why'd they play it twice?
Yeah, you should be taking a big old sigh up on that witness stand, sir.
there and driving back and forth. Well, my parents, that we had a finished basement, and that's where I was keeping well, pretty much Jersey.
Okay, did you hear that? I was driving back and forth. We pretty much had a huge basement. That's where I was keeping, and then I cut the audio off.
I hear that.
Okay. So you were staying in the basement, is that correct?
I would stay in. There's times I stay in both. We had finished basement and had the bedroom upstairs.
Okay.
And the furnished basement was set up as a place to stay, a place to hang out for whoever, and then also had my.
Overruled.
So
You may continue with your.
The finished basement would have like a couch, sofa, TV, things, in my old bedroom upstairs also had a bed and so forth, and I would stay and hang out in one, stay in the other, depending on who was there at the time, if we had visitors or whatnot. So I would stay in the basement if nobody else is using it.
You're under narrative.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Yes, ma'am.
You may continue.
So
Wow.
with that being said, I feel like kind of both are true. I had my old bedroom and they had a furnished basement.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34.
Do we have another statement?
Let the record reflect that I'm showing Mr. Melton what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34.
Is the basement not finished?
The fact that he could be in either location in the home, I don't know how they would know how his parents would know whether he was
Mr.
home or
Melton, you
not.
recognize Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34 as
Great point.
And he had an apartment he could be staying at that they wouldn't be
photographs from
alarmed
your
if he
house.
didn't
Is that
come
correct?
home.
An
correct.
only child.
Okay, and I believe Defense Exhibit 33 is the side of your house, and Defense Exhibit 34 is the back side of your house. Is that right?
That's
That's where
correct.
they're going,
Your Honor, I
misdemeanor.
would move to. Have those photographs been altered in any way?
No,
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of your home. Is that correct?
correct.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34 into evidence.
No objection.
They are admitted.
Now, Mr. Melton, you would agree there's a reason why you would say that you were staying in the second story of the house, correct?
As far as
There's a back door exit on the basement. I believe that's Defense Exhibit 34, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
there's a basement exit.
Even
yes, sir.
worse.
And there's also a side exit from the basement, which was Defense Exhibit 33. Is that correct?
There's one exit. There's a door on the backside that goes into like a dead space that's more for access.
So Defense Exhibit 34, the backside is a door to enter and exit the basement where you don't have to go in the house. Is that right?
The side door would be. The back door is not.
But either way, there's an exit there's an exit from the basement and an entrance into the basement. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, you recall your parents talking to law enforcement?
They did.
And they were one of your alibi witnesses. Is that right? Were you aware of that?
I would say yes. They knew I was there.
Can
you're
you
their
say
only
yes
child?
or no?
I am.
And by the time law enforcement spoke with him, you had been staying with him for 4 months. Is that correct?
4 months?
I had started staying with them after this incident. Yes. So, yes,
After Tara's passing?
that's correct.
So if
This is
any
May.
other witness said you moved home months before, that would be untrue.
That's correct.
Oh, we're gonna go to impeachment street
I
again.
want to talk to you about Miss Baker a little bit, okay?
Well,
Let's switch gears and come back.
I don't know about impeachment. I think that's to establish that you were probably at the apartment during the week of Tara Baker's death.
Yes.
And now you're only changing that story once you realize you needed to distance
To
yourself
have-
further west. Further west.
And have someone vouch for where you actually were, which they
Yep.
really can't.
Yep.
I mean, if there is an entrance and exit in the basement and he said like door wall or something, that means it's a walkout. A walkout basement?
Yeah, where you have like there's a walkout door and then there might be that thing where there's like a staircase and a different door, like a little vestibule before you go in
I'm
another
curious.
door.
I'm curious to see the picture because I think that there's like a door that maybe you could go in and out of, but there is actually a door wall, like
Yeah, I agree. I think
all
it's both.
glass.
And he was
Yep.
trying to be like, oh, it's not really a
Exactly.
direct door because you have to go through 2 doors for the one entrance.
Yeah.
And then Cruz is like, well, the other one's still 1 door, right? Like,
Yeah.
oh yeah. I think this is not looking good. I mean, and again, this is the type of thing that even if the state produces a video of this guy at the bank ATM at 9:10 in the morning, that's only going to make me wonder, when was the fire actually set?
I think it could have been set a long time before.
Because I think, didn't the woman who never was asked to look at pictures or do the sketch, who saw the white guy running, wasn't that at like 7:45 in the morning?
I feel like it was, and I also feel like the sniff witness, he said it was around 8 o'clock that he smelled smoke.
I think maybe
am I
like
remembering that wrong?
8:50, but for him to smell it at that point, it's enough that it's leaving the house and not dissipating enough to get to his home.
So he could have absolutely made that timing work. Yeah, because remember, dude said, "Oh, I opened my window to get some fresh air." Dude, you were gonna smoke a doobie. Who are you kidding? You're in your 20s. You and your buddies are in your apartment together. 8:45, 8:50. Yeah, even so, I think that the evidence in the testimony has not disproven that it would be impossible for him to have been there. Because this whole Bennett at Nash at 7:30, we don't have anything to corroborate that. Not that I've seen anyway.
I feel like it's very, so with the Nash testimony, I feel like, because he says that he goes with his friend, they leave around 7:15 and go to Nash Plumbing. That part wasn't on the whiteboard, but he says he like drives with his friend or something, right? His coworker friend that was friends since high school, but the state didn't
his
think it was
employee.
relevant.
Now it's an employee.
To me, like, the idea that you'd have to give that detail consistently over the years means back then you knew it was important to say you were somewhere at 7:30, 7:45 already. So, and we'll have to see, but I feel like the ATF guy, even though the state was trying to say, here's all these reasons why the fire might not be blazing through the roof as quickly as one might expect. It was humid outside. There was a lot of moisture. There was no ventilation. I still don't feel like we had the information needed for that guy to pinpoint a time.
No,
more
I
narrowly.
don't either.
He was just giving, it could happen that way.
And we think we know what blanket was used. We're not exactly sure on the material of the blanket that was supposedly used to set the fire.
And
Like,
they don't collect that? Like, they didn't collect, like, how do they not have that blanket in evidence? Or was it like so burned that they didn't have a reliable piece of fabric?
It's possible. And so they only went by the roommate's recollection of what was there and what was missing. I guess that would be the only way that they could have done it, because I would think that it would have been completely consumed.
Yeah, and the other thing, Tatum says he set that fire to destroy evidence.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also not sure that if the 2 roommates went out of the town the night before, Tara was at the library, who's to say that he didn't do the other things, fight her the night before, and then go back at a different time to set the fire?
Set the fire.
Because, like, then we don't even need to explain how he would do all of the acts in a narrow time window if he could have separated them in time.
Yep.
So...
Yeah. I am at way reasonable doubt right now, because this guy's looking really good for it.
Yeah, and this is kind of the danger of pointing to the third party suspect, but like, this is actually really compelling. I don't think the defense really needs to do much more. Like, this guy, there's a good chance this guy could have done it, rather than saying somebody else besides my client. I don't think it's really that bad that the defense is pointing the finger at one person right now.
I don't either.
Oh man, chat. You guys were not wrong when you said, let's go, it's Melton Day, when the chat was here before I got here. This is a time. So he's switching topics now. He's going something about Tara.
I want to talk to you about Miss Baker a little bit, okay? We'll switch gears and come back to some of this stuff.
Well, assuming Tara.
Would it be fair to describe Miss Baker as super friendly?
That'd be a fair statement.
You would also describe her as down to earth?
Correct.
She did not have any racial biases?
No, sir.
And although
That's
she was a
important.
law student, you would agree that she was not pretentious.
I mean, no, sir, not unless it's for little specialty things like her collections of things, but no.
Now, is it fair to describe Miss Baker as a casual dresser, shorts, hiking boots, sweat top type of girl?
Yes, sir.
She was more of a flats over heels kind of girl. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Okay. And she had more of on her day-to-day appearance, she had more of a casual appearance that did not include daily makeup. Is that right?
I would say, light makeup, if any.
Weird.
I'd like to
Weird
show you
response.
what would be marked as Defense Exhibit 35. Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness to show him Defense Exhibit 35.
The photo of Tara?
Do you
I'm glad he
recognize
gets
the
his
photo of
numbers
Miss
in order.
Baker?
It's Miss Baker. Miss Tara.
And is that how Miss Baker, makeup-wise, hair-wise, is that how she carried herself mostly on a daily basis?
Let's say yes.
Right, and that's the fair, accurate depiction of Miss Baker as you would remember her.
I'll say yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 35 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
It is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'd like to ask you about the times that you visited Miss Baker's home in Deer Park. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. Is it fair to say that you've probably visited Deer Park more times than you could count?
She wasn't there a terribly long time, but I would say, yeah.
Sir.
We've been there many times.
Okay. And during the times that you visit Miss Baker's apartment, you'd see normal foot traffic. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And that foot traffic was due to a Walmart being on the opposite side of the neighborhood. Is that correct?
I'd say there's a Walmart. Yes, sir. And
Now, the majority of that foot traffic
Was he
it
gonna say something else?
African-Americans walking. Is that fair to say?
it's fair to say.
And those African Americans were typically in the late teenage, young adult range. Is that correct?
I would say it would vary, but I would say young teenagers, I would say.
Now, in regards
I'd be like, do the black men typically walk and the white men run in the early morning?
to Miss Baker's passing, on January 19th, you testified that you went to the scene of Miss Baker's death.
That's correct.
And while at the crime scene, you were asked to identify Miss Baker.
That's correct.
Okay, and you were shown a single photo of Miss Baker. Is that right?
That's correct.
Oh, I'd love to see the photograph that he was shown. I'm sure that's what he's pulling out.
Yeah, it had to be like a Polaroid or something, right?
Something like that.
Well, they had digital.
I mean, they had
cameras
digital
then.
back then, yeah. They weren't
And I let the record
common.
reflect that I'm showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 36. Let the record reflect that I'm showing Mr. Melton what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 36.
Oh, it is definitely a photograph that he's taken up there.
Is it to see if he cries?
You recognize that photo?
I believe it's the photo I saw.
This was the photo that you were
Foundation.
shown to ask to identify Ms. Baker?
No,
This was not the
I
photo.
don't believe that was the photo.
Can
Oh,
you describe the
boy.
photo that you were shown to identify Ms. Baker?
Even better. Oh, this is a gift.
I believe that her head was turned slightly. And there was coverage that
Mr. Melton, you're just shown photograph of Ms. Baker's deceased. You're just shown photograph of Ms. Baker's deceased, and you have not shed a tear.
I knew it.
no.
He's trying.
I think I need a moment. Like,
Sure.
Now you need a moment after being called out for not crying.
Oh, this guy. I would love to be sitting in that courtroom right now, looking at that jury, because that jury
Look at the
has covered
judge.
everything you need to know.
okay.
Okay.
So let's switch gears.
Let's
While we're
switch
here.
gears.
You testified on direct examination that you became so upset that you punched the wall in your apartment. Is that correct?
When I unleashed the emotions, yes.
Okay.
He
And when
still
you
has the
unleashed
slow
the
voice
emotions, you
on.
became extremely angry. Is that correct?
I was upset. Yes, I was upset at the situation.
And the way you chose to release your emotions through violence. Would you agree?
Oh, good line of questioning.
Towards that wall.
But you told the jury that the injuries to your hands came from punching the wall. Is that right?
My injuries came from punching the wall.
Okay. And we've already agreed. Well, you've testified that the wall was sheetrock. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to show you what would be marked as
The hands.
Is he going to show the hands, or is he going to
He's
have a
gotta
picture of
show
the wall?
hands. No, he's got to show the hands.
Defense Exhibit 37. Defense Exhibit 38.
The 3 photos.
Defense Exhibit 39.
Do we have more? Do we have the picture of his body?
And Defense
Possible.
Exhibit.
Oh, yeah, because there was emotion about that, wasn't there?
Let the record
before
reflect
the
that I am
trial?
showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit
40?
40.
Okay.
Cameraman,
So we have
please.
4.
There you go.
Deep breath, deep breath. Into the microphone.
I know, like, what the heck? And let me
Your Honor,
just...
let the record
well,
reflect
oh,
that
wait.
I'm showing Mr. Melton what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 38 through Defense Exhibit 40.
I have 37 on.
I'm sorry, 37
Go ahead.
through 40. Please forgive me. Is it okay if I approach you, Mr. Melton?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Even that was dramatic. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Please take a moment and take a look at Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40.
While he's doing that, what I was going to say is, you know, I lost my father in January of 2024. And if I had to testify about his life, about anything about him, that first year that he was gone, it was very, very difficult for me to discuss it without completely breaking down.
And like an odd detail will do it. Like just like
Always
the
when you
littlest-
least expect it. And you know, Mr. Demeanor, he'll just be like, "Why are you crying?" And I'm like, "I don't know. It was
I
stupid,"
just thought
you know?
of this thing from 3 years ago.
This is 20 plus years ago for this man, and this was not apparent to him. This was someone that he had a relationship with that sounds like it was kind of rocky there at the tail end. all of these dramatics are completely falling flat for me because I know even now, it's been 2 years since my father passed away. I am much more capable of honoring his memory and talking about what a phenomenal man he was and the things that I love to do with him. I would not have been able to do this even a year ago. I would have been like, yeah, we need to change the subject because I would have just been a blithering idiot. And so it's difficult for
with
me.
like a tear, like at least.
Oh,
I
would be sobbing. And when I cry really hard, then I start gagging, coughing. And so,
the puffy face, all of
Oh,
it.
yeah. This is not genuine because it's been 20 plus years.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to have some type of super emotive reaction,
No!
but it's like coming out in a delayed fashion. It's lingering on when the topics have shifted. Like we're moving on to different questions.
He
It's
is-
like forgets to stop doing the pause and slow down. And I think he's lucky he's not the defendant.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's the dramatics of it that is really kind of pushing me over the edge. Grief is a funny thing because everybody does handle it differently, but this
Or
amount
maybe
of
you think
time,
like 20 years have passed, I've gotten over it, but the jury won't understand that I've processed it, so I have to I'm nervous that they'll think weird of me if I don't put on, but it still doesn't seem like that either.
No. And I think about, Mr. Demeanor lost his mom in 1998. And when I came on the scene just a couple of years after she had passed away, it was very, very different. He is very able to have lengthy conversations about his mom and, the great qualities she had and what a phenomenal cook and baker she was and just housewife in general, and mom. But when it was close to time, no, that was not a conversation we were going to have. And this is very close to the same time frame. And that was my husband's mom. This is weird. Dude, do you need a paper bag up there?
Yeah, and I'm so focused, and the prosecution tunneled my vision to this. People were looking at me, people stopped talking about me. The prosecution gave me a foundation to perceive some of what he's recalling, how he felt then, and what he's delivering today. The prosecution gave me a place to anchor that, and that place to anchor it is a guilty conscience back in the day. I think the prosecution really messed up there.
Oh, I do too.
Because I don't think this is like Wendy. I don't think it's like Adelson where the prosecution's trying to get them all one by one. I think the prosecution's genuinely trying to get Faust here. I do not think the prosecution has any desire to look Melton's way. So, but the prosecution's gave me that question and answer line where it's like, oh, everybody was looking at me and angry with me. Did you just think that? Or
right. Yeah, it's his perspective on things is odd, all of it. And Kiss and Pink, I just want to say I'm so sorry for your loss. And I promise you, as someone who has recently gone through it, it does get better.
Yeah, you are her memory, and we love you. So by extension, we love what your mom was able to do with her.
It doesn't go away, but you find ways to cope in a healthier way.
Well said.
You recognize Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40 as the wall that you punched. Is that correct?
Oh, we do have pictures of the wall.
I would say yes.
Okay. Goody
Is that a
gumdrops.
fair and accurate depiction of how that wall looked after you punched it?
I'd say from what I could recollect.
Sure. Has that photograph been altered in any way?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't.
Well, you have no reason to believe that photograph has been altered in any way. Is that correct?
I have no reason to believe.
Your Honor, I would ask to admit Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Does he sound like he's drunk
Thank you,
all
Your
of
Honor.
a
I would ask the
sudden?
publisher of the jury.
Granted.
Oh, look at his face.
Ruh-roh, my lie I told a little earlier about hitting the cinder block on the other side.
And what if it's only one thing and not like 40
Let's talk about the injuries
punches?
to your hands, Mr. Melton.
Yes, sir.
Yes, let's.
Court's indulgence.
Oh, indulge away. Yeah, I want to see the picture of the wall.
And the photographs of your hands have already been admitted through, as Defense Exhibit 29. Electively. And Your Honor, I just asked you to republish the photographs of the hands to the jury.
Granted.
The hand over his head. There's some distance there now.
It's okay.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor. I need one of these photographs.
Oh, you praying, but it's not
for
what
you one of
everybody
the
thinks.
photos from Defense Exhibit 29, and we're going to talk about some of these injuries.
Yeah, let's do it.
His face. Oh my goodness! I'm not supposed to laugh at
All right.
trials.
Can you see your
Like,
hands
come
on the screen, Mr. Melton?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Camera.
show
And
us,
you
show
would
us, show us, show
agree,
us.
for the purposes of the record,
Well,
I am
this is
making a
clearer.
fist. Mr. Melton, you would agree that a fist looks like this. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you make a fist and show the jury what your fist looks like? Okay, excellent. I want to talk about this injury here on
He's going to ask how, I think Lokong Express was asking in the chat, how do you explain this if you were punching with a fist?
the side of your
Shout out
thumb.
to Lokong.
Can you explain how you got that injury from punching drywall?
My hands are from work.
Are they?
I mean, no, I'm saying my hands from work are naturally have nicks and such on them.
A fresh
that
one?
very well could have occurred. I mean, from punching
2
through
days?
a wall. There's also things inside the wall. There's siding on the wall that has, once you go through, there's nails that may have been there. But at that point, I mean, I have little nicks and cuts just from my profession.
Mr. Melton, isn't it fair to say as a plumber you wear gloves?
No, sir.
You never wear gloves.
I wear gloves, but not 100% of the time. No, sir.
Well, I showed you Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40. There's a pair of gloves hanging on your wall, Mr. Melton,
Hanging on my wall.
but you don't use them.
When you're working with your hands, you work quickly also. And you don't have time to always have gloves on. And at that point in time, I'm not working with raw sewage or anything. This is new materials. So with that being said, you not worried about bacteria or anything infecting your hands. You just work through it.
So today, on February 9th, 2026, you remember exactly how you were working on January 19, 2001.
It's easily to assess because I worked it for so long.
Sure. But you don't remember whether or not Ms. Baker told you she was going to be home alone the day before her death.
We're gonna keep coming back to
There were
it.
moments under stress. I can't recall everything.
So let me ask you about this injury here. So did this come from the wall or did that come from work?
Is that an injury?
Right here.
Sir.
I don't know if I...
Or how about this injury
Hey.
here, Mr. Melton? How would you get this injury on the top of your hand going in this direction from punching sheetrock?
That even appears...
Oh my.
Oh, yes. Even when you punch through walls, you got to pull your hand back. I'm punching into a wall, pulling my hand back, punching through a wall. And even at work,
Drywall
I
doesn't do
have
that.
nicks, cuts, and even burns from soldering pipes and hot materials. I can't tell if that's an injury from hitting something or
Now he's got to come up with something hot that could have touched his hands.
injury from work, and it may look like that even looks like it could be even a slight solder. It's
Back
hard to
it, Brad.
say. I mean, it's hard for me to assess that.
But this is the first time in 25 years that you've ever made the statement that these injuries were from work. Would you agree?
I've never been asked the question as far as if they're from.
We're back
And
to
just to make
never
sure we're
been
on the-
asked
I can
the
recall.
question.
Just to make sure we're on the same page. Your exact statement was to law enforcement is the injuries. Matter of fact, we don't even have to go to law enforcement. Your exact statement in the court before these jurors was that these injuries came from punching the wall in your apartment. Do you recall making that statement?
Was this prior to being shown pictures?
Mr. Melton, do you recall
Is this the first
making
time you
that
saw these
statement?
pictures?
Yes, I had injuries from my hands from hitting the wall. That's what I recall.
But when I
Told
asked
the
you
jury.
about the injuries, you are now saying that they are from plumbing and hitting the wall. Is that right?
Well, I have, when you're pointing out specific things, like I do have from plumbing, you're going to have nicks and cuts or whatnot from that. Just,
My question is, during my examination of you, this is your first time saying that these injuries are from plumbing. That's a yes or no question, if you can.
since you just asked that question, I guess I would have to say yes. And
Yeah.
Once the jurors finish looking at the photos, we'll go over some other photos as well. Now, on the day of Tyra's death, you voluntarily went to the Athens-Clarke County Police Department.
that's correct.
Okay. And I believe the state asked you a couple of times, did you hire a lawyer or did you refuse to speak to him? When you agree as the boyfriend, if you refuse to speak to him, you would look even more guilty?
Rephrase the, or
good
restate
question.
the question.
Sure. The state asked you on direct examination multiple times about whether or not you got a lawyer or whether or not you refused to talk to him. Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes.
Okay. When you agree
Ay, ay,
as
ay.
Ms. Baker's boyfriend, you would look more suspicious if you refused to talk to law enforcement.
If I refused.
Okay.
Yeah, that, okay.
So we agree on that. Is that right?
Of course. I mean, you want to be, I'm always wanting to be cooperative.
Sure. But that was a yes to my question, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would also agree you would look more suspicious if you refused to give blood. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would look more suspicious if you refuse to give hair. Is that right?
Correct.
You would look suspicious if you refuse to talk to him. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you conducted an interview with Officer Bill Ricketts on the 19th. Do you recall that interview?
I believe so.
And you said you believe so. Are you certain that you remember conducting?
Yes, I
an interview?
remember an interview on the 19th.
And your father was present with you during that interview. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he sat with you for the entire interview.
Yes.
Okay. And during that interview is when you told law enforcement that you were at your parents' home at 7:15 on January 19th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall during the interview being asked how would you describe you and Ms. Baker's relationship?
Yes.
And your response
my.
is that she was your borderline fiance.
I recollect.
Okay. And you advised him that you and Ms. Baker were very serious at the time of her death.
Yes.
I don't think they were. I think he thought they were.
I believe you established with the state that the truck you used for work at the time of Ms. Baker's death was your own work truck, the truck you purchased. Is that right?
Correct.
Oh, boy. I have a feeling we're going to go back to that easel soon.
Now let's talk about Josh McCordy. The state asked you about your relationship
His
with
friend.
Josh, and you stated that he was just a coworker that you met at McCarty Plumbing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Josh stays less than a mile away from your home. Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh.
Josh knew where you lived. Is that right?
Yes, he worked for me.
Okay. You knew where he lived?
Once we became coworkers.
And you two attended the same high school?
That I'm unsure of.
You're unsure if you attended the same high school with someone you stated was your employee, Mr. Melton?
That's correct.
What is wrong with this guy?
But to law enforcement, you only
Doesn't do background
identified
checks?
Josh McCordy as somebody that you work with. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you stated on direct examination that while at Nash Plumbing, you loaded up supplies. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. But at no time did you provide law enforcement with any documents related to your employment at Nash Plumbing. Is that right?
That's correct.
Uh-oh.
So in regards to your alibi that you were at Nash Plumbing at 7:30 through 7:45, we just have to take your word for it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I would say so at that point.
Yep.
And law enforcement did, in fact, just take your word for it. Is that right?
I'm not sure. I would say to my knowledge.
Sure. Now, you stated after leaving, today you stated after leaving Nash Plumbing, you went to the bank.
Correct.
And did you go over that with the state when you all met?
Here's important questions about this
I
bank.
knew when I had gone to the bank, but yes.
Okay. And you all discussed your timeline before you came to testify here today?
I had gone over it, a refresher.
However, on January 19, 2001, you told law enforcement after leaving Nash Plumbing you went to Truk Kustomz. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I may have not heard you all the way. Say it again.
Sure. On January 19th, 2001, when law enforcement asked you what were you doing that day, you told law enforcement that after leaving Nash Plumbing, you went to Truk Kustomz.
On the 19th, yes, I did say that.
And you advised law enforcement that you arrived at Truk Kustomz around 9:30 or maybe earlier. Is that right?
Not earlier, probably 9:30ish, 10.
Mr. Melton, this isn't the first time that you've had the opportunity to discuss your whereabouts on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
I have been questioned in the past
Okay.
several times. Is that
And you told do you recall making the statement, Truk Kustomz spelled with the K, Truk Kustom, and you were asked, okay, and do you know about what time it was? You made the statement, first time was about early 9:30, maybe earlier. Do you recall making that statement?
Oh.
Seems fair.
So at some point you leave Truk Kustomz, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Melton, do you still have that marker I gave you?
Oh,
All right, perfect.
here
Can
we
you
are.
write Truk Kustomz on that under the bank
Uh-oh.
and the time that you were at Truk Kustomz? All right, and you can
Back
stay
up
right there,
the
Mr.
info.
Melton, if you're comfortable. You can write the
Okay.
time next to Truk Kustomz. Okay, so now it's not 9:30, it is 10 o'clock? Okay, let's do 9:30 through 10, just to make sure that's accurate for the jury.
And Judge, I would ask that if there are going to be questions asked, that the witness be allowed to return to the witness stand so he can speak into the microphone.
I think that makes sense, so everyone can hear, including Ms. Satterfield. So you may have a seat and answer any questions in front of the microphone. Go ahead.
So at some point you would agree that you leave Truk Kustomz, is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you leave Truk Kustomz, you go to Grayson, Georgia, correct?
Correct. I go to Grayson.
Now, and you can write Grayson on the board for us, please.
We didn't put a time.
So do you recall speaking with Detective Ricketts 2 days later on January 21st, 2001?
Yes.
This is the guy that
Would you
took the
have any
pictures.
reason to disagree that January 21st, 2001 was a Sunday?
No.
So the week time frame.
During your
you
second
wouldn't have
interview, you advised Detective Ricketts that you stopped by the bank. Is that correct?
Yes. Then I had failed to mention that I went by the bank that morning. Yes.
And you stated that you were in the bank for a total of 35 minutes. Is that right?
Oh,
Sounds about right.
Okay.
Oh, that makes
Next to
it-
bank,
math
can
ain't
you put
mathin'.
35 MIN and circle it?
oh, that math is not going to math for us.
Just you put it there. That's fine. Now, during your second interview, do you recall Detective Ricketts coming to you and telling you that he went to speak with someone at Truk Kustomz?
Yes.
Okay. And in response, before he could tell you what he learned, you would agree that you changed your answer about the time that you went to Truk Kustomz. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. Not.
Do you recall making a statement? It's like before 12. I mean, it was probably 10:30, 11:30. Do you recall making that statement?
I don't recall the statements, but yeah, I would say, I mean, I would say okay. Yes.
Yes or no, Mr. Melton? Do you recall making that statement?
I'll say yes. Yeah. Yes.
Ooh, Lockong expresses the cut on the thumb could have been her tooth. Thank you for the super Lockong.
I want to know about this bank visit that took 35 minutes. He obviously had to have gone inside the branch.
And then I it's just my gut feeling that Cruz wouldn't be going down this route if there was a video of him inside this bank at 35 minutes. So I just don't
Yeah.
think that a video was ever returned over to the defense.
I would agree with that. I think
And
that
the best we're going to get is witnesses at the bank that were like, yeah, we remember who he is. He used to come in the bank.
right.
Which doesn't narrow down to that time and that time window, that date and time.
35 minutes is a long time to be in a branch.
Oh, and just remember, so he's speaking with Detective Ricketts. He's like an advocate type officer on the Sunday, the 21st. But he's telling Ricketts on the 21st about where he was on the 19th, the Friday. So the incident happened on a Friday.
Correct.
Thank you, KLF. I'll put this on the screen.
So is it fair to say that the actual time is between 10 a.m. and 11:30 on the 19th?
His handwriting.
Based on your statement?
As far as being at Truk Kustomz,
Yes, sir.
and you stated what you did say. What did you just say? I'm sorry.
Would it be fair to say that the actual time of being at Truk Kustomz is sometime between 10 a.m. and 11:30 a.m.?
That's pretty broad, but yeah, I would say, okay, it would fit in there.
I don't know where this dude did any
Now,
work
during the
so
January
far.
21st, 2001 interview, you were told for the first time that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted. Is that fair?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. During the January 21st, 2001 interview, you were told that Tara was probably sexually assaulted.
What is he looking at?
I don't recall being told at that point. I had been told Adam, Tara's brother, had called me that morning and had kind of informed me that this is what we're looking at, that they had been informed.
So let me ask the question again. On January 21st, 2001, you knew that Tara had been sexually assaulted. Is that right?
At that day, yes, I had been informed that day.
Now, law enforcement also informed you of that. Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Would hearing the recording refresh your recollection?
I would say if I heard it, it would help reflect. Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask to refresh this witness's recollection outside the presence of the jury.
Right, and this is a good time for a restroom break, so I'm going to send you all into the jury room. This will be a good restroom break, so we'll take a little bit of time. Please don't discuss the case.
All right.
Oh boy.
And I was looking back before they get into this outside the presence of the jury when we had, what was the guy's name? Cross-examination, David Griffith with the GBI. My notes, it seems like when he got into a discussion, Griffith tried to volunteer. It wasn't just family members we spoke with in May, it was 2 bank employees. So my current impression from the available testimony is that any corroboration about being at this bank is a conversation with 2 different bank employees 4 months later. And if there's more, that might come out when a different detective is called. But so far, Griffith is who we had on the stand discussing these things.
And I can tell you, even months later, whoever the teller was that handled, I might have a little experience with this, whoever the teller was that handled the transaction, if there was an approximate time, and generally if he went in all the time to do his banking, they would know him, and they could easily go back and check their teller work and see what time he was in there to confirm that, yes, indeed, he was here on such and such day. So,
Yeah,
my
question would be, do we get any tangible corroboration?
Time. Because I can tell you, even as far back as 1987, when I worked in banking and I was a teller, it would put a time on the receipt. And there was a record of it within my own teller window when I would run transactions. So there should be no dispute as to the specific time that he was there.
Agreed. We've got a shocked hippo from Kelly Bean over here, and we have another sticker over on Miss Janet Demeanor's chat. I can't see what it is, though, so I just have to leave that one to Miss Janet.
Another one. Let me see if I can find it.
Thank you, Kelly. Love your dog. Very adorable. Did anybody watch the Puppy Bowl yesterday?
I did not.
It's very adorable.
Sadly, I'll catch up on it, though.
Very adorable.
Well, thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kelly. All right, so we have outside the presence of the jury here. I could put up my little
take
picture
a break as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, they're going to take
Do
an
you want
actual
me to
break.
wait before I play it after the break?
Yes, sir. I think that would be best.
Put this up anyway. And we'll travel.
I would want to know, it's possible on a Friday back in, when was this, 2000, that it would take a long time for him to be standing in line at a branch, because that was back, we didn't have the luxury of online banking. Debit cards, even then, were relatively new. We still worked in a lot of cash society, even in 2000. So,
and I mean, anybody could go to the bank for you too.
Well, that's true too. Yep.
So.
Getting cash back would have presented an issue because it would have had to have been him.
Yeah.
But if he went to the ATM, it wouldn't take 35 minutes, and he could have likely deposited his check and gotten cash back at that point. So, and we don't know whether he had an account there or if
doing it for an Nash or like a business account.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. He could have gone to Nash's bank to cash the check, but he says deposit. So it sounds like he had an account there to deposit and then get cash back. But 35 minutes is a long time. I would think customer service surveys would not be very good to have to take 35 minutes. Oh, and Loganville was a very small city in 2001. Well, that makes it even less likely it was there for 35 minutes.
Yeah, good context there. Let me unbuffer this.
Back then, it was, people went to the bank more than what they do now.
Well, I like that you can deposit a check on your phone.
All right, we're running a little behind. I have to take an emergency phone call related to Chief Judge duty, so I apologize for the delay, but we'll go back on the record.
Ma'am, we don't care.
Mr. Cruz, are you ready for the jury to come in? Okay. Oh, that's right. Of course. All right. Are you ready to begin that? All right. Very good, sir. Go ahead.
She's jolly right now.
Oh, he's huffing already.
How long was that break? So wait.
It seemed like it was long.
Like 30 minutes?
I do see that Nick Stero was also commenting on devastation I may
35
have
minutes.
caused, devastation they may have caused, and devastation it may have caused.
Yeah, I think I could have heard they, but it did sound like it could have been I, and you know.
Yeah, it is definitely a Murdoch moment.
A large portion of the chat, I would say 3/4 of the chat, had like a guttural reaction to him
Yes.
saying that. And I would imagine that someone on the jury had that same reaction and heard it the same way. Maybe it sounds different in the courtroom. But if it sounds unclear and people make that conclusion, that's not a very good thing to hear if you are the state. Like,
Yeah,
oh.
that was sketchy.
Was it the prosecution calling her for the emergency?
All right, just for purposes of the record, let the record reflect that
She is
the
the
last
chief
question
judge,
asked
by
to
the
Mr.
way.
Melton was during the January 21, 2001 interview. Emma stated, has said it. You were told that Tara was probably sexually assaulted. At this time, we were refreshing his recollection. We were playing Chris Melton's January 21st, 2001 recorded interview. Minute mark 11:51 to 12:02 for purposes of refreshing Mr. Melton's recollection.
I thought she was going to yank that Kmart microphone over there and start asking if the state objected.
Oh, it reverted. Well, it's on lawyer right. Oh, thank you.
I'll wait, it might come in louder. But if we need to, we'll turn it up.
Hey, Mr. Melton, I'd like you to listen to this and let me know if your memory is refreshed. If you need to hear any other portions of it, I don't mind playing, okay?
Phlebotomists and that kind of blood people there, they take it, store it, put in evidence, and then on Monday morning, we've got a good working relationship. They'll start right away for us and tell us exactly what we've got.
Oh my. The suspense is killing me. He looks miserable on the witness
Did their
stand.
thing Saturday, and of course on the weekend there's none of the phlebotomists and that kind of blood people there. They take it, store it, put in evidence, and then on Monday morning we've got a good working relationship. They'll start right away for us and tell us exactly what we've got. Tara was probably sexually assaulted.
Oh.
You recall being told that, Mr. Melton?
Oh.
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, the witness's recollection has been refreshed.
All right.
I am ready for the jury to come.
All right, could you bring the jury in, please, sir? Thank you.
Bring the jury. Yeah,
Does it do that?
Brian is saying I have more than reasonable doubt. I'm waiting for them to prove the case. This so feels like Karen Reed. I sat through that entire trial waiting like,
Y'all may be seated.
where's the
Ms.
evidence?
Kris, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Melton, during the January 21st, 2001 interview, you were told that Tara was probably sexually assaulted. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. You would agree that you didn't start crying. Is that correct?
Correct.
You didn't become upset. Is that correct?
I would say not correct.
You said that's incorrect.
Incorrect.
Did you make outward expressions of anger?
No.
You didn't say you needed a moment to yourself, right?
Correct.
You didn't even say, I hope you find who did this before I do, did you?
Correct.
Instead, you asked calmly, did you find some stuff on her like semen? Is that right?
Correct.
What?
Oh, play it.
Oh,
Play
man. Oh,
it.
man.
I mean, I guess you could ask that if you were curious, if you wanted proof that she was actually sexually assaulted because you didn't want to believe it. But why
That's
not just say, why do you think that? Like,
That's a
are you
weird thing
serious?
to say. That's a weird thing to say in his position.
Oh boy, chat. Oh,
Did you? You didn't say you needed a moment to yourself, right?
Correct.
You didn't even say, I hope you find who did this before I do, did you?
Correct.
Instead, you asked calmly, did you find some stuff on her like semen? Is that right?
Correct.
Now, at the conclusion of the January 21st, 2001 interview, and I believe you've seen the photographs of your hands, pictures were taken of your hands. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think I have a better version of those hand photos I would like to show you.
oh,
Oh,
let
us
we have
see
more.
it.
We're just going through the scrapbook today.
Yeah. See, if anyone goes back and listen or watches me in the Donna Adelson trial when I was actually in the courtroom, since you see how I react to things, it was exhausting to sit in there and not do anything.
Oh, yeah, it'd be tough for me. I'd have to sit all the way in the back.
Whew, it was,
And, like-
I mean, there were still times, and I didn't want to mess with Judge Everett, man. Mm-mm. Exactly, Kelly.
The suspense. He moved away from the hand.
Move away from the hand.
This is going to be marked as Defense Exhibit 41. There are 13 photos in Defense Exhibit 31. It will be a omnibus exhibit, photos or better quality photos of Mr. Melton's hands.
Better quality. Can we
Why
see
did
whether
the
the
state
hair is
introduce
thin?
that?
I'd just like to clarify the record with Defense Exhibit 29. There are There are 9 photos in Defense Exhibit 29.
Sorry, say that again?
Just for purposes of clarifying the record, for Defense Exhibit 29, there are 9 photos collected in Defense Exhibit 29.
I'm also not so sure that everything was wiped down. If there was a lot of fire prevention or putting the fire
The
out,
washing, yeah.
yeah, it would have wiped away a lot of fingerprints, just the sheer pressure of it. So that's
Yeah.
not very compelling to me.
And if you had trouble hearing, guys, in the first clip of the interview that they played a few minutes ago, you hear the detective, I think his name is Beal, say, and they're wiping down, we'll see what we get back. It's like he's saying that they're testing for the fingerprints, is what I surmise from that first line of the recorded statement.
Let the record reflect that I'm showing Mr. Melton the 13 photos of his hands marked as Defense Exhibit 41.
Are you caught up?
You would agree that Defense Exhibit 41 is. You would agree that Defense Exhibit 41 is the same thing you saw in Defense Exhibit 29. Let me change that. Please forgive me. You would agree that Defense Exhibit 41 are photographs of your hands. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and a little bit better quality than Defense Exhibit 29. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Okay, and those photos are a fair and accurate depiction of your hands as they were on January 21st, 2001. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, Your Honor, I would move to introduce Defense Exhibit 41 and the 13 photos included in same into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
They are admitted.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Show us.
Please.
We want to see Mr. Cruz.
Now, after the
Mr. Hill,
photographs were
tell
taken
him,
of
we
your
wanna see 'em.
hands, while at the hospital, you did a blood draw as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you remember giving that blood draw. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's January 21st, 2001.
Correct.
Okay. After you were asked for hair and blood in January, your parents told you they're going after you, Kris. Do you recall them making that statement to you?
Yes.
Now, you discussed with the state the photograph you were shown of Miss Baker to identify her body. Do you recall us talking about that?
Earlier? The one you showed me?
Correct.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. And you stated that that was not the photo that was shown to you to identify her body. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I,
Go ahead, Mr. Melton.
I was looking through a digital camera with a small frame, and it was fuzzy, and it's hard to... Anyway, it's not as high quality as what you're showing here, but no.
But we could agree she had a sheet over her body. Is that right?
I believe she had something draped across her. It was at the bottom frame of the digital image.
All right, so I asked you this question. Do you remember telling law enforcement that the photo shown of you, of Miss Baker, had a blanket covering her from the neck down? So I saw her face and her hair.
Correct.
And the photo I showed you was a photo of Miss Baker with a sheet covering her from the face down, the neck down, and you saw her face and her hair. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
But we can agree you did not see a black cord wrapped around Miss Baker's neck. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Oh.
Is he going to know that she was strangled before anybody tells him?
Oh.
Do you recall the police officer interviewing you about you telling Mrs. Virginia Baker that you saw a black cord wrapped around Miss Baker's neck?
Not a black cord wrapped around her neck, no. I don't recall that.
Oh, no. Y'all.
You don't recall?
I do recall in the original photo that I saw, there was something draped over her, and I could recall seeing something black. I didn't know what it was. But like I say, I don't think that's even the image I saw.
So, Mr. Melton, we're speaking, the specific question I'm asking you, and you might have answered, I just want to make sure I'm clear. In the photograph you saw of Miss Baker, it was her with a sheet from the neck down. Do we agree on that?
The one you showed me, yes.
Okay, not the one I showed you, the one you described to law enforcement.
You said it.
I believe I stated there was something from, I don't know if I said sheet, but in the digital camera at the bottom section of the frame, it kind of stopped. You could kind of see something laying there.
Oh, sir, the
Sure,
jury
Mark,
heard what the
Mark,
jury heard. Oh, boy. I am so glad I'm not working today, y'all.
Move to mark the audio recording of Chris Melton with Detective Newton as defense exhibit 42.
Play it.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Danger, sir. Danger. Danger.
Just to make sure we're on the same page before I play this.
What if he pleads the fifth? Just run out of the room.
No, he's too arrogant for that. He's not going to do that. He thinks
Law
he's
enforcement asked you, do you
smart.
remember how much of her was exposed during that, in that picture that you saw? And your response was, they had a blanket covering from the neck down, so I saw her face and her hair, you know. You were asked, okay, you couldn't see any of her body or body parts. Your response was, no, I did not see any of her body. You don't recall making that statement?
I recall.
Now, you testified on direct that this was just a terrible experience for you. It destroyed you. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you and I both could agree Ms. Baker's death is a true tragedy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On Thursday, January 25th, 2001, you went to Miss Ashley Peevy's house. Is that correct?
Oh boy.
What's the dates?
January 25th, 2001.
Oh, boy.
And this is 6 days after Ms. Baker's death.
Oh,
Okay.
boy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And while at Ms. Peevy's home on the 25th, which we've agreed is 6 days after Ms. Baker's death, you called Miss Leah Tucker. Is that right?
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
danger, sir,
And it was after
danger.
8:15 p.m. It was nighttime. Is that fair to say?
I can recall the time.
That's fair. But you set up a dinner with Miss Tucker at 5:30 p.m. the next day. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but it sounds, she was a close past friend. Yes.
Right. And then on January 26th, despite your future fiance being brutally murdered, you called Holly Huffert. Would you agree with that?
I don't remember Holly Huffert, but I do recall someone that was hurting, like as in anguish, but I don't recall who Holly Huffert is.
Oh, because
Remember somebody else hurting and being in anguish?
Everybody around us.
He provides the secure presence.
But you set up a lunch with Holly Huffert for Friday the 26th.
I don't recall.
Okay. But we can agree it wasn't Miss Holly Huffert's fiance that died. It was your fiance, right?
That's correct.
Do you recall Miss Ashley Peevy Hall joining you and Miss Huffert for lunch?
I remember us joining for lunch with someone. If this is Holly, okay, yes.
Okay. And during that lunch, you were flirting with Miss Huffert 7 days after your fiance had been brutally murdered.
Reflected? You say, is that what you asked?
Flirted.
No,
You did not?
no.
During that lunch, you were gently
That would be
rubbing
in
Miss
poor
Huffert's lower
taste.
back.
No, I recall this individual having an emotional moment, describing what she
Oh,
was.
back to the
So
jury.
It's her that has the emotional moment, not him, Mr.
He-
Hero.
He is the one that provides the secure presence, Kat. And now he has to turn to the jury and explain to them what a great guy he is and how fantastic he was for all of these single ladies that were friends of his dear almost fiance.
Crazy.
And during that lunch, you were flirting with Miss Huffert 7 days after your fiance had been brutally murdered.
Reflected? You say, is that what you asked?
Flirted.
No,
You did not?
no.
During that lunch, you were gently rubbing Miss Huffert's lower back.
No, I recall this individual having an emotional moment, describing what she was going through. And I realized this person was in pain. And I reached over and I believe I did like a comforting touch to just acknowledge
Oh,
that
you did.
it's okay. They're not okay, but to have her understand that we're all going through this and it's going to be okay.
Would you be surprised if Ms. Huffert said that she was shocked by your actions during the lunch? Would you be surprised if Ms. Huffert said that she was shocked by your actions during the lunch?
I would be surprised.
After lunch, Miss Ashley Peevy Hall and Chris Hall, they left. Do you recall that?
I say vaguely, okay.
And do you recall telling them that you were going to continue hanging out with Holly?
This is a long time ago. I don't really recall this, but it would sound like someone who was, yes, that I would try to comfort, not flirt with or try to set up a date or anything. No.
Well, let me ask you this. On January 27, 2001, isn't it true you tried to comfort Miss Huffert at 10 p.m. At 10 p.m.?
How so?
Did you contact Miss Huffert after 10 p.m. on January 27, 2001?
Phone records.
I could believe I could make a phone call.
Do you think it's appropriate to call women at past 10 p.m. at night after you just lost your fiancé?
I'm going to object to the form of a question argumentative.
Sustained.
Yes, ma'am. Didn't you invite Miss Holly Huffert out on the town when you called her past 10 p.m. that night?
Honestly, I don't recall the conversation.
Oh, you know they're bringing her in.
Now, again, we discussed or you told this jury how much Miss Baker meant to you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you recall discussing with law enforcement Miss Baker's law school memorial service that was held shortly after her death?
Yes.
And that discussion occurred on June 20th, 2001.
Okay. I'm not sure about the time.
Do you have any reason to disagree that it occurred on June 20th?
No.
Instead of attending Ms. Baker's law school memorial service, you went to a country concert, correct?
Correct.
And you knew about the memorial service 4 days before the concert, is that correct?
Correct.
What?
And your stated reason for not going to your fiance's candlelight vigil was because another woman talked you into going into a concert with her. Is that correct?
Correct. Can I give further explanation?
Oh, she's
Well, I
going
have
to
a
let you
question for
talk
That
until
woman was Lauren
tomorrow.
Sherling. Is
I think the witness is asking for some direction.
Redirect
Right. Well,
on
and I
it.
think the record needs to reflect the witness was asking the court a question, which is not necessarily appropriate, but based on the state's interjection, I will say this with regard to all witnesses. All witnesses must answer the question if they can, yes or no, and they are entitled to explain. And so I'll let you ask the question again. And if this witness has the opportunity to explain, feels he needs to, he is allowed to by law. But you may ask the question again, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am. He answered my question, Your Honor. So the question I do have for you is that woman was Lauren. What I do have for you is that woman was Lauren.
Object, Your Honor. I think that the witness is allowed to explain his answer.
And I would ask you to go back to the former question, Mr. Cruz, and we'll go from there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, sir.
The question that I asked you, Mr. Melton, your reason for not going to the candlelight visual was because another woman talked you into going to the concert.
No, that's not accurate.
That woman was Lauren Sherling.
That is accurate.
Okay.
Can I explain? Do I have the opportunity? Do I?
All witnesses are allowed to answer yes or no and explain their answer if they choose to do
Is
so.
this something
Well,
in
I'd choose
Georgia? I've
Did
never
she-
heard of this before.
Did she just like say that on her own, or did someone object quietly there and I didn't hear it?
No, he asked. The witness was like, "Can I explain?" And she jumped in. What in
But
the
sh-
blue
But
blazes is happening?
she just 1 minute ago said it's inappropriate for the witness to be addressing the court, and now she's not. But now that the state has said something, but now she's doing it again anyway.
Yes. Is this something in Georgia? I don't
Can I explain?
understand this
Do I have the opportunity?
explaining
Do I?
thing.
All witnesses are allowed to answer yes or no and explain their answer if they choose to do so.
Okay. Well, I'd choose to explain. Lauren.
Oh,
was
this
one
is
of
your court now.
Tara's closest
Got it.
friends that loved Tara.
So neither of you went.
She worked with her at the law firm in Athens. That's how they met. They became very close. Along the way, we all became close.
So you didn't
We were
even
all
you didn't even know this person until your soon-to-be fiance introduced you, but now you're going to a country concert with her instead of going to the memorial service.
This is
People
so
are
gross.
strange. I know it happens. I know people like there's a term for it, right? When people like get together after they lose a partner or whatever, and they start dating the friend.
Right, right. Yeah, because they're consoling each other. But that's not what I'm picking up on this vibe at all.
Yeah.
He was like he was in heat after she was gone. Like found a new avenue to get chicks.
Oh.
This is so gross.
Like you don't
And
even have
then-
that much time to spend with her while she's working at this law firm, but you have enough time to get close to
Go
one
to
of the
a
friends that she works with.
And go to a country concert. I want to know who they saw. What country concert was it?
Tell us
Get it out.
everything. Yeah, this is a time.
became very close. Along the way, we all became close. We were all extremely grieving.
In 6
There
There
days?
was a
Grieving.
time that we did not see each other as far as physically in proximity. But she would reach out periodically and check in to see how I was doing. She was a very dear friend. She is one of the only few that actually would reach out to see how I was feeling, and then we would converse and we would talk about our feelings of the situation.
This
At the
is
time
so
of this
gross.
vigil, I did not know anybody at the law firm. I was grieving. I also was feeling extraordinarily uncomfortable with any presence I was of anybody that knew the situation. I would walk in to any room or any environment, and then people would separate, create distance, look at me with angry eyes. So I did not feel comfortable being there. As
Angry
much as I wanted to
eyes?
show respect, as much as respect as I had.
Overruled.
So with that
Angry
being
eyes?
said,
What are
Lauren
we
had an
at, Real
opportunity.
Housewives
She called
now?
me up. She had an opportunity to create in a different environment for myself. She said, maybe you need a different headspace. Come out and try to enjoy something. And so she invited me along with her group of friends, and she had had these tickets for an extended period of time. And she had one issue.
Hold on. So shout out to infamous Sylvia's in the chat. I'm going to read the case number out loud, but I'm also putting it in the chat for you, Sylvia. It's SU24CR0547. It's also in the chat for you there as well. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. You are there on a spicy, spicy day.
Woo,
And guys, if
lovey.
you didn't know, I know a lot of people here have been asking about the Sarah Grace Patrick case, and Sylvia's been in the courtroom for that, as well as like a million other cases, but she's often boots on the ground for Georgia cases. So if you don't already know her, there's her link there. So make sure you go and follow. But yeah, that's the case number. I'm not sure if you can copy and paste it from the chat, but just in case.
Oh, we want to know what's happening with this jury with this load of cow dung that is being flailed about in this courtroom.
Yeah, like let us know if they look like they're what they look like while
It was
listening to this.
there were definitely signs in Adelson when I was there, when certain testimony came in that I thought were like body language tells. So I'm curious. And I want to know if they're young or old. Like, are they old like me, or, you know, young like y'all?
I will send, and it sounds like Sylvia's trying to go into the court, but Sylvia, I'm sending you a link. I'll send it on X. That way, if you want to pop up anytime, I'll send that over to you. All right, let me hit play here. Let me run back this. Great. If I go back to the question, it's going to take like 10 years because of how long his answer is. Whatever,
And
starting
to see
here.
how I was doing. She was a very dear friend. She is one of the only few that actually would reach out to see how I was feeling, and then we would converse and we would talk about our feelings of the situation. At the time of this vigil, I did not know anybody at the law firm. I was grieving. I also was feeling extraordinarily uncomfortable with any presence I was of anybody that knew the situation. I would walk in to any room or any environment, and then people would separate, create distance, look at me with angry eyes. So I did not feel comfortable being there. As much as I wanted to show respect, as much as respect as I had.
Overruled.
Oh,
So with that being said, Lauren had an opportunity when she
hold on. I think that was co-counsel. I think that was Justin Hill objecting, right? Is that what it sounded like? And that's why it's overruled?
as much as I wanted to show respect, as much as respect as I had.
Overruled.
Yeah. So she overruled that, but it was from the defense.
So with that being said, Lauren had an opportunity when she called me up. She had an opportunity to create in a different environment for myself. She said, maybe you need a different headspace. Come out and try to enjoy something. And so she invited me along with her group of friends, and she had had these tickets for an extended period of time. And she had one, and she says, if you want to join us and try to get a different headspace, maybe this environment will make you feel better. And so I accepted, and genuinely, it did make me feel better.
Okay. So to my
The problem,
question,
it was
in
on the
regards-
same night. That's the problem. You going to a concert is not an issue, sir. The problem is that you chose to go to a concert on the same night. Like,
With someone you met through the person who's supposed to
Yes.
also have been a close friend. And it was a memorial service. And guys, I heard Cruz say this was now in June, so over the summertime, which makes more sense for a country concert, maybe. I don't know. I don't think this is January. I'm pretty sure Cruz said twice that it was June. But this law firm that she worked at was the one putting on the memorial candlelight service. So,
that's
and
why
then-
he's mad.
And then is this like, does Laura still work at that firm? It seems like there's extra reasons she'd want to be part of it. But
I don't
instead they do something else instead.
I don't understand why he needed to get a different headspace anyway. I'll say it again since he was so proud of it. He is the secure presence for everybody. He had the weight of the world. Remember, that was his testimony. He was the secure presence.
And doesn't want to go comfort anybody that's gathering at this memorial.
Right.
He didn't need to if he already had someone's back to rub at a country concert. Yeah, is Lauren gonna testify? I mean,
Oh, I bet the defense will call her. Especially if they stooped that night, you know doggone well she gonna be called by the defense.
yeah, honestly, good point, Amanda. In June, are you still feeling like the initial suspense that you wouldn't go in? I'm really not trying to shame anyone that has a hard time going to funerals or things like that. It's just not everybody's thing. But I just think it's weird to go do something else with a friend who's from that same law firm hosting the event that you didn't know until you met them through your to-be fiance. Stacking all those things together, especially hearing this after the testimony we've heard already on cross, it's not looking good for me.
And
I don't have a good read on how this
Yeah.
is coming through.
And I saw Angel said, but if everyone was looking at him and blaming him, I can see him not wanting to be around them. Sure, but sometimes you got to man up because
I
this
knew it
looked
was Maurice.
way worse.
Chat, it's Maurice doing the camera.
Oh,
I had a gut feeling. Love Maurice. So that's why we're getting like the zooms into the face and the nice panning here from the camera guy. Shout out, Maurice. Very excited to hear that. Shout out to Miss Sylvia for putting in her Rule 22 application as well.
go Sylvia.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Man. Yeah, I think it's suspect is a good description of this here. And I might feel differently if he was the one on trial, and I would say don't take the stand. I'd be looking in the other direction. Well, there's ways to explain all this stuff. Maybe this isn't enough to convict somebody on. But it's certainly a huge, huge dump of reasonable doubt on this defendant's table. So,
Yeah.
and that's again, we are here for the trial of Faust, and can the state prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt against Faust? And this guy, the state's witness, is not doing the state any favors. So.
You do realize we have yet to hear Edrick Faust's name today, except when Mr. Cruz said that he's representing him.
That's the most we hear it. Oh, good times. All right, let's see. His face is always stuck when I pause.
And your reason for not going to the candlelight visual was because another woman talked you into going into a concert with her. Your answer was no. Is that right?
You stated that she talked me into going. She didn't. She heard me through, and I believe that it's more of she gave me permission to accept that it's okay, Kris. It's okay that you can try to do something to feel better about your situation.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Melton. I think you and I could agree you're a very charismatic person. Have you heard that before?
Where's he going?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the way you were talking with law enforcement when they were interviewing you?
I wasn't aware if I was. I mean, this is my demeanor.
Sure. When the state and yourself was going over your testimony, is this how you were talking with the state as well?
I'm unaware. I mean, this is who I am.
But I would like you to answer my question with a yes or a no. Okay.
I'll try my best.
The reason
We
you
know
didn't
you
go to the
can't.
candlelight visual is because Ms. Sherling told you you shouldn't go. Is that a better way to put it?
No.
Oh, they have
First time
information.
discussing the candlelight visual is
Or she'll say the
It's
opposite.
been discussed with a detective.
okay. And your statement was, or do you recall making a statement, and which even Lauren didn't go to that when she was part of that. Even the people she worked with were going to be speaking there at the memorial service. And they suggested to her that she shouldn't come, and I talked to her about it, and she's like, it's not something you want to be at, Kris. It's just not trying to talk me out of it, just trying to tell me how the situation is going to be. But I didn't go to that. Is that accurate?
If that's on a recording and you have it verbatim, but I don't.
My question is that accurate?
Not
Yes
a
or
good
no?
way to answer.
I don't think it's completely accurate.
I move to introduce Defense Exhibit
Oh, boy.
3, which is the June 20th, 2001 audio recording between Mr. Melton and law enforcement. Now I ask the court to introduce timestamp.
Wait, so June 20th, 2001?
43, which is the June 20th, 2001 audio recording between Mr. Melton and law enforcement. Now I ask the court to introduce timestamp.
Yeah, if you have it verbatim is not a very confidence-inspiring answer.
It sounds very McCabe-ish to me.
425 to 455, Your Honor.
Do you have a number of that exhibit?
Defense exhibit 43.
43. And I'm sorry, say it one more time, the time stamp.
4 minutes and 25 seconds to 4 minutes and 55 seconds.
All right, thank you. And you're asking to introduce that?
Just that portion, correct.
All right. Any objection, Mr. Yalamanchili?
There's been no foundation laid for the recording, Judge. So that is our objection.
Do you remember
based on
speaking with
foundation.
one?
All right, I'll sustain that objection. Allow you to lay a foundation, Mr.
Sure.
All right.
Excuse me. You recall talking to law enforcement in regards to going to a country concert with Lauren Sherling. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you hadn't heard this audio recording. Would you like to hear this audio recording?
In the section that you're referring to, I would say yes.
Okay, perfect. So, Your Honor, this is what I would ask. I would ask if I could allow the witness outside the presence of the jury to listen to that portion of the recording to determine if he recognizes that recording, Your Honor.
All right, any objection, Mr. Yalamanchili?
No, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you leave for a moment. Don't discuss the case. This is another
the
break,
jury
and we
out.
will take a lunch break. Don't worry. We'll be back with you shortly. Thank you.
All right, so we'll get to hear it even if the jury ultimately does it. We'll zoom through this send out of the jury.
I mean, to be fair, if it was a George Strait concert, I could maybe see, that'd be a tough.
Can't miss it. I think Cash Money Cass in the chat said the other option was Backstreet Boys. So I mean,
Oh, definitely not Backstreet Boys.
tough choices. Tough choices.
He did say country
Priorities.
concert.
Oh, shout out to
Nick.
the Nick Starro raid. We've got a raid just in time for impeachment. So you guys might have watched this already over there. We're going to end up skipping the lunch break. But I'm sure you guys would love to watch this twice. Good to see you guys. Nick was doing Melton Monday earlier over on his channel. So here for twosies.
I mean, there's really not a difficult decision, Backstreet Boys or George Strait. I would absolutely go to George Strait, but I don't know if you had a memorial to go to and honor someone.
It's almost like even if you had reservations about going to something like that, there's the idea that you have to do it because you don't want to you wouldn't want someone to think that you made the choice to not go, especially when you're claiming to be everybody else's rock and you are the strong one for everybody else.
Right. Sylvia says the jurors are taking notes, so she must have gotten a clear to be able to chat with us, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Sweet. Thank you, Sylvia. Good to know. I'm glad they're taking notes because there are a good amount of names, exhibits, dates to keep track of here. So I think he's just queuing up, right? It's the tech that they're getting together, right? Nick says he's convinced this guy's the actual perp. It feels that way.
It sure does. It sure does. NKOTB? Seriously? That's the band you would pick? That's what they're saying in the chat, Kat.
Wait, I don't know what that is.
New Kids on the Block. NKOTB.
I think I'm just barely too young for New Kids on the Block. I think it just missed me. So maybe in another
That's my era.
parallel universe.
Oh boy. When I saw NKOTB, I was like, oh, I got to give you a hard time then.
I only know that because of the LFO song that mentions them.
All right. Are you able to do that? I may not. All right. How long does that take?
Oh gosh.
Oh, great. Okay.
All right, so he's swapping to a flash drive.
Oh boy. Alrighty. This is why we make sure we have flippity flip time.
I need someone to make a remix of the Drake song Trust Issues, but with tech issues.
All right, Mr. Melton, let the record reflect that I am playing minute mark 425 through 455.
Ruh-roh.
All right, so Sylvia says one of the jurors are definitely not for defense, and there are 4 black people on the jury.
I bet they don't like this.
Days probably before the concert, in which even Lauren didn't go to that when she was part of that. Even the people she worked with were going to be speaking there at the memorial service, and they suggested to her that she shouldn't come, and I talked to her about it, and she's like, it's not something that you want to be at, Kris. It's just going to, not trying to talk me out of it, just trying to tell me how the situation's going to be. But I didn't go to that, and we discussed, I even talked to Lauren about it the night before, just discussing if I should go to that instead of the concert, and saying, hey, you know, I feel I should be there too. And she's like, well, she told me what the people at the law firm told her what it was going to be.
Oh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There's your
Ready for the
foundation.
jury? All right, could you bring the jury in, please?
Oh, boy. Okie dokie.
All may be seated. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You would agree that you and Ms. Sherling agreed to go to the country concert over going to Miss Baker's candlelight visual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at this concert that you went with Miss Sherling, that you went with Miss Sherling to, there was a total of 6 people. Is that correct?
Sounds accurate.
Okay. It was Miss Sherling's mother and father. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It was her neighbors, which was a guy and a girl couple.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was a country concert at Turner Field.
Correct.
Okay. So you and Miss Sherling left Athens when Miss Baker is having a candlelight visual to travel to Atlanta to go to a country concert.
Oh.
I don't remember where we left from. I don't recall that. But I do recall going to a concert, and it was in an open stadium, and you get to walk around and listen to country music.
You remember that, but you don't remember whether Miss Baker told you she was going to be alone the day before she died.
Sustained.
I got the point.
Kris,
I got the point,
week before
too.
Tara died, there was an incident between you and her that jeopardized your relationship with her. Do you remember that?
Oh, the fight.
I remember being asked about the question.
Do you remember the incident?
I remember nothing happening the week before, but I had answered a question to a detective, and I remember telling there was an incident that always stayed in the forefront of my mind that I realized I had hurt her feelings, but I didn't realize at that time the question was the week before, because the incident that I explained happened months before.
What
All right, so your
the
testimony
devil
today,
word
Mr.
salad
Melton,
was
is the
that?
incident that occurred before Miss.
He already knows what the defense is going to tell the jury about.
That was that not a word salad?
Happened.
Well, I think he's trying to explain how he said that they'd had a fight and then needs to distance the fight from the actual incident. So he's going to say, yes, I did say that. And I know you're going to confront me with me saying that, but I'm explaining now that I misspoke to the detective in the statement you're about to confront the jury with.
Yeah, he's giving like massive Robert Tellis vibes to me. I mean, just let this man testify in narration form, because that's
Yeah.
what he wants to do on every single question.
Yeah, and all that I mean, I wonder what the preceding question from the detective was. Like, why hadn't you seen her in 10 days? Well, we had
Right.
an argument. Oops, I shouldn't have said that. And now it's
Right.
going to haunt me that I told the detective that. Like, hopefully we get to hear the whole interview, the segment of the interview.
Before, but I had answered a question to a detective, and I remember telling, there was an incident that always stayed in the forefront of my mind that I realized that had hurt her feelings, but I didn't realize at that time the question was the week before, because the incident that I explained happened months before.
All right, so your testimony today, Mr. Melton, is the incident that occurred before Miss Baker died was actually an incident that occurred months before Miss Baker died.
Where he had asked, he goes, has there ever been a time that you felt that something you had done jeopardized your relationship? I think that's close to accurate, but my answer that I gave was off the forefront of my mind that it had always stayed there, but it did not happen the week before. I stated that in questioning, but it was not the week before.
Give you the time sentence. I just want to make sure we're clear on the question that I asked, okay? The week before Miss Baker's death, there was an incident between you and her that jeopardized you two's relationship.
No, sir.
This isn't the first time you've been asked that question, is it?
No, sir.
On June 20th, 2001, law enforcement asked you that question. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your statement to law enforcement was, yes, I remember that incident. Is that correct?
No, I remember I started telling about an incident.
Your Honor, I would ask to play minute mark 621 through 650 of Defense Exhibit 43.
This is back in June. This is June 20 again.
43 in evidence?
What is he mouthing and whispering?
The timestamp is.
That one time.
The segment was.
What is he doing on the
Forgive me if I
stand?
didn't move to
It's
it.
not in evidence.
Please forgive
Begging
me.
the state for help.
It is not in evidence. So is there an objection to, and we can talk about that later. Let's talk about the request that Mr. Cruz has just made. Do you have an objection to what he has just requested?
Just a foundation, Your Honor.
I will sustain that objection and allow you to lay a foundation.
Okay. And you've already stated that you remember talking to law enforcement about that. Is that right?
I do.
Okay. And you two specifically discussed the incident between you and Tara the week before she died. Is that right?
He asked the question, but I'm not hearing it correctly at the time. It was an incident that had happened in the past, but not the week before. But he does ask that question.
So let me do it this way. Did you admit to law enforcement that an incident occurred with you and Miss Baker the week before her death?
I would have to say yes, but it wasn't accurate.
Well, we can't have it both ways. First, you said it was months ago.
You're going to object about editorializing about the witness's answers.
Oh, whatever. Shut up.
Sure.
Mr. Cruz, just stick to your question.
Yes, ma'am. Your original answer was that this incident was months ago. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But your answer now is you do remember the incident the week before she passed away.
I remember the question he asked, and the and what I had described did not happen the week before.
But you told law enforcement it happened the week before.
He asked the question, and I gave an answer, but it was not the week before.
My specific. Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. My specific question is, did you tell law enforcement that the incident happened the week before her death?
He asked that question, and I did not say that it happened the week before. I went into an explanation of what, in my forefront of my mind, had at some point jeopardized our relationship.
Yep.
Your Honor, I would renew my request to introduce minute mark 621 through 650 into evidence as a prior inconsistent statement.
Mr. Yalamanchili.
Well,
He's not
There are a
saying
lot
it's
of questions.
inconsistent.
None of them had to do with the foundation for the exhibit, however, which was my objection.
He had a conversation
Yeah,
with the
he already-
detective.
Objection allow you to lay a foundation, Mr. Kris.
What are we doing?
He just admitted to the conversation. He admitted to being
Yes.
asking the question.
Yes, what? I don't understand.
You haven't heard what's on this flash drive, have you?
On the flash drive?
Correct. You haven't heard what's on this flash drive, correct?
I don't know what's on your flash drive.
Let me ask you this. Did the state play your interviews for you?
I have heard the interviews.
They played them for you?
I have heard the interviews.
Okay. So you're familiar with your interviews with law enforcement, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you are familiar with the interview that took place where you discussed with law enforcement the incident that took place the week before her death, is that right?
Yes, I'm familiar with that question.
Okay. And the reason you're familiar with it is because you've heard the interview, correct?
Well, I'm familiar with the question from originally, plus after 25 years, I think it's fair to say that I need to hear what I said on recording.
So you'll like to hear it to determine if it's a fair and accurate rendition of your statements to law enforcement on June 20th, 2001?
I would like to hear to see if it's accurately depicting your question, because you say, did I state and in my explanation that it actually happened the week before? The question he asked was, did it happen? He goes, what happened?
This is not going to
Or
go
is
over
there
well with
anything-
a jury.
Was there anything the week before that could have jeopardized your relationship? And then I go into an explanation of something that was always on the forefront of my mind because I hurt her feelings, and it did not happen the week before.
How is this not
I did
foundation?
not explain to them it did not happen the week before. I just
That's
went
not
into an
the question.
explanation of something that I was recollecting.
Okay. I'm going to allow you to hear what's on this flash drive, Defense Exhibit 43.
This is now Chris Melton's court, in case anybody was wondering. He gets
Your Honor,
to decide
I would
what
ask, and I
exhibits get
apologize to
played.
everybody. I would ask that I have the opportunity to lay the proper foundation for this flash drive with Mr. Melton outside the presence of the jury.
All right, we will do that. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll go into the jury room, don't
They
discuss
need
the
to
case.
get
We'll be with you
headphones.
shortly.
Yeah.
So kick the jury out again, all because they don't have headphones on the stand for the witness to hear something while the jury's still in the room.
I don't know why this guy has to go on these long diatribes every time.
Mr.
It's
Kris,
not serving him well. I mean,
Because
I'm
he
here
knows-
for it.
He knows that just saying yes wouldn't serve him well either.
Right. Well, the extra words aren't helping him.
Agreed. It's making the explanation seem more desperate rather than just being an explanation.
And contrived.
Yeah.
Let me just make sure for the record, you are you trying to refresh this witness's record?
No, I am not. I am laying the foundation for impeachment. I just want to lay the foundation that he recognizes this exhibit. I think that's the only piece that's missing.
So are you trying to lay the foundation for a prior inconsistent statement?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
That's what impeachment is, you jackwagon.
May I, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, thank you.
Heading on down to Impeachment Street.
Reflect that I'm playing for Mr. Melton. Minute mark 6:13 through minute mark 6:49 for the purpose of laying the foundation for this audio recording.
I want to know what he was mouthing when he was sitting up there on the witness stand. Because he was definitely mouthing something to someone.
Please help. Send help.
Anybody now? No, even if
another thing was issue, we'll call it an issue until we hear from you, was brought up to us. Something to the effect that like a week prior to Tara's death, Tara had found out some information and could have maybe jeopardized y'all's relationship. Do you remember having a discussion? I think this
something that she might have found at your apartment in Athens.
I think she went there to leave you a note or something.
Left a note?
She went to his apartment to leave a note after finding something out.
Oh,
Hold on, chat.
oh boy. Oh boy. And somebody asked in the chat what a jackwagon is. It's I don't say bad words, so I say silly things like that instead.
Wagon is another word for behind.
Another thing was issue, we'll call it an issue until we hear from you, was brought up to us. Something to the effect that like a week prior to Tara's.
So someone ends up telling detectives that a week prior to Tara's death,
That Tara had found out some information.
Tara had found out some information.
Could have maybe jeopardized
That could have maybe jeopardized
y'all's relationship. Do you remember having a discussion? I think
something that she might have found at your apartment in Athens.
I think she went there to leave you a note or something.
Yeah, I know it was.
Okay. How about?
Did you have an opportunity to hear that, Mr. Melton?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Is that you on the audio recording?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is the minute 6 minutes and 13 seconds to 6 minutes and 49 seconds? Is that an accurate? Is that an accurate portion of your conversation with law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. You recognize this audio recording as the conversation you had with law enforcement on June 20th, 2001. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Does it sound like it's been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, I believe the proper foundation has been laid for the audio recording. I'd ask that the jury be allowed to come back in.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Yalamanchili, do you have an objection?
I think at this point, the foundation has been laid. However, I did not hear a prior inconsistent statement. It's exactly what Mr. Melton said, which is that he got asked the question and then he launched into an explanation of what happened without correcting the date. So there may be something beyond this that Mr. Cruz wants to play that shows the inconsistency, but I believe, as far as what I heard, Judge, it was exactly what Mr. Melton testified to, which is that, yes, in response to that question about a date certain, I started to launch into an explanation about the only incident that
I would say you've got to make it specific that the contradiction between his testimony today is that the question he's answering to is within the frame of a week. And he doesn't say, not this week, but.
Correct.
could think of, but it is not actually from that date, and I didn't clarify that for law
And I think that's
enforcement, which
discretionary.
seems to be what happens on the recording, but obviously the court heard the recording as well and can draw its own conclusions.
Mr. Cruz, any response
That's-
to Yalamanchili's comments?
Absolutely. That's a misrepresentation. Law enforcement clearly asked him if he was aware of an incident that occurred the week before
About a
Tara's
week
death.
before.
And Mr. Melton, before I cut the recording off, said, yes, I'm aware of that incident. My specific question to him was, Mr. Melton, was there incident? Well, my specific question to Mr. Melton was, Kris, the week before Tara died, there was an incident that upset her and jeopardized your relationship with her. Do you remember that? His first answer was no. It was months ago that it happened.
Right.
And eventually we got to him saying, well, I just told law enforcement that it was. I confronted him with the statement, Your Honor, I would ask that I'm allowed to impeach Mr. Melton with a prior inconsistent statement because
She's
Mr.
not going
Melton
to allow it
danced
if she
around the
doesn't
answer.
allow
He wouldn't give me a
anything.
clean yes or no.
I'm going to ask you to play it again because I did not hear what you're articulating.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I'd like to hear it again, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
She's about as dumb as a box of rocks. I'm sorry to say. You poor people in Georgia. Because this is not complicated. It's not difficult.
Another thing was issue, we'll call it an issue until we hear from you, was brought up to us. Something to the effect that like a week prior to Tara's death, Tara had found out some information that upset her and could have maybe jeopardized y'all's
Is
relationship.
it clearer now, Judge Lott?
Do you remember having a discussion?
All right, thank you. That's what I thought I heard. So I think that we are at a moment of the interpretation of semantics. But I do think semantics matter
Yes,
in
ma'am.
this moment. And what the officer just said, which is why I needed you to repeat it, was that
Or something.
something happened the week before where Miss Baker had learned of something. And that is a different set of words and a different phrase than what you're asking Mr. Melton. And so based on that recording,
Oh
and
my
based on the
gosh.
questions that you are asking Mr. Melton, that's not a prior.
I think this will sharpen. If Cruz picks up on this, though, this should sharpen his approach, because it doesn't matter when the incident actually happened. It matters when Tara would have gone and left the note at his apartment.
Exactly.
So if Cruz
Exactly.
picks up on this distinction, he can have a better line of questioning, I would say, with this witness.
Inconsistent statement. You certainly may continue questioning him, but that does not qualify as a prior inconsistent statement. If there's more context, for example, in that recording that supports the way that you have asked the question, we certainly can get into that. But this particular thread that you have played very specifically says when she learned of something, and that is different than what you've asked.
Yes, ma'am. That's fair. We could bring the jury out. I've played it. He's laid the foundation for the recording. I'll ask the appropriate question, and depending on his response, we'll take the next steps.
All right. You may bring the jury out. Thank you.
Yeah, don't tell them what you're going to do, Cruz, because that's the whole
Yeah.
point of why they want to do a lot of these objections and they about it all, is because they want to tell the witness what they need to do once the jury is present. Flips me out.
Oh, I can zoom this.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Melton, do you recall law enforcement asking you that like a week prior to Tara's death, Tara had found out some information that upset her and could have maybe
out.
jeopardized your relationship? Do you remember having that discussion? Is that
Yes,
accurate?
they asked that question.
Sir?
Yes.
And you were told, I think she went there to leave you a note or something. Do you recall that?
I recall them saying yes.
Okay. And your response was, yeah, I know what it was.
Oh,
Yes.
oh, we did get it all in. Goody, goody gumdrops.
You'd agree that you never disclosed that information to law enforcement until you were asked about it 5 months after her death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You never shared with law enforcement the issue that led to Miss Baker not spending Christmas of 2000 with you, did you? Or Christmas Eve. Let me use the right date. Christmas Eve of 2000 with you. Is that correct?
I believe we were together Christmas Eve.
Your testimony here today is that you and Miss Baker were together on Christmas Eve?
Portion of the day, I believe so.
You never shared with law enforcement the reason why Miss Baker did not spend New Year's with you, did you?
Tara did spend New Year's. She spent New Year's Eve with me into New Year's Day. Yes.
You never shared with law enforcement the reason Miss Baker stopped calling you the week of December 27th to January 3rd, despite being home. Is that correct?
Oh.
What were the dates you just said?
December 27th to January 3rd, 2001.
Oh. Oh.
I don't recall.
That would have been break from school.
You never shared with law enforcement that Miss Baker told you that she needed space to focus on her studies 2 weeks before she died, did you?
Are you asking me? I'm sorry. There's a lot of questions.
You would agree that you never shared with law enforcement that Miss Baker told you that she needed space to focus on her studies 2 weeks before her death.
I'd agree.
And you also never shared with law enforcement that the day before Tara was murdered, that was the most that you two had spoken in the previous 2 months.
Oh.
The 5 calls.
I don't know about that now. No,
Oh.
As far as did I say? I'm sorry. Repeat your question. I'll make sure I understand you correctly.
You would agree that you never shared with law enforcement that the day before Miss Baker was murdered, that was the most that you two had spoken in the previous 2 months over the phone. I left that portion out, so please forgive me. Over the phone.
Okay. No, I don't believe I discussed that with the police. I wasn't
Oh.
really aware.
Would you have any reason to disagree that before Miss Baker died, others believed that it was clear that your relationship with Miss Baker was over?
It wouldn't be apparent or aware to me, no.
Because in your mind, it wasn't. There was no
Right.
getting away from
Let's
you.
discuss
That's
your
not
dating
good
history
for
with
you.
Miss Baker. Is that fair?
Fair?
Okay. When you met Miss Baker, you two were in Milledgeville. Is that right?
Correct?
You two were in college.
Correct?
Okay. And you were a pre-med major. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And pre-med majors are typically aiming for medical school.
Correct.
Okay? And Miss Baker wanted to become a lawyer.
That's correct.
Eventually, Miss Baker graduated from college. Is that right?
That's correct.
And she moved to Athens. Is that correct?
When she graduated, at some point, when she graduated, she moved home.
Yes, sir. But eventually she moved to Athens. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree after Miss Baker moved to Athens, you followed her to Athens.
Correct.
This was, let me frame it this way. You didn't graduate from college. Is that correct? You didn't get your pre-med degree. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, for your living arrangements in Athens, you rented a empty bedroom in Chase Guerin's apartment. Is that right?
Correct.
And Chase is someone you actually met through Tara.
Correct.
And for work, while you were staying in Athens, you were driving back and forth daily to Loganville from Athens, Georgia. Excuse me, from Athens, Georgia to Loganville and back. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you
Pause
moved
for
to
just a
Athens
second.
specifically.
Yeah.
I saw that your comment, and it's so funny because everybody is in the chat is now getting to the same thing. I don't think those diamond earrings were given to her at Christmas
Out of pure
time.
love.
They were given to her sometime in that week before she was red rummed. And I say that because he was with her. They probably had makeup sex. He gave her apology earrings. And then after that, she was like, things are still the same for me. I'm not really into this relationship anymore. Like, you're fun and I'm in college and that, but I'm having fun. And then he found out that she hooked up with
Somebody,
the defendant.
anybody else.
Well,
Anybody
anyone,
else.
yeah.
But especially,
And that enraged him because he thought he had manipulated it and smoothed it all over, got the diamond earrings for her. Heaven only knows how much they cost. I'm telling you, I can see this all playing out just in that 1 week span.
and just because Tara's not racist doesn't mean that Chris Melton was not.
Right. Yeah, I can totally see that. Her leaving a note because of something that she discovered that jeopardized their relationship. That's pretty specific and precise questioning of someone. And he didn't deny it. He denies it now.
I mean, she probably told a friend or a colleague, like, I'm just going to go leave a note at his apartment and then we're going to be done.
Yeah.
And that's why somebody was able to have that information to give to law enforcement.
What did the note say?
Oh, I'm sure this is all just based on a friend saying, like, Tara told me she was going to go leave a note over there.
Right.
They probably never got it. He probably crumbled in, threw it out a window somewhere.
I'm just that this kind of timing, because I was like, what would be the motivation? But now I'm seeing the motivation of his actions.
You're not leaving me. We are not on the verge of breaking up. Here's a nice gift. Can't we just go back to the way we were?
Yep.
Oh, you already moved on. You don't want me to come spend your birthday with you and you don't have friends with. So he might not have needed Tara to tell him that Ashley and Valerie were going to be gone if Ashley was his friend first. Ashley might have just been like, I feel so bad we're not going to be here, but we have to plan to do something when we get back from my equestrian competition that I have or whatever. And he's like, oh. So she's not doing something with Ashley, but she hasn't told me she's doing anything. Let me call her 5 times.
Let me even back it up from there. It could have been something perfectly innocent. Her birthday. Her birthday was coming up. You know what? I'm going to surprise her. I don't know about any of you, but I did this in my 20s and I stumbled upon someone rolling out of the hay with my boyfriend. And it was not me rolling out of the hay with him. So it's possible the whole knowing whether she was going to be alone or not doesn't even matter, because he was trying to surprise her for her birthday and stumbled on her celebrating her birthday,
Somewhere
if you know
else.
what I mean.
Or not even just not home and seeing her come home late.
Right. Yeah, anything. And then using that opportunity of no one is here and going, off the rails.
Oh man, guys, this
adds a lot of context to things. I don't think this helps the state's case at all.
Me either. Oh man.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you moved to Athens specifically to be close to Miss Baker. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you first moved to Athens, is it fair to say that you and Miss Baker would spend in a 7-day week, you guys would be together about 4 or 5 days?
That's correct. That's pre-law school.
That's pre-law school?
That's before we spent that much time before she started getting in law school and getting more busy. Yeah.
So first semester of law school, you weren't spending 4 to 5 days with Miss Baker?
Well, yes, she would come by. Yes.
And you would go to her house too. Isn't that right?
Yes. Yes.
However, towards the end of December 2000 and January 2001, Miss Baker stopped visiting your home that often. Is that correct?
So we had less time together. Yes.
Okay. And we've already discussed law enforcement talking to you about the incident that happened the week before her death. Would you agree with that?
Asking the question, yes.
Okay. And you would also agree that the week before her death is when you decided to go back to your parents' home for work. Is that fair?
Just for work, not to move.
Okay.
But yes.
So I just want to make sure we're clear. So you didn't move away from Athens before Miss Baker's death?
Correct.
Okay. So if anybody said otherwise, that information is inaccurate.
Correct. I have not moved.
And due to Miss Baker studying and your work, the last time you saw Miss Baker was 10 days before she died?
Say it again.
It was 10 days before she died?
What was your full question?
Sure, I apologize. Due to Miss Baker's studying, as well as your work, the last time you saw Miss Baker was 10 days before she died.
Incorrect. The last time that I had stayed in Athens prior to her death would have been the Wednesday prior, but I saw her the weekend prior to her death.
And you saw her at your apartment?
No, she was at my parents'. She came by my parents' house.
And I noticed before you ask questions, you look over here. Is anybody communicating anything to you while you're on the stand?
No, sir.
It sure looks like it.
Now, let me ask you about the question in regards to the 10-day window. You would agree that when law enforcement met with you, you told law enforcement in 2024 that you were certain it had been 10 days since you last saw Miss Baker. Would you agree with that?
I stated that in confusion. Yes, sir.
Okay. But you stated it. It was in confusion, but you stated it.
I stated it.
Okay. And Miss Elizabeth Bigham told you that she had your DNA. Is that right?
Oh, here we go.
At some point, yes.
And she told you that because of the DNA that she had of yours, it could not have been 10 days. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Bigham also told you that they need to be able to explain away your DNA. Is that right?
Correct.
And in response to let me ask this question the right way. In response to Ms. Bigham telling you that she needed to explain away your DNA, you continued to tell her that, no, I'm certain it's 10 days since I last saw Miss Baker. Is that right?
I started reflecting, and I do recall being with Tara the weekend before. I have always stated from prior to that I was with her the weekend before. Time had gone by, and confusion started setting in, and I was reflecting on the last time I had stayed in Athens. But indeed, Tara had come to my house that weekend.
But you didn't say that you had seen her that weekend until Miss Bigham told you that you said that you saw her that weekend back in 2001. Is that right?
That's correct. And other times beyond. Yes, sir.
And Miss Bigham told you that your DNA was found in Miss Baker's mouth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And she told you the DNA doesn't last that long in her mouth. Is that right?
Correct.
She told you all of this information before you said that, hey, I remember now, I saw Miss Baker the weekend before she passed away. Would you agree with that?
Correct, I would say.
But one thing that you were adamant about with Miss Bigham that she couldn't get you to change, you said, I did not see Tara Baker the week of her death. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I want to make sure we're clear for the record. You didn't see Miss Baker on Monday. Is that right?
Correct.
It's undisputed that you didn't see Miss Baker on Tuesday. Is that correct?
Every day.
Correct.
It's undisputed that you didn't see Miss Baker on Wednesday. Is that
days.
correct?
That's correct.
And it's undisputed that you didn't see Miss Baker on Thursday.
Correct.
And it's undisputed that you didn't see Miss Baker, you would say you didn't see Miss Baker on Friday.
I think it's undisputed.
So we have Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So we'll say at least 5 days, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you told Miss Bigham that the closest time, for the first time, that you believe you saw Miss Baker last or had sexual intercourse with Miss Baker last was the Sunday before she left. Is that right?
Sounds accurate, yes.
Okay. And that was the first time in 24 years that you ever told law enforcement that you had sexual relations with Miss Baker on Sunday.
It doesn't explain away the DNA.
I think in the past I'd said it in the weekend, and I had said we had sex on Saturday, and then I'm sure that I believe that we had sex on Sunday. It's just, yes.
That's a yes to my question?
I would say yes.
So if you're, I won't ask that question. So at the time of Miss Baker's death, you stated today, I believe, that you and Tara, well, I'll ask you, how long had you and Tara been dating at the time of her death?
Again, that would be 2.5 years.
Not 3.5 years?
2.5 years.
Not 3.5 years?
From 2.5 to, I think our 2-year anniversary was the July 4th prior, I believe, that we considered us actually a couple.
Okay.
Yes.
So we'll say 2.5 years. So in 2 years, 2.5 years, within that 2-year window, you moved to Athens to be near her. We've agreed on that. Is that right?
Correct.
You helped her move into her Deer Park apartment. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time she moved into her Deer Park apartment, is it fair to say that you two were in a serious relationship?
Correct.
But Ms. Baker didn't choose to move in an apartment with you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The day before Ms. Baker died, you would agree that you two spoke 5 times.
Sounds right.
And we've agreed for the past 20 years, you've stated court's indulgence. Now, Mr. Melton, we've already agreed that in 2001, you were advised that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you heard it, you testified to it. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, now you do recall also meeting with GBI again on May 5th, 2024. Is that right?
That's correct.
And during the May 5th, 2024 interview, you were told that someone else's DNA was found in Ms. Baker's mouth. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
Okay, and is it, you were told that it was the bad guy's DNA. Is that right?
That's correct.
Oh.
You were also told by law enforcement that they did not intend to arrest you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they told you that they needed your help explaining away your DNA. Is that right?
They were trying to have an understanding of why the DNA was in their mouth, or was in Tara's mouth. So, ask your
not
question
just
again.
there.
Sure. They told you they needed you to explain, they needed to be able to, let me rephrase it.
Well then.
They were asking you to help them explain away your DNA or why your DNA would be present in her mouth.
Yes.
Now, when they told you that there was another DNA profile in Ms. Baker's mouth, your response is,
Can we approach, please?
You may.
Oh, state doesn't want to hear this. I want to hear it. Because remember, we heard that in 2001 when he first heard that Tara was sexually assaulted. This is within like the 2 days of the death. He goes, was there semen on her? Or was there sperm on her? However he worded it.
Yeah,
That
it
was his
something
reaction.
He asked whether semen was discovered. Yeah. Yeah.
And Cruz waited. Cruz says, I'm going to circle back to this later. He said, let's talk about something different now.
Yep. Oh boy.
State did not.
I want to know how long DNA remains in someone's mouth. That's what I want to know. Someone else's DNA. He won't be able to ask. But the effect will already be made because you're right. The jury's going to wonder why the state doesn't want it in. Yep. Mm. We're so sorry, Mr. Faust, that you're sitting at that defense table because you shouldn't be.
The zoom in.
Unbelievable.
And what if he had suspicions that she hooked up with somebody and was like, oh, I can just make this after the fact look like that person did it, even though it was my anger that caused all this because I became aware.
DNA in the mouth can remain for 1 to 2 days. Seriously. I would not.
The DNA we have here is not sperm.
It is not correct. Which, I mean, in the mouth, they could have been, kissing or something. So it doesn't necessarily have to be nefarious, as Hank Brennan would say.
Sharing a joint, drinking the same drink.
I cannot imagine that DNA would stay for 2 days because it's so delicate on any sort of surface outside of the body. It's really strange to me. Oh, 60 minutes to 2 hours. That makes more sense to me.
That sounds like you saw someone leaving the house while you were outside.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Thank you, chat. You rock.
All right, so we've agreed that you were aware that Miss Baker was sexually assaulted in 2001, right?
Correct.
Okay. And despite this knowledge of her being sexually assaulted at the time of her death, your response was, I'm kind of stunned. I'm hearing there's 2 people, me and somebody else.
There's further description of that. I think they say in her mouth.
I think he won.
Yes.
I think he did too.
Make that statement.
And when they said in her mouth, yes.
Would it be shocking that if someone was sexually assaulted by someone else that they would likely have more than one DNA profile in them? Is that fair to say?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Speculation.
Calls for speculation.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
In your personal knowledge, okay, if someone, whether by choice or not, is intimate with 2 people, you would expect that 2 people would be present. Is that fair?
If somebody was sexually assaulted, and I'm thinking that if it's in the vagina and around, yes.
No. If it's in the vagina and what? Please finish that statement.
All right.
Oh boy, you don't want to talk now, do you?
It
What
could
question
drain.
was asked?
Say drainage.
Well, actually, how can I have full explanation of the thoughts that are going through my head at that moment?
If I can ask you this, can you answer my question first and you can explain anything you need to explain?
Fair enough.
Is that fair?
Just restate your question, please.
So I think we agreed on the point that you said you were kind of stunned. I'm hearing that it's two people, me and somebody else. We've agreed on that, right?
Yes.
And my follow-up question was,
Oh boy.
based on your personal knowledge, if someone is sexually assaulted by someone other than yourself, you would expect two people to be present. Is that right?
I would say yes, but I do have further explanation of my
What
statement.
is there to discuss?
Sure.
So he does not want to concede that he would have been around her sooner than 10 days or 6 days or whatever it is.
But
Yes,
if
but I
my
do have further.
if my intimate partner, if this happened to them,
And it wasn't me. It had to be another. One plus somebody else equals at least two.
I would be like, yes, this makes complete sense to me because I didn't do it. So obviously there's going to be other person's DNA. Let's go find who that is. But he does not react that way, which is so telling.
Gotta have a million. And look where he's looking.
Mm-hmm.
Based on your personal knowledge, if someone is sexually assaulted by someone other than yourself, you would expect two people to be present. Is that right?
I would say yes, but I do have further explanation of my statement.
Sure.
Oh, take the floor.
You were asked about your sexual history with Miss Baker. Is that correct?
When can I continue? When can I continue to?
So I can't answer questions. The Honorable Court has only given me
I'm sorry,
authority
I
to
wasn't.
ask
Do it on
questions.
redirect.
Didn't mean to look that direction. I apologize.
But the question I have for you, you have previously described your sexual relationship with Miss Baker. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that did not include anal intercourse.
that's correct.
And when investigators interviewed you on May 5th, you understood the importance of being truthful. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you understood, and you told them that you and Miss Baker never, ever engaged in anal sex. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then just a couple of more questions for you, Mr. Melton. I thank you so much for your patience. During direct examination, you talked about items on your hands. I believe you said it was plumber cement, it was solvent. What were the items that were on your hands when you met with police?
When do I get to go back and talk to the other about the other?
On redirect.
refer to
Oh
the
my
previous
gosh.
question that you had.
So the Honorable Court
This
has only given
man.
me authority to ask questions. After this hearing, you and I can discuss it if you would like.
And I not have an explanation to an answer. If I'm not, do I have the opportunity to explain a statement? If I'm not, I'm assuming I'm granted that. I'm not sure about the order of the questions that he's stating that Liz and Jeremy had asked me, the order, okay?
Objection, Your Honor. Non-responsive to any question that I asked. No
Any
question about
question.
the order of questioning
Okay.
by investigators.
Well, the reason,
All right, hang on just a second.
She
What was your
created
question
this.
again, Mr.
She
Peevy?
did. She
She
should have said
created
from the
this.
very start, Mr. Yalamanchili will be able to ask you and you'll be able to explain
Yep.
on redirect. That's it. That's it. This could have been solved. This will be the 5th non-responsive objection that
Yep.
I've heard. It seems sometimes they're quiet. Maybe we missed another one while Yalamanchili was doing whatever. But she could have eliminated all of those from the first one.
Well, the fact that his body language, he turns to the jury like, let me explain everything in the world to you. It was very Amber Heardish, and
What in heck?
I'm that's why I was like, oh, let him roll because this is gonna roast him with jurors. Oh, yes, Sheriff Chuck, he's showing his need for things to be his way and he will push through it. Yes, that's
Yeah,
what
you're
I was
not-
getting at.
You're not
Is-
going to leave a note for me telling me we're done.
Exactly. I'm the one that decides how this questioning is going to go. Oh, yeah, this is not. Oh, this has gone way worse than I ever thought it could go for him. Oh my
Melton Monday.
word.
And if he's ever on trial, he's going to have to squeeze with this testimony. Like, ugh.
Right, hang on just a second. What was your question again, Mr. Cruz?
Redirect's going to be fun.
He didn't have a question. That was the problem.
I believe the question, and Mr. Melton can correct me if I'm wrong, that he would like to follow up on was the question in regards to his statement, I'm kind of stunned. I'm hearing there's two people, me and somebody else. And I believe he mentioned about it being in her mouth. And I think he wanted to follow up on that, Your Honor.
All right, well, witnesses are allowed to explain their answers if they answer yes or no. Did you, why don't you ask that question again?
Oh, his
and see if you
demeanor
get the
is-
yes or no question. And if this witness would like to explain his answer, he may do so.
Sure, absolutely. And despite knowing that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted for 23 years, when you were told that somebody else's DNA was found in her body, your response was, I'm kind of stunned. I'm hearing there's two people, me and somebody else. Is that correct?
Correct. Okay. With the explanation.
Here we go.
When Liz, they tell me, not that it's in her
Liz.
body, they tell me specifically that it's in her mouth. Okay? In my mind at that point, I'm not accurate about DNA and so forth, timing and so forth, but there was
Why would it matter?
just a short fraction moment of a time. And if I can request to even play that section of the audio,
Oh,
that for just a moment, I was taking consideration that I say was this voluntary? Because why in the world would she not bite his penis? If somebody's trying to do that, why would you not bite his penis? And that's what I was expressing.
this doesn't make you look good.
It makes me wonder if that's what she had done to him.
Or maybe he going to explain... He's going to explain that he was thinking like it must have been consensual until he realized that it wasn't. Like it could have been from anything that put the DNA there. Is that going to be his explanation? Like he didn't understand DNA? But still, like...
And that's what I was expressing. And I was in shock that it was in her mouth because for just a fraction of a moment, it kind of went through my head. I was like, was something happening there that I was unaware of with Tara? And I'm ashamed to even think that for a second. And then Liz responds, don't let your head go there.
Objection, hearsay.
It's on the audio recording.
Oh!
That objection.
This
That's a
man.
Mr. Melton, so you can't mention what anybody else said.
Oh, this is spicy.
I would like to follow up on this.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Who's in
Say
control?
objection.
Nobody.
Mr. Cruz in this line of questioning has specifically mentioned the words that the GBI agents are saying back and forth to Mr. Melton. So I think as it relates to the rule of completeness in this line of questioning, Mr. Melton is allowed to talk about that because of the fact that Mr. Cruz has opened the door to it in his line of questioning.
Would you like to respond to the objection about the rule of completeness?
I would. So the purpose of my questioning was the objective effect on the listener. So it wouldn't apply as hearsay because they give him information or they make a statement to
Not for
him.
the truth of the
The
matter.
most important
Right.
portion of it isn't what's said to him. We aren't offering that for the truth of the matter. We're offering it to the jury
His
for his
reaction.
response. So anytime that
And he literally gave that whole explanation specifically to explain his response. So how are you going to argue with this one?
Well,
he said, let me explain why I said that. What was in my
Right.
mind at that time.
And I don't think he's remembering the entire interview, and he wants to play more portions of it. He being Mr. Melton, and we don't know what is on the rest of it. It may not look very good for him. So if we want to follow the rule of completeness, play the whole doggone thing. Okay, I have a feeling this is not good for the prosecution.
I've mentioned something from GBI.
Unless
It's
they
either been a
explain
question
DNA
that
right
was asked,
after,
which is not
but-
hearsay because it's not a statement offered for the truth. It's a question. Or two, the objective effect on Mr. Melton in regards to how did he respond to that information. The rule of completeness, from what I understand, applies to documents, videos, things that if you only play a portion of it or show a portion of it, it wouldn't put it into context. And if the state would like to, well, I won't get into that, but that's my understanding of the rule of completeness. Right now, we're just going through his testimony with non-hearsay statements from law enforcement.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw my former comment that it is hearsay. Both parties have agreed that it is not
Oh.
hearsay. I'm going to allow you to complete your statement. Go ahead.
So we're actually
All
back
right,
down
back
to
to what I was
17.
saying.
Your Honor, I didn't agree that his statement wasn't hearsay. His statement was hearsay as far as what Ms. Bigham said. I was explaining my statements.
Well, I'm going to allow him to say
Yes, ma'am.
however you characterize it.
Did you
I'm going
hear
to make
how
a
he
finding that
started?
Both parties have said it's not hearsay. I'm going to allow you to continue explaining if you choose to do so.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to continue. There was a moment when I'm going to have to back up just a touch, I guess, but
Oh, boy.
I
this
hear
guy,
that there's
he's in love with himself.
semen in her mouth. I'm expecting it in other places of her body, but in her mouth, I was like, how did she not bite this person? And
You said that already.
for just a moment, I was like, was this voluntary? And then
You said
I was
that
going
already,
the
too.
wrong thoughts in my head, and Liz picked up on that also, and she stated something that was beyond my realm of consideration, and she says, that's if Tara was still alive.
You were in her mouth too, is that correct?
It's the DNA, you're saying, yes, the DNA was located.
Okay.
That's what I've been told.
And I just want to make it very clear for the jury. When you met with law enforcement on May 4th, 2020, May 5th, excuse me, 2024, you understood that your DNA was in Ms. Baker's mouth.
That's what I was told.
And her anus. That's my understanding.
Last question I have for you. I want to talk about your hands a little bit.
Oh, back
Did
to the
you
hands.
state you punched the wall 30 times?
I stated that I couldn't remember how many times I'd punched it, but I was
One
just
hole in the wall.
guesstimating.
Okay. But you stated that you punched it so hard that shingles were falling off the house?
No, that I was hitting at some point when I came through, I know I hit the siding.
Okay. Did you mention that you were hitting concrete and things of that
Siding?
nature?
Sir?
Did you mention that you hit concrete? Did I hear
Well,
that?
that's what the siding was made of.
Okay, so you were punching through the wall and hitting concrete.
The
Yes.
siding?
I remember yes, I remember punching through and feeling the other side. Yes.
Okay. You would agree that you never told law enforcement that you sought medical treatment for your hands. Is that correct?
That's correct. I never did.
Okay. And you would also agree that you didn't break any bones in your hands. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You also agree that the injuries to your hand
Wholly
were scratch-like
unbelievable.
injuries. Is that right?
There were scratch-like injuries on my hand. Yes.
I think we established this. This is my last point. And I believe we've already talked about this and we've agreed on it maybe multiple times. But your hands were covered in work supplies when you went to meet with law enforcement, right?
Yes, I believe there was primer and maybe some glue that was on my hands.
You didn't work
You
that
also
day.
mentioned cement as well, plumber cement, I think you stated.
Plumbing cement as a possibility. I wasn't completely accurate of all this, but it's primer I know that sticks to your hands, and then there's probably little pieces of adhesive.
Okay. And I want to ask you something that's very interesting to me, and this is my last question for real.
Mm-hmm.
You refer to the officers by their first names. How many times have you met with them before this trial took place?
That's how they always introduce themselves.
My question is,
Wow.
how many times did you meet with them before this trial?
Before this trial, when they interviewed me,
How many times?
How many times?
I think I've had a total of
More times than I can count.
5, 6 interviews, I guess.
And that
Oh.
includes with the prosecutors as well?
As far as with the prosecutors, maybe 2.
Okay, so they've met
They
with
didn't
you a
look at him
total of
at all.
7 times, but they told you that your DNA was present in Ms. Baker's dead body. Is that right?
Who's,
They didn't investigate him.
You're talking about Liz and
Correct.
Jeremy?
Correct.
When they interviewed me?
Keep
Correct.
saying like they're
They
your
said
buddies.
my DNA was also there, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Melton. I have no other questions for you.
That charisma,
Any redirect, Mr. Yalamanchili?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly.
briefly. Hold on. Do
I
you guys
doubt
see
that.
how long this banner is trying to count the objection mess in this? So I have, because we took one sustained back. So the total objections, standard objections, 18 to 16. It was 18 to 17 until that last one, when she said, actually, I'm going to find that it's not hearsay anymore. Then we had the objection and a stipulation combo where the state objected and said, never mind, we'll stipulate to it. So I guess that could technically be another one. Then from the defense, we have objections to the speaking objections 2 times, which were denied. And we talked about it on a previous stream, but if you missed it when we were scrolling through the dockets, there's on the docket, the defense has raised an issue with comments coming in before the jury. There was more than this. There was more than just this one. This one is an example from November. So that's been an ongoing issue in this trial, and the judge just seems like whatever. Everybody can hear whatever I want them to hear. We've also got the 5 non-responsive objections from the defense. None of them were sustained, and then we also had 1 approach. So that is clearing up the cross-examination objection log as we move into redirect. So let's see. Do you think he'll be super explainy with redirect?
I think that there's a good possibility that prosecutor's going to try to keep this brief because they're trying to maintain this. He has shown the jury exactly who he is. And if you have anybody on that jury that has ever been involved in any sort of domestic violence, they are going to recognize this behavior right out of the gate.
I mean, that explains the earrings as a gift. And it seems, again, it's like the exact type of thing that a prosecutor, if Tara was alive and said, he came and attacked me, the prosecutors would be arguing everything the exact opposite way that they're arguing it in this trial. If Tara was alive to be a complaining witness.
Wow.
So, like, just crazy. And also Moses here, that's why I'm thinking, so I should have said thank you first, but that's why I'm thinking, like, is he going to explain more? Moses says, Cruz plays the audio, asks some questions. Chris Melton says, see, what happened was I can explain. Play more audio so I can dig myself a bigger hole. Just a mess. Just a mess. And I don't think his explanation for what he said in 2024, well, why didn't she fight back? I don't think that counteracts what he said in 2001 with, well, did you find something like sperm on her?
All of his statements, he thinks he's being really cool. He's very dumb. And so he thinks he's being real sly and he's getting one over on everyone. And he's actually just shoveling, making that hole dig deeper and deeper and deeper.
Oh, goodness. So thank you, Moses, there. Guys, I think we have a brief redirect and then they go on lunch break. We're going to be able to skip that lunch break. But we'll give you guys some time if you guys need some refills or anything like that. Let's see what Yalamanchili does here.
Okay.
Good old my friends Liz and Jeremy.
Ms. Melton, I've got just, one, well, I'm not going to call it one question. It might turn into a couple, but just one thing that I wanted to talk to you about, because there's been some testimony about this incident between you and Tara. But there hasn't been any testimony about what that incident was. Can you explain to us, what it is that happened and what this disagreement that y'all had? And I believe you testified it was the only disagreement that you could necessarily recall that was ever serious. What was
Holy
it?
leading.
Oh, here we go. Oh, no. Oh,
water.
no. Oh, no.
Just bear with me.
Bear with you for what?
There was a time that Tara took care of me. I had gotten an infection. I had cellulitis that had entered my body through my thighs and through my buttocks.
Oh, boy.
On a job site late summer. or some late summer. I remember it being hot. I had been shaved. I was on a new job site. I'm sitting on the soil installing plumbing. Well, during that time, evidently bacteria that had been in the soil entered through my clothes, entered my skin, and got me infected. That same day, later that evening, Tara was at my house, and she saw the effects it was having upon my body. And I'd swollen up in between my thighs and my legs, and my skin started turning black. She told me, you need to go to the emergency room. She took me to the emergency room. Once that was taken care of there, I had to come back to my place, and I could not walk or move around for a long period of time, possibly up to, if I can recall, 2 weeks. Okay. During that time, Tara was my caretaker. That's when she was given a key to get in and out, because I could not go up and down the steps without having her come in to take care of me. Well, time goes by. Now I'm at the end of this, and I've healed up, and I'm ready to go back to work. So she has stayed over. She stayed behind that morning to show herself out. Once I had gone to work, she had called me and said, we need to talk. And I was like, okay. Well, she said she would meet me back at the house, meet me back at my place. While I was gone, what she had found, I had a TV armoire with VHS tapes. And as embarrassing as it is, and this is something I had since I was 19 from back in college, she found an adult video. It wasn't anything crazy. It was just one video in bright orange, I might add, so it wasn't concealed. It was just there.
Oh, so if someone's wearing bright orange, they're not trying to conceal themselves or commit crimes? Let's run that part back, because that's very relevant to other things we've heard in this trial.
I might add, so it wasn't concealed. It was just there. That hurt her feelings. She felt so disrespected. I was ashamed. I was embarrassed. I can't even quite remember the last time I had even seen it, but I was still in possession of it.
Sure.
But you moved to
Sat
that
down in
apartment.
that argument.
He moved to that apartment after they started dating, right?
Yeah. And
Of it.
this, I could see her, based on what everyone has talked about, her demeanor and, her attitude and everything. I could see her looking at this and considering it him being deceitful or cheating on her or been unfaithful in some way. There are a lot of people that feel that way. So I could see that she would be hurt that he would need something like that in his life, if that makes sense.
Yeah, or what if it was like homemade? We don't know exactly like what.
I
He just says
know!
adult content, but doesn't get more specific. I need more answers. I need recross on this. He's not giving us the answers in his long answer that I want.
That's what I was worried, is it was going to be like a self video of him with some other woman. Yes, DB, that's exactly why Mr. Cruz was asking those questions about her being prudish. And yeah, that I think it lends itself to this situation that, yeah, she would be like, dude, if that's how you roll, I'm out of here.
Yeah, either that or he's using this as an excuse and it's not why they had a fight.
Either way, it's
or
not
it's either
good.
like the tipping point. Like, yes, that's the thing, but are you ever going to get serious? Are you ever going to get for real?
I can't even quite remember the last time I had even seen it, but I was still in possession of it. She sat down in that argument and she demanded.
I misunderstood, DB. My bad. So that would fall
2001.
along, yeah, that would fall along the lines of this is bovine scatology. So got it. And I don't know why we had to know about cellulitis at all. He could have just said I was
Yeah,
sick
it was,
for a while and she came and took care of me. Like, what are we, why are we this big, huge wind up to everything? What are we doing?
I don't think that really helps, because if you were trying to leave somebody and it was like the holiday season and then he has an injury, he can't take care of himself, you might say to yourself, well, let me not kick him while he's down.
Right.
And let me wait this out. He still needs some help. And, we've still been through stuff together. So he's still a friend to me. I'm not going to like throw this on him at this point in time. Like, that to me just pushes the severity of what's waiting to happen closer towards this January 19th time frame. And he's not going to think it's real in the moment, because he doesn't seem like he thinks somebody else would want to leave him. And then 2, he's going to be surprised if she is in fact already moving on quicker, but maybe she's able to move on a little bit quicker from him in the early weeks of January, because she's just been waiting to get out for the previous month before that.
She was like, oh, I haven't called you in 2 or 3 days. Like she had moved on. That's the feeling I'm getting from his testimony. I didn't get that feeling from anybody else, but his testimony is making me feel like she was like, okay.
Yeah, and I feel like he's explaining to the jury as if the jury is her catching him with a VHS tape. Like, that's not really, I don't get why we need to give the explanation you would have given Tara to explain why this incident wasn't really a big deal. Like, she had questions, we moved on from it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and she didn't see it while she was taking care of him, but saw it after. That's a good point, too. Because if I were in her shoes, I would wonder, you might have gotten this. If you hadn't touched it, it was sitting in the back of a box somewhere. But I see this bright orange thing not hidden all of a sudden that I didn't see the last month when I was taking care of you.
Right.
Where did it emerge from now? So, I don't know. Maybe his pride was hurt.
I think his pride gets hurt very easily.
Yeah. Why is it not playing? Is it playing?
No.
It was a man and a woman.
I think it's
have been partners for a while,
the
and they
feed was
actually were
jumping at the
getting
same
married.
time.
Well, there was a bachelor party that didn't have anybody, no females show up or anything, but they had this adult video playing on the TV during that crazy little bachelor party guys kind of thing. Well, that's how I obtained it, because I asked the host, I was like, hey man, you mind if I have the tape? I was not in a relationship or anything at the time. I'm ashamed to say that, embarrassed. But when she found that, I felt like I broke her heart. That was not who she was, and I hope it's not a representation really of who I am. I was a young man. She found that tape, and that was the only time that I can ever recall that she raised her voice at me. And she demanded that I destroy the tape and throw it in the dumpster by my apartments, with her hands on her hips, watching me. And I did. And we agreed, and I talked it out, and I laid everything out for her as she asked, and I was laying all my cards on the table. I was honest with her. She chose to show me grace, and she was understanding, and we made up that same day and in that evening. Okay?
Ew.
But that always stayed in the forefront.
Did you play the tape?
As the time that I could have jeopardized our relationship. And I've always shown her respect, and I didn't realize I was showing her disrespect in that fashion at that time, but she made it clear that that was inappropriate and that I should never do that again, and I agreed. And that's the incident that I explained to law enforcement when they asked me, is there ever a time that's what I hear. Is there ever a time that you have jeopardized your relationship? And that's...
Oh, he is going on
them,
and on.
I tell them that story.
Jeopardize your relationship? sounds like something you did, not when you were 19 years old before you met Tara.
No, it jeopardized the relationship. Sounds like she found some panties. That
Yeah,
weren't hers.
or this was recorded more presently while they had been dating already, and that's why it was suddenly visible to her, even though she'd been in and out of the house.
Or it was a video of him with someone, so he's sort of telling the truth.
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly what's happening, but like, if he's the one that's in the chair at a bachelor party engaging in something with somebody at the bachelor party, like that's something that could upset somebody.
Sure, absolutely.
And I feel like
he's a horn dog, and she knew that, and all of her friends did too. She discussed it openly that he's fun. So this would not be surprising. What would be surprising is if he were in an intimate situation with another woman while he was supposedly committed to her. That would be. So this is all.
We only get to hear his explanation, but I would think it's probably more likely that that tape came to be after they'd already been dating, and that's why it was in the house at a later point in time. And if it was old, if it was genuinely old, if his story is true, then I think we have a second issue where you are still trying to hang on to this memory of being a bachelor party guy, even if you're committed during your relationship with Tara. But when that relationship is falling away and you have to move back into your mom's basement, that's going to be a bigger pride hit than you were letting on earlier in your testimony. Because you are now 60 miles away from your college lifestyle where you have access to being this guy that's on that video. That life is premature midlife crisis falling down upon you.
And I see here, I lost it now. ACB said supposedly this video was played during the bachelor party, not recorded at the party, whatever. Yeah, that's what he's testifying to. But I'm saying it could be, he could tell us anything. It could have been anything.
Yeah, the fight might not even have been over a VHS, because remember, the VHS is supposedly destroyed, so no one could be like, here's the VHS. Like, this could be a total made up what it was.
I got to tell you, in 99, 2000, I don't know why you would, I guess he would, the only way he can explain him having possession of it is because of this bachelor party, because that's rentable. I mean, Blockbusters and CD video places were everywhere back then. And so that part is weird with this too.
Yeah, why would you want a copy of it if it wasn't like a memory? I was thinking like camcorder, someone's recording the bachelor party and he wanted that copy.
Yes.
But if that's a scenario where they play, it's a copy that existed, like a commercially sold, or who knows, copies were made and they had a copy they played, then this story doesn't make sense. Why would you want a copy just so nobody else would have it? That doesn't make sense.
I know, it's weird.
Does it get any less weird? Let's see if Yalamanchili fixes this for us.
And that's the context of where that answer came from.
Judge, I don't have any other questions for Mr. Melton.
Any request, Mr. Kris? Go ahead.
Mr. Melton.
We didn't clear a dang thing up. Not one thing.
Mavka's asking, what's a blockbuster? A big movie. Oh boy.
Yeah, they should have just not done a redirect.
Yeah. No, I think that he had to do the redirect because Mr. Melton wanted to get that information out. He was telepathically sending that to the prosecution that I gotta say this. That's what that was all about.
Yeah, just to satisfy him.
Mm-hmm.
Man, he's treating it like this is his client.
It's so weird.
You've gone to Miss Baker's house with her before, right? We've agreed on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've seen, it's fair to say that you would see her take out her key and unlock the door. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you would know what her house key looks like. Is that correct?
I guess it looks like a house key. Yes, sir.
And you would agree if you showed up to Miss Baker's house unannounced, she would probably let you in. Is that right?
If I showed up to her house unannounced and knocked on the door and she answered the door?
Correct.
Yes.
No other questions?
Any redirect, Mr. Yalamanchili?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness
You
be
mean
excused?
redirect?
Yes, it is.
Any objection from the defense? You are free to go, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a
He's
lunch
like,
break. It is late,
holla, freaking
but we are
Luya.
going to take a lunch break. I'm going to ask that, of course, when you leave this building, you don't discuss the case, you don't do any research, as we have discussed.
I think Fox might have started another
to
feed.
any
Let
of the
me find
locations
Jake
you may
part
have heard
2.
about. We're going to take a lunch break until 3:15, so it'll allow you some time to get to your cars and things of that nature. The deputies will escort you, of course, as a group to the elevator and will escort you to the beginning of the parking deck. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here at 3:15. Thank you for your patience.
Everyone, all right, let me find another. Let's see if they went back live. All right, I think Fox 5 ended their stream. I was using them because they had good volume. Lawn Crimes was crazy. Also, by the way, Factual Lie had put it in the chat, but let's say it out loud.
Oh, yeah, I saw
Dan
that.
Abrams is reporting that Law and Crime Network is acquiring Court TV. So I think that's a merger. That's a huge collaboration.
I wonder what they're going to be called. Is Court TV going to go away then? And it'll only be called
Court and Crime. They're probably going to stick with Law and Crime.
Wow. What's going to happen to all the people that work at Court TV?
Some will stay, some will go. Let's see. 11 Alive. Faust.
Well, I'm glad I got my Court TV bag when I was at CrimeCon.
It's going to be
it'll be a collector's item.
Ah, what was that Melton was talking about? Oh, she didn't really get pretentious about things except her little collections that she had.
What was that all about?
I don't know. Just weird. All right, so we are not that far behind anymore. They got back from lunch 15 minutes ago.
Oh, crikey.
That's why we start late, guys. And, Janet and I have been pausing and chatting, and we're still only 15 minutes behind after skipping that lunch.
Yeah, we would have been sitting here waiting for them.
And let's do, so this is a different channel. Let me lower it and turn the volume up. That way we don't blare our eardrums out. EJF says maybe he didn't understand what pretentious meant. Kris has boarded a flight to Vietnam.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being back on time. We are back on the record. State ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may call your next witness.
Make it a little louder. It's kind of quiet.
Could you get Christie? Did you say Kane?
Kane.
Christie Kane, please.
Who's this?
Also, chat, we usually do a rating. 1 to 10. What do you rate Cruz's cross? I'm at like a solid 8.5.
Me too. I'm there with you.
Ma'am, if I could get you to raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Poor
so help
choice
you
of
God?
top. Poor choice
Okay,
of
you
top.
can have a seat.
Black and white stripes. Poor choice.
And ma'am, I'm just going to ask you to,
Okay.
speak into that microphone so that everyone can hear you, okay? Could you please state your name and spell it for our court reporter?
It's Christie Kane, CHRISTIE, Kane, KANE.
Ms. Kane, I want to direct you back to 2001. Where were you working at the time?
At Wachovia Bank.
Okay.
Oh.
And was there a specific branch that you were working at?
I was at the Loganville branch.
Okay. How long had that Loganville branch been in existence in January of 2001?
Probably about three and a half years.
What was your job title?
I was the branch manager.
And what kinds of things did you do in your capacity as the branch manager?
Oversee the tellers, loans, banking for customers, new accounts, commercial loans, things like that.
Gotcha. Ma'am, do you remember sometime around May of 2001, do you recall being contacted by law enforcement officers regarding transactions that had been made or potentially had been made by a customer by the name of Chris Melton?
I do.
And specifically, were you asked to search for any records of withdrawals or deposits that Mr. Melton might have made on or about January 19th of 2001?
I was.
Okay. And are those records the type of thing that as branch manager you had access to?
We did.
Okay. And are records of customers' withdrawals or deposits, are those records made at or
Pause
near
it
the
just one quick
time
second,
that the
Kat.
transaction?
Yeah.
So I was just looking at the Court TV Law and Crime thing, and it says they're going to maintain the two distinct brands, but Court TV will be a standalone channel and brand for trial content and coverage. So
Maybe Law and Crime will do more like stories, and Court TV will continue doing like the panel type thing that they focus more on.
Yeah, like on the scene type of things. I think Jesse Weber does the deep dive, little miniature deep dives, 20 minutes long or something like that. But
Well, he
anyway,
just left. He went.
Oh, did he?
News
When
Nation,
did that
maybe.
happen?
If
Oh.
Brooklyn's in the chat, Brooklyn will know. I think Brooklyn's the one that told me.
I do think that happened just recently. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So sorry. I just wanted to kind of give that little, because I was reading while I was waiting for Miss Branch Manager to tell us all the details. So
Oh, that'd be cool. And Bailey says since Law and Crime has gotten into documentary production a lot more too.
Oh, that would make more sense.
Cool. Yeah, and Brooklyn's here. Brooklyn says News Nation. I knew you would know it. Thank you, Brooklyn.
Awesome.
I could picture seeing the comment when Brooklyn had said it with the little gray bee. I could picture it. So, all right, I'm gonna be nice to Miss Janet. Understand that I'm the one that has the pause button here. So if I'm not back in time to skip ahead if there's a break, don't take it out on Janet. Take it out on me. I'm gonna get some soda. I will be right back.
Get a refill.
Jen. Yeah.
Occurs.
So the branch is responsible for making a preliminary copy, the date of the transaction, and then we forward it to corporate and they make the backup copy.
You just answered my next question.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. That's all right. And so are the records of those deposits and withdrawals kept in the regular course of Wachovia's regularly conducted business activity?
Correct.
Okay. And was it the regular practice of Wachovia's business, to make and keep those records?
Yes.
And I guess I should clarify in case people don't know. Is it still called Wachovia?
No, they were bought out by Wells Fargo.
And Ms. Kane, were you able to locate any records like the ones that you've just described relating to Mr. Melton's banking activity at the Loganville Wachovia branch on January 19th of 2001?
I was.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Kane, I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 147. Actually, take a look at that.
Okay.
Do you recognize that, ma'am?
I do.
And is that a Wachovia withdrawal slip by Mr. Melton on the morning of January the 19th of 2001?
Correct.
Was that record made and kept in the manner in which you just described as far as all of those records?
Yes, I was.
And were you yourself able to pull that record from the main drive?
I was.
Did you provide it to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to tender States 147.
Any objection? No, ma'am. It is admitted.
Tell me a time. Can we get a time?
And if I could publish that to the jury, Your Honor.
Oh, please publish it to us. We want to see. I want to see a time. I want to know when he was there.
So,
And we're still not talking about Edrick
to
Faust.
confirm, Ms. Kane, that this is no longer Mr. Melton's accountant, so
Correct.
we're not putting up any bank account information. Let me zoom out a little bit. So I'm just going to I'm going to point out some different things on this withdrawal slip and ask you to describe what, if any, significance there is to that. Is that okay?
Right.
Can you see it on the screen up there? All right. So
9/12.
Anything
That's when he was there.
like this date here, the name, where the account number is written here, where my pen is pointing, the amount and signature. Would that all have been filled out by the customer making the withdrawal request?
Correct.
And I think we talked a little bit about this T0004.
That's
What,
the
if
teller
anything,
number.
does that tell you about this particular withdrawal slip?
It tells us that the withdrawal form was performed by the teller number 4, which is inside the branch.
And is there anything on this document that would indicate to you exactly when that withdrawal would have been made?
Yes, it's timestamped for 9/12
And is that right here where my pen is?
above the account number, correct.
Just above the account number?
And then where you see Chris Melton's signature, the numbers are kind of skewed, but that's our branch number in Loganville.
Zoom in. Talking about kind of behind the TON on
Correct.
the signature?
Correct. I think it's 89, something.
Don't get
19 that does
confused.
Signify the Loganville
The
branch.
925 in the
That's the
corner
one,
is
again,
when
just to be
the
clear, that you
document
were
was
the
scanned
manager.
into the
Correct.
system at the bank. So don't get tripped up on that. The transaction actually took place at 9/12,
Ms.
but the
Kane,
branch
around
didn't
the same
scan
time
it
that
into
you
the
were
system
initially
until
contacted by
9/25.
Law enforcement. Do you also remember being
helpful.
asked to pull any surveillance footage from the Loganville branch's cameras, especially as it might relate to the time surrounding 9/12 that morning?
I was.
Okay. And were you able to locate that video?
I did.
And kind of like before, would that video have been made and kept in the normal course of Wachovia's routine business practices?
I'm pretty sure that we kept videos for 90 days, and then they were furthered on to corporate.
Gotcha. And ma'am, were you able to locate that video?
I was.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to watch that video with law enforcement officials who were investigating the death of Tara Baker here in Athens, Georgia?
I did. They contacted me prior to coming into the branch to pull the tape, and they did come into the branch.
And I think you just answered this, but I just want to be clear. Did you yourself watch it with those law enforcement officers?
I did.
And what did you see when you watched that video?
We watched Kris entering the bank, coming in and filling out the withdrawal slip, and then going to the teller and getting the cash.
And you mentioned Kris. Was Mr. Melton a customer that was known to you in your capacity as the branch manager back in 2001?
He was. He was a regular.
Now, at the time that you watched that video with law enforcement, did you provide those officers with a copy of that video that you've just described?
We did not. I did not. We have policy that it has to come from, they have to request permission through corporate, and our corporate security gives them the final copy of the tape.
And to your knowledge, did anyone in law enforcement ever follow up to obtain a copy of that video?
I do not think so.
I didn't want to gloss over the actual video itself. If you remember, about how long was Mr. Melton in the branch at the time that he filled out this withdrawal slip?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Well, how do we have, is this built into them? Or is this me?
Just so.
Oh. Well, dang. Let me find Law and Crime, guys. I'm a little astonished. I don't know how much you followed the YSL trial, but this is reminding me of Detective Thorpe and this ongoing issue with video footage from a green store where all of these things happened, and Thorpe apparently went there to look for video footage and says he saw some video footage, but they never actually go and get the video footage. They just don't obtain it.
Well, I want to know whether Josh was in the car waiting for him. That's what I want to know. And they should, even back in 2099, 2000, whenever this was again, they would have exterior cameras. I mean, that's pretty common practice. That's been around for a long, long time.
Right, I think this is about where we were. For me, I don't think I'm clear on when the crimes were committed and or when the fire was set, if it was at the same time or not.
I'm still stuck on why aren't we prosecuting Edrick Faust? That's what I'm stuck on.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to say his DNA is criminal. The presence of his DNA is criminal, and the presence of Chris Melton's DNA is fine. That's the state's position.
Right.
One thing that's just a couple more questions. Going back to this actual withdrawal slip, you mentioned the date as being January 19th of 2001. There is another date that appears up here up in the top right corner, May 2nd of 2001. What is the significance of that date?
It would have been when I pulled a copy and printed it.
And then this seems, just want to be clear, this date that we previously referenced, 9/12, would that have been 9:12 a.m.?
Correct.
Bank's not open at 9:12 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I.
So, good, Janet, you did tell us, so thank you. But I also think it's important to stop and think about why it's so important for the state to make sure the jury understands that he was there already earlier at 9:12 and not thinking 9:25, because with 9:25, it would give enough time based on the time frame that the state believes is when the time of death and or the fire starting occurred. I don't think the state has a solid time window. I just don't think that they've convinced me down.
I absolutely believe that Chris Melton does not have an alibi for the time of Tara's death. He does not have an alibi. And nothing has shown me that he does. So,
and they just believed him.
Yeah.
And didn't get the tape in case they would need it anyway. And then they built their time frame, and they've been trying ever since to fit the timeline around what Chris Melton's timeline was.
Yeah, and again, I just keep coming back to it. I sound like a broken record, but we have been here for a week, and there is not evidence pushing the needle toward a conviction on Edrick Faust. And we've had a lot of witnesses. I haven't been taking notes for the whole thing, so I don't know how many witnesses have come in. But, I mean, are we around 15-ish, do you think?
Yeah.
And this is weird. Why don't I know where Edrick Faust was that morning?
Because the state thinks that it's fine to put up, and honestly, guys, I like to look at reactions. I love you guys in the chat. I love hanging out with you guys, but I do venture elsewhere and see what other people are saying. And it was pissing me off all weekend. You go over to different comment sections on YouTube, and there are people that think that those 3 sketches and the individuals that were reported, even though they were wearing different clothes and had physically different descriptions, except for the one common denominator of being they were black. There are comments out there that are saying Faust looks just like the guy the 3 witnesses saw, the guy that's in the different sketches. So these people that are taking in this trial think that these sketches are all of one person, that they all look just like Faust. I don't think the sketch looked like Faust. And I think the sketches looked alike, but yet the sketch artist couldn't tell them apart. And my idea is that the sketch artist was just drawing things, used to drawing things. It's muscle memory.
Right.
And she didn't really listen to what the descriptions were being given of anyway. She just ended up drawing things, and people were like, yeah, that's good enough. But the descriptions from the individuals gave different descriptions. And again, these are all individuals that were just walking. They're not wearing hoods. One was wearing bright orange, which Chris Melton just told us is not, you don't hide something by making it bright orange.
Here's the other part that I always come back to because it's forensic evidence, and I just keep coming back to where the DNA is for Edrick Faust leans me toward a consensual interaction.
Yeah, not even sex necessarily, even though if it is, it's still not criminal. You know what I mean? Like, but there's just so many more possibilities.
And the DNA evidence that was found that corroborates where Chris Melton's DNA is leans me more toward a nefarious situation because she was so adamant about not having anal sex, and that a lot of times in domestic type of situations or individuals that are in a power mode, like I think this perpetrator was, that's like a way to be disrespectful or degrade the individual. Both of those go more in line with that. And I don't, especially because there wasn't any in her vajayjay from Chris Melton. Am I correct?
I do think you're talking
or
about
was his DNA there also?
Oral swab B, item 2J, which has become the vaginal
I knew
swab.
That's why I don't remember it. That's right, because they messed everything up. That's
they
right.
mislabeled that. So
right.
With 2J, what did I have for notes for 2J? I believe it
Maybe
was
Melton's
both.
DNA was there. Okay, so
yeah, I believe it was both because their theory was that that's where it drained down, and that's how it got to the anus.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Like
that's
fluid
right.
drained down, and his DNA that was there carried down.
Yes, because here's the other problem. I don't know fluid what we're talking about, because did they say that what the DNA was that was found in her anal canal was saliva? It's not semen. We know that.
I don't think they sent that to the Lugol's testing. They only sent the 2 swabs that were mislabeled, because my theory of the timeline, guys, is when they arrest Faust and he's starting to go through the docket, they file a discovery request for the DNA evidence, and then his arrest is like April 30th of 2024. They don't send these swabs to the lab where we had Lacan come in and testify until October of 2024. So they don't need to, something made them aware that they need to clarify why they have 2 oral swabs after Faust's arrest. And I believe that's because the defense challenged, like, what do you mean? Like, his DNA, you're charging him with rape, but these swabs are just, there's different charges if something's vaginal penetration versus just or not. So this doesn't seem like they could have said something to that effect that put the state on, like, verification mode, like, wait, that is weird. And then they go and send this stuff out to a lab.
Initially, at the beginning of this trial, I was like, what? This DNA doesn't make any sense to me. As I'm digging more into it, I'm like, oh, actually, it makes a lot of sense to me, but not in the way the prosecution wants me to think. And if we have all of these questions about the DNA, and we could go back and re-review things and all of that, imagine this jury.
And I get that this isn't sperm, right? There's no sperm found. But let's say, for example, Melton gets pissed off and does disrespectful things to face, to other parts. That could be how any other DNA was spread around.
Yep.
So, yeah. So a lot of questions here. And unfortunately, the reality is, I mean, I am very hopeful that we are not in a position where 12 jurors are going to think DNA means non-consensual, right? Because DNA is why we have a CODIS hit here, but it's not DNA from sperm, which isn't even, I don't think they can prove that Faust had sex with Tara Baker. Consensual or not consensual.
I don't either.
It's just DNA.
They haven't yet.
And how would they otherwise? How would they otherwise? So I don't think that it's, and that's unfortunate, because I'm saying that is here. I think Faust may be innocent, like actually innocent. Like,
Mm-hmm.
just straight up falsely accused, didn't even have consensual sex. It might not even had a hookup with her. And there's just DNA, like touch DNA or whatever, that they couldn't test back then, but tested now, and they could get different hits
Yeah.
for. But I'm sure those same limitations that apply to a cold case here, unfortunately, I think those same limitations could apply where somebody is actually guilty. And unfortunately, I don't think we should just, hey, because we have a DNA hit from someone that was in the same age group, might have both liked going out at night. It's not weird that somebody that lived in the neighborhood would go down to the college bars to go party on a Thursday night. Thursday nights
No.
are big nights in colleges.
Oh
Like,
my gosh, I didn't even, I lived just outside of Ann Arbor, and Thursday night, in my bank
Ladies'
teller
night.
days, we went to the bar because the bar we could go to at the University of Michigan, you could get in at 18 years old. You couldn't
There
drink,
you
but you
go.
could get in there because
Gotta
it
have
was
the
a
X's on your
college.
hands.
Exactly. And so we would go there and not get home until 3:00 in the morning, and then show up to the bank. This all makes you feel really safe about your tellers. At 8:00 in the morning, I'm waiting on customers like this at the bank. So yeah, I mean that would be a very common thing to happen.
Yeah, might have gone out with friends from the law firm. I
Yep.
mean, to me, that makes sense. She planned to leave the library at 10 a.m. That's a good time I'm going to study before I go out.
Mhm.
Like, I've been there. Like, that is the time that's you focus. You give yourself a reason to focus, and it works. So, yeah, karaoke night, Thirsty Thursday. Heck yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday were the big days. Also, maybe she planned to do something on Saturday for her birthday, but Thursday was the night to go out. Like, there's just this idea. I think the state wants it to be that she was busy studying, never had a social life, never left the house, didn't have fun, has no sexual freedom. Like, they're leaning on the rape shield in a way that I think is not the way rape shield is meant to be used in prosecutions. And I hope it's not painting the picture to the jury. But
Right.
out there in the ether, there's really a subset, a group of people where the consensus seems to be, why else would they have had an interaction?
Right. Yeah, it could have been, yeah, it could have been anything.
And I am relieved if you guys missed it earlier. I think I pinned it. Infamous Sylvia is in the courtroom, and I don't know if we know the breakdown of which are the alternates, because there are 3 alternates, so
Right.
there'd be 15 people total sitting in the jury box, but 4 Black people are in that jury box. So at
And she
least one
did-
of them has to be on the deliberating jury.
She did say that 9 men, 6 women.
There you go. So another
Yep.
breakdown. And I believe we have the breakdown of 8 men and 4 women for those, because the alternates are already chosen. So it's known that deliberating jurors, unless an alternate is needed, will be 8 men and 4 women. So there's that. I think, thank you again, Sylvia. First for going down there, but also for giving us some insight here, because a lot of people have wanted to know. So there we go. We're back to Bank Lady, which maybe this would be more compelling to me in, if this trial took place in like 2003, 2004, or if Chris Melton was on the stand, I'd say, hey, that helps him. The state needs to overcome that.
Right.
This, to me, is not overcoming the state's burden of having to prove Faust guilty. But
We've
maybe
spent
this
all
would
day
be-
today defending Chris Melton.
So,
All day.
all day. Yeah, shout out to Sylvia in the chat here. All right, Bank Lady. Time of death, time of crime. Someone in the chat earlier had mentioned having an uncle. They experienced a house fire, which sucks. So that definitely sucks. But they said that the cause of the fire was someone putting a cigarette out on, it seems like a dresser on the ashtray, but it wasn't actually out and it fell. And it took 5 hours to actually start engulfing and actually
boy.
catches a house fire. 5 hours. So I think that's such an important thing to share, because I don't understand these things. I don't understand how wide of a range. I think fires are kind of like emergencies, and they're out of control really quickly. And I've already learned a lot watching this trial and from you guys.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily the case.
It
sit
can be
there.
a slow goer.
Yeah. And I don't think the state has narrowed down that, like, if this took 5 hours to start engulfing, that would be 6 in the morning.
Exactly.
That'd be 6 in the morning.
And nobody knows where Mr. Melton was then.
Someone saw a white man running at like 7 something in the morning. So,
White man
oh,
running.
God. Yeah, innocent man walking, running. So, all right, bank lady, bank lady.
I have defense counsel may have some questions for you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Oh, I didn't label direct. This is cross. We're going to the whiteboard. I hear the paper.
I've
Not with
known
all-
you for the last.
Hold on. EJF, so could she have left her grits cooking on the stove? Be careful, guys, burning grits. Because that can burn up pretty quickly. But all 4 burners in this case were on, so I don't think that that's a scenario here. I don't think that the fire was accidentally set. I think one thing I am across the line for is that fire seems to, by all intents and purposes, have been set on purpose.
6 months is Miss Search. I know you mentioned your new last name. Can you tell me your new last name?
It's Kane, Kane.
Miss Kane. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Edrick Faust. Is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. You were asked by the state if you remembered how long Mr. Melton was in the bank. Do you recall that question?
I do.
Okay, you said you did not remember.
I do not remember.
When seeing a copy of your statement possibly refresh your recollection? Or a summary of your statement?
Summary of my statement, sure.
I can give you the. I think, yeah, just that page.
Is it okay if I approach you? And after you've had an opportunity to look at that document and you've refreshed your recollection, just please look up.
Okay.
How is your memory refreshed?
I mean, by the paper, correct?
Sure. How long was Mr. Melton in the bank?
Looked like he was in the bank for 4 minutes by this, or less than 10 minutes.
Ms. Search, I have a Ms. Kane. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I have a
I'm just
marker
trying
for
to
you.
eat my
We
peanuts
have a
here.
board here. I'm going to move it. I would like you to write that time. Is that okay?
Which time? When he entered or the withdrawal slip?
Just how long he was in the bank.
Okay.
Very different than his story.
Oh, what's happening?
Okay. I'm sorry, what would you like for me to do?
Oh, she's going to write on the easel.
All right, the first thing I'd like you to do is write your name at the top, if that's okay. And next to it, you could put Wachovia, and there we go.
Very close.
Okay, and
to
if you
half
could place
an
the
hour.
time that Mr. Melton entered the bank under your name. Okay, and next to that, if you could put, I believe you said less than 10 minutes?
Less than 10.
Okay, if you could put in, put less than 10 minutes and just circle it.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. That may be all the questions I have for you. Give me 1 second, okay? Thank you.
Circled it real big. 908.
Ms. Kane, do you recall Mr. Melton coming to the bank on Monday, January 22nd, 2001?
I do vaguely.
Okay. Do you recall how long he stayed in the bank on Monday?
I do remember with the police report that he was there for a good while.
Okay. Do you recall,
Needed an alibi?
is it fair to say when he came to the bank, he did not make a transaction on that day?
I think per the report that I had given the detectives at the time that he had applied for a loan or was talking to me about a loan, a personal line of credit for his business.
Okay. And we agree that that was January 22nd, 2001. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Can you write that on the board for us, please? And next to 9/8, I believe that date is January 19th. If you could just put 1/19/01 next to 9/08
Right.
in front of the.
I'm sorry.
Okay. And for the 22nd, that is perfect for me. All right, if you could write how long he was in the bank on the 22nd.
I don't vaguely remember. I think we're said February on it. So
I don't disagree with that if you're asking me.
can I look at
Absolutely.
What would he needed a loan for? He had a truck.
It's in the document that you have
he
here.
needed a loan to have 30 minutes to spend in a bank.
Right. That's kind of what I'm getting at is what are you doing in there? You have a brand new business. He's young, so I doubt he had a ton of credit.
Your girlfriend was just killed brutally.
Brutally murdered two
And
days before. And you're like,
you
hey,
were
I need to get a
punching
loan.
walls. You were punching walls when you were up in the hotel.
Okay.
And now you're getting a personal line of credit the following Monday.
This is not plausible. I'm not saying she's lying. I'm saying his behavior does not make sense for an individual that was truly upset about what had happened. I have had customers in after having a death in the family, especially one that's unexpected, and especially young people. They are inconsolable. It is hard to even have a conversation with them. So he's not getting a loan. He's got a truck. He just got his ladder rack put on there. He has all of the equipment supplied by Nash. We went through all of this. What does he need a loan for? To pay Josh to keep his mouth shut?
Just his high school friend that's a coworker that he didn't know went to the same high school as him.
Right.
Just crazy. Also, want to give a shout out here. Donnie sent over a tip jar saying thank you for covering this trial. Thank you for watching it here. I'm not enjoying that this is a trial at all, but I'm enjoying seeing and it's not limited to Georgia, but it feels like we're back in Georgia watching some crazy fabrication of a case. You know, a lot of mentions of the Wolfenbarger trial, the earlier days we were watching this, another cold case, Georgia trial. And it's just, you guys get me through it. You guys get me through it. So, while I don't enjoy this as a trial, I'm enjoying not feeling alone in thinking it's crazy that we're here. So, big thank you, Johnny.
Yes, they would absolutely ask what the funds for the loan were going to be used for. You have to give a purpose.
Yep.
You can't just say, hey, I'm running a little short right now. So it's like, nah, you got to have a reason.
Yeah, reason because it puts the underwriter on notice of like, well, what are the circumstances for repayment? Like, is this guy like, I need this money to run and flee the country? Like, you're not going to want to give that person money because they're not going to pay it back.
I back in my consumer finance days, I had a customer, I had an approved loan and they were supposed
What if
to
that's why he was trying to get money?
I was
saying that as a joke. Oh, man.
But I had someone that I had an approved loan and they were supposed to be coming in to sign for it, to close on it. And I saw on the news the night before that the daycare they were running, a child had died under their supervision. And I was like, oh, we don't want to make this loan because there's no way that this business is going to stay open. And so there's going to be no means for repayment. So yeah, you have to give some information as to what you're doing, why you need it. And I think they were getting the loan from me for attorney's bills, but I happened to see the news and was like, yikes, no, we're not making that loan.
Oh, yeah, gotta do diligence. Gotta do the due diligence. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know if we'll find out that he got a loan, but I think it's interesting. He needed a loan for the ticket to Vietnam, see?
I'm anxious to see if she says what the loan application says the purpose of it was. That's what
it's
I'm anxious
business
for.
records, right? I mean, the state's saying this is all business records, so see?
Okay.
30 to 45 minutes.
30 to 45 for this
And if you
Sunday
could circle
visit,
30 to
Monday
45 minutes
visit.
for me. Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Any redirect?
Very, very briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Kane, do you happen to remember off the top of your head the address of the branch that you were the manager of back in 2001?
I think it started with 43, but I do not remember.
What? Did they just mute us? Oh, because I guess it's an address. They don't want to risk it.
And approximately, not necessarily by miles, but by drive time, how far away would that branch be from right here where we sit today?
Objection. Cause for speculation, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
If you know, ma'am, how far would that have been?
I really wouldn't know. 45 minutes if I had to guess.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any request, Mr. Cruz?
Ms. Kane.
Yes.
Right, 45 minutes on that whiteboard for me.
Okay, but I'm guessing. I'm not very familiar with Athens.
45 minutes, you put the guess. Thank you.
She wrote guessing. I love that.
Anything else of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
I would ask that she be excused.
Any objection by the defense? You are free to go. You may call your next witness.
Josh McCurdy.
Could you get
Oh,
Josh
the friend.
McCurdy, please?
We have the friend. I mean, the employee or whatever.
Sorry, I was getting the shakes. I'm trying to get some protein in me.
Some movement.
Sir, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony
boy.
in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. You can put your hand down, sir, and I'm just going to ask you to speak into that microphone loudly so that everybody can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Sir, if you could please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Joshua McCurdy, Joshua McCurdy.
And, sir, I want to take you back in time to 2001. What were you doing for a living at that time, sir?
I was plumbing.
Okay. And did you know an individual by the name of Chris Melton?
Yes, sir.
How did you know Chris?
I worked with him.
Okay. How did you and Chris meet?
We met working at a company called McCart Plumbing in Loganville.
Okay. And, I mean, I guess other than just working together, how did you get to know Chris?
We pretty much just work friends.
Okay.
We didn't hang out outside of work or anything, but we were pretty good friends at work.
Were y'all on the same team at McCart?
Yeah, yeah.
Where did you go to high school, sir?
I went to Covenant Christian Academy.
Want to kind of specifically talk a little bit about January of 2001. At that time, do you recall yourself and Chris kind of branching off from McCart Plumbing?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Describe what that meant.
It's called subcontracting. Basically, we'd work for another company, and they would give us jobs to do and pay us more than what working for somebody would do.
Okay. And so, do you recall, again, approximately when that would have started?
I really don't remember that.
Well, when the two of you had started subcontracting, tell us a little bit about a typical day with you and Chris.
Okay.
How would it start?
Basically, he lived about 5 minutes from my house, so his parents lived there, and he lived in the basement, and I would drive to his house, and we'd leave my truck, and then we'd get in his work truck, and we would go to the job sites and stuff.
What
Lived
time
in the
of day would y'all
basement.
usually start?
Probably around 7 or 7:30 in the morning.
And is that the time that you would arrive at Chris's parents' house?
Yeah, yeah.
And then, in general terms, sir, could you just tell me what a typical day would look like?
Okay. We'd meet at his house, and then we would go to the shop, which would be in Loganville, and it was a company called Nash Plumbing, and we would go there, and they would give us the where the job was and everything for that day, and the material to use for the job, and then we'd go do the job and go back home.
And so, what kind of geographic area might that entail? Where were y'all going on jobs?
Usually it was around like Loganville and Monroe, kind of Walton, Newton County.
Okay. But could it also extend beyond Walton?
Yeah, yeah. It just kind of depended on what the jobs were, but usually we worked around Walton and Newton County.
Were those long days, Mr. McCurdy?
Yeah, yeah. We usually would work between 8 to 12 hours a day.
Would that be
Well, you weren't doing any work
Monday
in
through
that
Friday?
day.
Yeah, yeah.
Would that include?
Sometimes Saturdays also.
Mr. McCurdy, I want to take you specifically to the day of January the 19th of 2001. Is there anything about that particular day that sticks out in your mind?
No.
Let me see if I can frame it this way. Do you remember a day when you drove Kris to Athens?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you recall that day starting similarly to the others that you've described?
Yeah, it was about the same as every other day. I met him at his house.
At the same time that you described earlier?
Yeah, that was the normal time that we would meet.
Do you recall the specifics of where you might have gone that day? Your Honor, if I can respond,
You may respond.
it is a yes/no question. Is not a leading question.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
Mr. McCurdy, I'll ask the question again.
Okay.
Do you recall specifically the job sites that you would have gone to that day?
No.
Do you recall if it would have started with a trip to Nash Plumbing?
Yeah, it probably would have started there.
Do you recall anything that Kris was having done to his truck, sir?
I'm going to sustain that objection. You may rephrase if you want to.
Do you remember a trip to a place called Truk Kustomz?
Right?
Yes.
What was the purpose of going to Truk Kustomz?
I believe we were putting a ladder rack on the truck.
What time did they say he met him?
Do you remember how many times you went to Truk Kustomz that day?
To pick him up, 7:30 in the
Not
morning.
specifically. I know we did go that day, but I'm not sure about how many times. I'd say once, maybe twice. I'm not sure.
Mr. McCurdy, do you recall speaking with law enforcement the following day on January the 20th of 2001?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in preparation for coming in and testifying today, did I actually send you copies of some of those police reports?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a chance to look over those?
Yes, sir.
And did those help refresh your recollection as to the conversations that you had with law enforcement in the aftermath of Ms. Baker's death?
Mm-hmm.
And you're not the first one to do it, but I need you to say yes or no. So
I'm sorry.
That's
Yes,
all right.
yes,
That's
sir.
all right. Do you think it might help help you again if you were able to review it one more time?
Your Honor, at this point, I'd object. I don't think that the active question that is member at this point, so I object.
I'm going to sustain that objection. I think a question has to be asked in order for him not to recollect. I'm going to sustain your objection.
Well, I think the question, Mr. McCurdy, was do you remember how many times you went to Truk Kustomz that day?
No, sir.
Your Honor, he just said I didn't ask a question, then he said it was asked and answered.
I'm going to allow you to refresh his recollection if possible. Go ahead.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
It's much to roll, Mr. McCurdy. This has been marked as State's Exhibit 148. I'm just going to actually kind of read that to yourself.
Okay.
When you're done, if you can just look up and let me know that you've had a chance to finish it, sir.
Okay.
Mr. McCurdy, you haven't had a chance to review State 148. Does that help refresh your recollection as to kind of your exact whereabouts on Friday, January the 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, again, specifically as it relates to Truk Kustomz, do you remember how many times you and Kris may have gone there?
I believe it was 2 times.
As it relates to the second trip to Truk Kustomz, if you remember, what was the purpose of that trip, sir?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Maybe to check on the truck.
Had you and Kris been together at that point throughout the day?
Yeah, we've been together all day.
Do you recall,
Objection leading. And yes or no questions are leading questions. They suggest the answer to the witness.
Okay, well, I'll have to hear the question first, and then I'll take up your objection.
did you have lunch that day, sir?
I don't remember. I imagine we did, but I'm not real sure.
For the second time that you went to Truk Kustomz, if you remember, were you in, whose vehicle were you in?
We were in my truck.
And why had you taken your truck to Truk Kustomz?
because his truck was already there getting worked on.
Oh,
Do you recall at that second trip, Kris receiving a phone call or a page or something?
Yeah, I believe he received a phone call.
Thought it was a
Describe
page.
what you observed when Kris
Thought it was a
got
page.
that phone call.
uh-huh.
I just remember him getting real quiet, and I don't remember asking him what was wrong, but I know he got real quiet, like didn't seem like himself anymore.
Okay.
'Cause he was usually really happy and kind of chipper, energetic, and he just got really quiet when the phone call.
Did you drive Kris to Athens?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember whose vehicle you drove?
It was my truck.
Can you describe what, if anything, you recall about driving Kris to Athens?
I just remember him being real quiet the whole ride. I didn't really ask him what was wrong. Yeah, I just remember him being real quiet.
Mr. McCordy, is
Interesting.
as it relates to the exact, excuse me, stops that you and Kris made on January the 19th of 2001 from 7:15, 7:30 on, do you have a good recollection as to when and where those stops were?
I really don't remember the stops that we made.
I mean, do you feel as if here today your memory is insufficient to allow you to testify fully and accurately about everything you did on January the 19th of 2001?
I mean, as far as accurately remembering it, I would.
My question was fully and accurately remember it. Is that
Yeah, it was a long time ago. I mean,
on the day after, on January the 20th of 2001, when you spoke to the detective the day after Miss Baker's death, would your statements have been more fresh in your memory at that time?
yes, sir, definitely.
And would the information that you provided to the detective on that day been correct to the best of your ability back then?
Yes, sir, 100%.
Bear with me just a second, sir.
Okay.
Mr. McCurdy, those are all the questions that I have for you, sir. Mr. Cruz may have some questions. Thank you very much.
Oh, I bet he does. Oh, boy.
Good afternoon, Mr. McCordy.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for asking. My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz, and I have the honor and privilege of representing Mr. Faust. Under the authority of the Honorable Court, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, okay? I believe you've already discussed with the state that you spoke with law enforcement on January 20th, 2001. Is that correct? Okay. And on January 19th, 2001, you stated that you drove Kris to Athens. All right. And were you aware that Kris, on the way to Athens, learned that his girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, had been killed?
Not at the time, not until I believe he told me on the way back.
Okay.
That what had happened.
But in the vehicle, his actions were just, he was quiet.
He was quiet and he was upset, but I didn't ask him what was wrong or anything like that.
That's fair. You would agree that January 20th, and it's a given, I know you would, just have to ask the question. You would agree that January 20th is one day after January 19th, 2001?
Yes, sir.
And law enforcement asked you about you and Chris's whereabouts on January 19th, 2001 when they spoke to you on January 20th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. McCurdy, on the 19th, I'd like to go back to the 19th, you took Kris to the police department. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or you're with him at the police department?
Yeah.
Okay. And you know police interviewed Kris. Is that correct? And before police could interview you, you left the police department. Is that correct?
I don't really remember that far back.
Yes, sir. So let me ask you this.
Okay.
When they talked to you on the 20th, do you recall telling law enforcement that you and Kris started the day at Nash Plumbing?
I remember telling him that I met him at his house, but I don't remember
Oh, boy.
exactly if I told him that we went to Nash Plumbing.
Would seeing a summary of your statement to law enforcement refresh your memory?
Boy.
Yes, sir.
Put the peaches in the chat.
Ooh.
All right, Mr. Let the record. Oh.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, get the Sharpie. We're going to be back at the easel.
Mm-hmm.
Peaches for impeachment.
Okay. You code it for a second. Did that document refresh your memory?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excellent. Mr. McCordy, I have a black marker. We have a whiteboard, well, not a whiteboard, but sheets of paper
Up
over
to the
there.
easel.
I would like you, before I ask my next question, can you write your name on the top of that document for me?
On top of that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I approach you again?
Yeah. Stand up.
Whole name is fine. Got something for you.
Oh, boy.
Give that too. Okay. You gotta.
Oh.
All right, so these are the documents that you reviewed.
Kat, I'm going to need a Sharpie emoji for the chat tomorrow.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Based on the documents you reviewed,
I'll just do like a
you
squiggle.
recall telling law enforcement that you and Kris started your day at Nash Plumbing.
Yes, sir.
So can you write Nash Plumbing at the under your name? Then after leaving Nash Plumbing, you explained to law enforcement that you and Kris stopped by Chick-fil-A, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Got breakfast.
Breakfast at Chick-fil-A. What?
Oh,
I thought it was
Oh.
later, maybe.
there's breakfast? There's breakfast?
Around 8 a.m., or you told law enforcement around 8 a.m., you and Kris went to a house in Grayson to check for leaks. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you write
8 a.m. in Grayson to check house for leaks. And this is going by what he told police on January 20th.
From Grayson, you told law enforcement that you went to Forsyth. Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And you could write under Grayson, Forsyth.
Okay.
So is it fair to say that before 8 a.m., Nash Plumbing, Chick-fil-A, after 8 a.m., well, at 8 a.m., Grayson, and after 8 a.m., Forsyth?
Yeah, I would say that.
Thank you so much.
We didn't hear anything about Chick-fil-A in Melton's testimony. I didn't write anything
Yeah,
down. and
I don't remember him mentioning Chick-fil-A. He probably had to take it out to make the timeline tighter.
Exactly.
But when I heard about it previously, I just assumed like lunch.
Well, yeah. Well,
Maybe state's opening was when it was mentioned. Or one of the detectives said, well, they told us in the supplementals something about Chick-fil-A.
so he didn't go to the bank with them? I want to know that.
Okay, do you recall being interviewed a second time on May 3rd, 2001 by law
boy.
enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And they asked you again about the whereabouts of Kris on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during the May 3rd interview, you advised law enforcement that you went to Truk Kustomz around 3:30 p.m. Is that correct?
Oh,
Yeah, I think it was around, according to the paper, it was around 3:30 or 4.
Okay. Can you write that on the
That'd be
board?
great.
Truk Kustomz, 3:30 to 4. Now, do you recall law enforcement specifically asking you, do you recall going to the bank with Kris Melton? Okay. Would hearing an audio recording of your conversation with law enforcement refresh your
Oh.
recollection?
Yeah, I mean, that would refresh me, yeah.
Objection.
Your Honor, I would ask for the opportunity to refresh Mr. McCordy's recollection outside the presence of the jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to step out into the jury room for a moment. Please don't discuss the case.
All right, we'll zoom through this shuffle in and shuffle out.
well, that's the question I had.
Yeah, for real.
Thanks, Mr. Cruz. I find this man to be very credible. I'm not sensing evasion or shade or anything like that. He's like, yeah, man, if you play it, that'll definitely refresh my memory.
Yeah, just play it. Like, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm not going to try to say I didn't say it. It's an honest, like, I don't really remember.
Yep.
And this would be from May 3rd, you guys. So 4 months-ish later.
All right, Ms. McCordy, I'm going to play about 54 seconds. It's going to be difficult to hear, okay? So I'm going to try to turn it up as loud as I can. There's no sound on my end.
Oh, just a second. Try again.
Where'd you go from there?
I don't know why it's jumping. It's jumping on my end too. So maybe it's the feed.
Wheatfield? Wheatfield? You said in your original statement you guys went to Chick-fil-A to breakfast. Did you do that? Do you remember the bank or anything?
Oh boy.
No.
A little bit.
Okay. Would you like me to play that one more time for you?
It sounds that I don't remember going to the bank.
Oh.
All right. So is your recollection refreshed in regards to the when they asked you to bank with me? Okay.
I'm looking for another
Bring me
feed
through
and
that.
I see Sylvia. If this doesn't fix, we'll hop over.
Moment. Sorry. Two places at once. Not sure if you bring-
Let's try going back to Fox 5 because this is kind of crazy.
Me some
Shout
That's
out to
fair.
Sylvia.
You would agree
Destroying.
that January 20, and it's a given, the whereabouts of Kris on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during the May 3rd
I think this is when the
interview,
jury is kicked out.
Your conversation with law enforcement, refresh your recollection? Four seconds. It's going to be difficult to hear, okay? So I'm going to try to turn it up as loud as I can. Sound on mic.
Job site. Wakefield? Wheatfield? You said in your original statement you guys went to Chick-fil-A to get breakfast. Do you remember doing that? Do you remember going by the bank or anything?
No.
I don't know.
So there, you can hear him say no.
No.
You able to hear yourself?
A little bit.
Okay. Would you like me to play that portion one more time for you?
It sounded like I said I don't remember going to the bank.
All right. So is your recollection refreshed in regards to the question when they asked you if you went to the bank with Mr. Melton? Yes. Okay. Your Honor, we could bring the jury back.
Missing Mr. Terrell. Hang on just a moment. Bring the jury.
So it sounds like he might have been alone at the bank, huh?
But when though? If he's supposed to?
He was at the bank at 9:12. See, I think this whole timeline is way later than everybody's trying to say. I don't think they met at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning.
No, me either.
I think it was more like 9:30 or 10. And that's not going to work for old Kris baby because he's got to have an alibi way sooner than that.
And that would mean like maybe he started his day by going to a bank thinking I have to get something on the record.
Yes. Yep.
And remember, we watched a video and saw him at the bank, but we don't actually have the video. So it's possible that he wasn't, maybe they asked to see video of him there another day. I mean, I don't know that that's certain, but even taking that at face value, I think we have a timeline problem because of these stories, and we have an additional
thank
timeline
you.
problem because the
May I bring it
fire,
in?
when did it actually start?
Right. I don't find any of this exculpatory for Kris Melton. None of it.
And that means reasonable doubt for Faust.
That's right.
May be seated. Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. McCordy, we've agreed that law enforcement interviewed you in 2001, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in one of those interviews, they asked you if you remembered going to the bank with Mr. Melton. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And your response was that you did not remember going to the bank with Mr. Melton. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I also want to, well, excuse me. Do you still have the marker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you write under anywhere on the sheet, just do not remember, so DNR, bank.
Okay.
A DNR sounds like do not resuscitate.
I know.
I
just
And then
directives,
put in
people.
2001, back in 2001, please.
I do not.
Last question for
Think
you.
that
Well,
he was
last couple
with
of
him.
questions for you. During direct examination, you stated that you recall going to Truk Kustomz 2 times. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm assuming you don't remember the time of the first time. Is that fair?
Yeah, I don't remember. I would assume it'd be in the morning time, but I don't remember the time exactly.
Excellent. I just want to make sure we keep everything accurate, and I want to make sure I keep everything accurate for you. So can you put on there, I know we have Truk Custom at 3:30. Can you put on there Truk Custom morning if you don't remember the time?
Okay. Just underneath it?
Yes, sir.
And it wouldn't make sense if he had to drop him off or pick him up
Okay.
after he
Mr.
dropped off
McCordy,
his
those
car.
are all my
if he
questions
doesn't
for
remember
you.
going to the
Thank you
bank.
so much for
Right.
answering my questions.
And I'll tell you, those bank
Any
tellers are
redirect,
going to know
Mr. Bolden?
whether it was this gentleman or Kris Melton in
Mr.
there.
McCurdy, you were asked on cross-examination about this second time that you spoke with the police about your whereabouts on January 19th.
Yes, sir.
About how long after the first time you talked to him was that?
I believe it was about a month or two, I believe, after that.
Was the second conversation?
Yeah.
That's all I have, sir. Thank
Okay.
Any recross, Mr. Cruz?
No other questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused.
I would ask that he be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
I believe he's on a subpoena for us, so I'll just ask that he applies for the subpoena.
Ah. All right, thank you. Mr. McCurdy, you're still under subpoena by the defense, but you are free to go for now. Thank you, sir. You may call your next witness.
Before we call the next witness, may I grab the items?
Yes. Mr. Bolden, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill Teeter.
Bill
Hey,
Teeter.
Bill Teeter.
Hey, Bill, what's up?
I'm going to ask you to
What's up?
raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in the matter
Rocking a
pending
nice
before the court
sweater jacket.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, you can have a
He's
seat.
got a Fonzie swoop to the old hair.
Your Honor, just didn't want anything to play accidentally. So.
Okay.
Sir, if you could state and spell your name for our court reporter.
All right, William Teeter, Teeter.
And Mr. Teeter, I want to direct your attention back to January of 2001. At that time, did you own a business called Truk Kustomz?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
Okay, and where was that business located?
Downtown Loganville.
Okay, tell me a little bit about Truk Kustomz.
We customize pickup trucks, all kinds of stuff, hitches,
Use the
ladder
word in a
racks,
sentence.
lift kits, toolboxes, customized vehicles.
Gotcha. How long did you have that business, sir?
28 and a half years.
Specifically, Mr. Teeter, back in January of 2001, do you recall a customer by the name of Kris Melton?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall being asked questions by law enforcement about his visiting your business on January the 19th of 2001?
Yes, I do.
And do you still have a pretty good memory of your interactions with Mr. Melton?
Somewhat. Best I can. It was quite a while ago.
Understood, sir.
I
So
like
on
this
January the
man.
19th, did Mr. Melton come by your business?
Yes.
Do you remember how many times?
Once in the morning, then back in the afternoon.
As far as the morning visit, do you remember approximately, if you can, what time that would have been, sir?
I would say mid-morning, I believe it was around 10 o'clock.
And again, if you remember, what was the purpose of that initial morning visit?
Go over exactly what we were going to do to his truck.
Do you remember what he was trying to get done to his truck?
We were working on his ladder rack to hold his pipes for his plumbing business.
And how did that first or that 10 o'clock meeting end? Was there a plan in place for him to return?
Yeah, he's going to bring it back later on.
That same day?
Mm-hmm.
And sir,
Yes or no, please. If you could use your voice and say yes or no to that answer. Thank you very much.
so was he going to come back later in the day?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason why we do that, Mr. Teeter, is the lady in front of you is taking all of this down, and she likes yeses and nos and not uhs and uhs. You're certainly not the first. You're certainly not the first. And so, if you recall, sir, was there a second time that Mr. Melton showed up at Truk Kustomz that day?
Yes.
Approximately what time was that?
Mid-afternoon, around 4 o'clock, I would say.
And on each of these visits, do you recall anyone being with him that day?
He had an employee with him.
Would that be the first time, both times?
Both times. I believe it was both times. I think he had the kid with him.
So, Mr. Teeter,
Kid.
during that second visit, which
Kit or
think
kid? I thought he
Kid.
said kit.
Oh, I thought he said
Why is
kid.
Maybe he did say kid though, because my hearing sucks. Why would he have a kid? Why would he have a kid with him? Who's kid?
I think he's
on
a
each of these
guy.
visits, do you recall anyone being with him that day?
He had an employee with him.
Would that be the first time, both times?
Both times. I believe it was both times. I think he had the kid with him.
So, Mr.
Okay.
Teeter, during that second visit,
Sorry, the way that question and answer went, I thought it would be a third. Like if it was kid that he said, I don't know what I was thinking with kit, but I thought it would be a whole third person, like Josh and
Right.
Kris and a child.
which I think you just testified was around 4 o'clock ish.
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Melton receiving a page and then making a telephone call?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall how he made the phone call?
I don't remember at the time. I think he used our phone, I believe.
Were you able to see and hear any part of Mr. Melton's?
No.
What he was saying on the conversation? No. Do you recall anything of significance happening either during or after Mr. Melton using your phone?
I want to say that he was real distraught. Something had happened, and I wasn't sure what it was.
Say he was distraught. Can you just go into a little bit more detail about what you mean?
Like he had received some kind of bad news on the phone.
And do you recall Mr. Melton and his employee leaving together from your business?
Yes.
How did they leave?
Being they were there to drop the truck off, I believe they left in the employee's vehicle.
Oh.
Did you have any further contacts that day with either Mr. Melton or his employee?
No.
Mr. Teeter, those are all the questions I have for you, sir. Defense counsel may have some questions. Thank you very much.
Draw it on the board.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Teeter. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I am doing okay. Thank you so much for asking. My name is Ahmad Cruz, and I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Edrick Faust. Is it okay with you if I ask you a couple of questions?
Please.
You mentioned that Mr. Melton had an employee with him. Do you know the extent of their personal relationship?
Not at all.
Okay. Do you know if they were friends or not?
Not a clue. Wouldn't have any idea whether they were or not. He was just with him. I just thought he was an employee of his.
Okay, but that isn't anything you knew for certain?
No.
Okay. And I understand that Mr. Melton came to you to get a letter rack put on his truck?
Get it Yes.
Okay, and I hope this doesn't sound like a not so great question, but I'm not familiar with it. When you were putting a letter rack on a truck, would he have been able to drive his truck if need be?
Well, not while we're in the middle of installing it, you couldn't.
Okay. At 4 o'clock when he made that call or received that call, were you all in the middle of installing the letter rack?
Yes.
Okay. When did Mr. Melton come pick up his truck?
I believe it was the next day. I believe it's when he come and picked it up.
Okay, so the very next day after leaving, he came back to pick up his work truck.
I believe so.
With who?
Interesting.
All right, I have a
It's good
Marker.
questioning.
marker for you,
We got a marker.
and I have a white sheet of paper next to you. The only thing I
got
ask you to
myself
do,
a
Mr.
Sharpie.
Teeter, if you can, write your name at the top of that paper. Is that okay? May I approach you?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Not write it or print it.
Well, yeah, not the authority of the court line anymore. Sheriff Chuck's pointing out. Put it in writing.
I
And
like
one
he
more thing
writes
for you.
nice
Can you
and
write the
big.
time that Mr. Melton, excuse me, can you write the time that Kris came to Truk Kustomz during the morning hours? All right, now, Mr. Teeter, you put 9 to 10 a.m. Do you recall speaking with law enforcement on January 20th, 2001? Okay. And do you recall telling law enforcement that Mr. Melton came at 10 a.m.? Okay. Can we, if it's accurate, can we erase the 9 and leave the 10 a.m.? All right, thank you so much, Mr. Teeter. I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Bolden?
I'm sorry,
the 9
Your Honor, I do
back
have
on
one more
there?
question. I apologize.
Go ahead.
Mr. Teeter, can you write picked up truck next day?
Whisper, whisper.
Exactly. Hey, what do you think they're going to do next? Who should we call next?
Should we make him write 9 again on the easel?
Thank you so much, Mr. Teeter. Those are all of my questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Bolden? May he, this witness be excused? Any objection by the defense? Sir, you are free to go. You may call your next witness.
Judge, can we approach?
Uh-oh.
All right.
Uh-oh.
So they're going to approach, and then maybe they handle... When does Sylvia get in? I want to see Sylvia for her Rule 22.
I think that was before.
Oh, are they out of witnesses or something? Maybe?
That's what I'm thinking is happening today.
They're out of witnesses. Maybe they planned that they would do more redirect of Melton and then realized they couldn't.
No, he was a disaster.
They said redirect. Tell us about the pornographic tape you had.
Right. That was their big redirect. All that questioning, and that's
and I'm
all
going
they
to release
asked.
all of you.
Yeah,
so
no
I'm
more
going to give you the
witnesses.
same instructions
No
that I
more
had before,
witnesses.
and a few extra instructions actually. So first, I
Don't
do
go
want
look
to
up
tell
the
you
video.
exactly what I've told you many times. Somebody's ready to go. I got that. Please don't, of course, discuss the case. Don't do any research. Don't go to any of the places that you may have heard about. Don't talk to the case, of course, with anybody, particularly at home. I know you all have been abiding by all of that. We have talked a little bit about social media when you all first were impaneled as jurors, and I want to talk to you a little bit about it today. I'm going to ask that you refrain as much as possible from using social media of any kind. And the reason for that is this. There has been recordings on social media of
Jessica?
certain times that this court has held some hearings outside of your presence. And we, of course, do that outside of your presence for many legal reasons. And many of those moments have been captured on social media. And it would be improper for all of you to view those moments, you know, where I'm sending you to the jury room for a reason, for legal reasons.
You saying the communist Russia clip that went sort of viral.
And so out of an abundance of caution, because that seems to be happening, I would ask that you try to refrain from social media as much as possible. Now, I realize, of course, the Olympics are on, for example, and people are watching Instagram and things of that nature. And I certainly hope you all can enjoy those moments on social media like Instagram. But many social media sites could potentially share inadvertently share some scenes for you that are not meant for your viewing as jurors in this case.
You
So I'd
shouldn't
like
be
for you all to-
rewatching. It doesn't really matter if the trial stream contains stuff that's off the record. A juror should not be going back and replaying testimony anyway. So her
Any
argument
testimony.
here, yeah, her argument here could be misconstrued.
Oh, she's still big mad about Jessica from Friday.
Jessica Berryman.
That's what this is about. In addition to, she's probably seen people like yourself and myself
Well, and this has to
not
be like
putting her in a most favorable light.
she would have been on notice, I would think, at this point already that another Rule 22 application just came in.
Sure.
Sylvia's. So maybe now it's on her mind, like, oh, all these people want media access, and I went viral-ish this weekend. You know, I'm not going to say viral like when they were about to throw Brian Steele in jail, but I'd still say that was a lot of attention that was on this case over the last maybe Thursday and Friday especially. So now it seems to be top of mind. Don't go look at me outside of court.
Be aware of that and try to stay off
calling
of
attention
social
to
media
it.
sites for that
Power
reason.
of the
All right.
podcast.
Other than that, I'm going to tell you again how much I appreciate your patience. I'm going to release all of you. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in this courtroom. Thank you.
So 9. I don't have an Amy Wyrick clip to pull up. I just have Bad Jen.
Amy Wyrick, that mess in her closing argument. Oh my word.
Can you imagine if this was Chris Melton's defense, right? He was the one on trial, and Amy Wyrick was the prosecutor, and she had to deal with the ATM and the bank witness. Like, a prosecutor would not think that was enough.
This trial has definitely given me a rerun of Karen Reed season 1 vibes. Season 2 was less so. Hank was the biggest problem in season 2, but season 1, sitting down, and I didn't know anything about the trial at all, and I was like, you know, oh, I'm excited. And just for the record, I heard about Karen Reed on Emily D. Baker's channel. It wasn't anybody in Massachusetts because they're all arguing about that for apparently. I did not. I heard from EDB and I was like, oh, I don't know anything about this trial. This will be good. I'm going to come in completely blank slate. And I started watching it. I'm like, but red Solo cups?
Yeah, and like 10 days of ass grabbing at the waterfall bar and the snow and the stools.
The
and
high tops.
What are we here for?
What kind of glass did you have? Yeah. How much snow is on the ground? I was like, oh my word, what are we doing here? So, yeah, this is given the same vibes of I'm sitting going, what are we doing here?
I think
Where's
the first
the
thing,
beef?
my foray into Karen Reed, I think, was a motion relating to Robert Greene's testimony where they talked about the Haas Long text. And I was like, let's read that on a chat. I know nothing about this case. And I was like, oh, well then, this is going to be a time. Haas Long.
Yeah, because that was after season 1, or was that during season 1? That was during the trial going on in the first trial.
Yeah, it was. I think it was like, I don't know. It was like a January motion because I feel like I did it around the time of, maybe it was around the ASAP Rocky time. I don't know. So like COVID memory gets people's timelines all messed up. For me, anything YSL trial, like that year and a half, 2 years of my life is not on the radar. So
that's why I didn't follow that one, because I'm like, how long do they think this trial is going to be? I'm like, tapping out.
Well, they told the jury 3 to 6 months, and it took 10 months to seat a jury.
I know. See, so I loosely saw things, but I did not follow that trial. I didn't have the stamina for it.
I think Hellraiser wants to do a poll. Do you guys think, so in my mind, I think of Prosecutor Chris Bolden, the guy that just did some of the examination questions. He, to me, reminds me of Michael Sprinkle from YSL. But everybody, not everybody, there are other people that think he's like Lally. I think he just has too much energy to be a Lally. His inflection just goes off the...
He's not a Lally to me. I actually was concerned with Lally that he didn't understand how to argue the law.
Oh.
I legit did. There were times I would just be sitting there. I'm like, this guy, like, what in the world are you doing? You know, he would stumble along. It was a little Elaine Bretterhoff for me with the who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance. That was my favorite one. Nobody was driving the ambulance. You got it. You caught it. So yeah, I've kind of felt with Lally that I was like, he's just a little pitiful. I didn't think that he really had an A game to bring. And then Hank was just angry and ticked off and horrible demeanor. Horrible demeanor.
We have someone that is just pure and has not been tainted by what was the young slime life or maybe young stoner life trial in Fulton County, Georgia. Major RICO case that failed. It might be the longest case, but it might not even be over. It might technically still be ongoing. That's we're yet to find out on that one.
When
So
I
I'm very jealous, Gina. I'm very jealous.
The only part, or when I started to kind of pay attention, I knew about it before, but when they were requesting a motion because the judge was having not in ex parte meetings. That's when I was
did you
like,
find out that after a month, so they find out about one because of attorney Kayla Bumpus. Well, actually, we don't even know that she was the source. We think it was they pressed her about being the source. But it seems like it could have been a deputy saying something to Mr. Steele, Deputy
or
Brown,
multiple
Long.
people.
But that was like the viral moment was Kayla Bumpus was being pressed about it, and judge didn't want to let her off the case out of her like temporary representation of Kenneth Copeland, YSL Lil Woody. And he's like, she fired to help her get out of it. And then a month court is stopped. There's a bunch of motions over the course of a month. We're waiting for the supersedious appeal for Brian Steele because of the contempt order that was hot garbage. And then the disqualification of Judge Glanville. And then when we get back into court, we hear outside the presence of the jury that there was another ex parte meeting that hadn't been disclosed 3 days earlier. So
And
Friday and Monday.
Isn't this that when Attorney Merchant came on and was like from the Georgia bar
Gactyl.
Yeah,
Gactyl.
I was like, what in the world is happening in this trial? So I didn't follow it, but I knew about all of those shenanigans going on.
Oh
and I was
man,
like,
it is a
oh
time.
my goodness gracious. And good for Attorney Steele that he was willing to go to into the clink for his client. We should all be as blessed if we are ever in that situation to have an attorney represent us as steadfastly as he did represent his client. Good for him. Yeah, can you put me with my client? If I'm going to be incarcerated or
let
in
me
custody,
prepare the defense.
Can I at least be with my client?
Having time to prepare our next defense, next day of work.
Yeah,
that was a whole trial.
Yeah, so I did pick up on bits and pieces of it, but I did not follow it. There was other stuff going on. I think while that was all going on, didn't Sarah Boone take place in that amount of time? And
Sarah Boone, I think Karen Reed won, and then a lot of the aftermath, the initial aftermath of Karen Reed was taking place before the trial, like all of the appeal fallout.
Shabusiness, that was another one that I followed. Taylor Shabusiness, that one was nutso.
Well, that one was quick, at least.
Yes, it was quick. And there, the eye drop poisoning one, I followed that one.
Maybe Charlie Adelson, one of the.
I didn't do Charlie Adelson, ironically, but
there were like so many trials that came and went during the YSL trial time period.
They sure did. Free Sarah Boone.
Not intentional.
Oh boy.
It's hard to think of like trials that you watch and think of Delphi because, in my brain, we couldn't watch that. I watched people who were down there in person talk about it, like Defense Diaries and Andrea Burkhart. But in my brain, that doesn't come into play when I think of what I was watching a court feed of. Because Gull doesn't allow cameras, even though she did at some point. She decided cameras suck. So.
Well, I think everybody knows why. When you don't want transparency, there is a very, very good reason.
Speaking of transparency, we have a Rule 22. Let's see, does that come up next, or is there? Let's see if they say anything else. If we can skip through where it looks like podium dead space. if nothing happens here. Oh, now we're on ceiling. Now we're muted. Now we're muted. So we'll do a skippy zoom. At least they have a sprinkler.
Safety first.
All right. Anything attorneys need to talk about? I have a Rule 22 request I need to bring to your attention. But Mr. Bolden,
Shout out to
Mr.
Sylvia.
Yalamanchili, anything you want to discuss before tomorrow?
Not, I guess if we could discuss this piece of the bench, it's related to something that we discussed this morning at the bench.
All right, very good.
So remember they had an approach at the bench, but they didn't give an indication what it was when they walked up to it. But I think now that the judge gave that instruction to the jury, it seems like now she doesn't want, hey, can we meet at the bench to have this discussion? She wants them to just ask to approach and then state the issue outside the media's presence. And that's why it's on her mind when she's instructing the jury, and why we didn't get any context clues this morning. And it's ironic because all along the defense, even before trial, filed motions like, hey, can we like approach and keep things outside the hearing of the jury? And now they want to switch it around when things, there are still a lot of people denied. Yep. There are still a lot of people that think this judge is great, that the state has a solid case here, that nothing is wrong with Melton. But I think that volume is not quite as loud anymore. And suddenly we don't want to announce why we need to discuss something with the judge at the bench. Very different.
I'm happy that she paid attention to social media after the first day or two, because her wrenching on that microphone and it going every single time. Literally, all I could think of was my childhood shopping in Kmart and hearing the blue light special. That is literally all I could think of. And they're like, we've got a blue light special in domestic interiors, blue light special. And then when they're done, that microphone, and then they'd turn it off. That's what hers was. So I'm glad they like oiled it or whatever they needed to do, so we don't have to hear that anymore.
She just speaks in a more audible tone rather than having to swing it around.
Oh, she still swings it, but she does that little finger pulling it down thing. Ay, ay, ay. She's something else. I am not a fan of Judge Lott. Not a fan at all. I think she either doesn't pay attention or she's dumb, or a little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
I think so. I don't think this day went well. Who else do you think they're going to call?
I mean, they've got to get the true allele person in. And they've got to call Liz and or Jeremy from GBI Cold Case Unit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to get Chris's buds on the stand.
I wonder if they'll try to call Brenda Swinney. The defense has been trying to subpoena her, though, so I feel like...
Oh, right.
I think they're up there for a while. Hold on.
I'm anxious to... I was shocked when...
Not at the bench. I'll ask the state first. Again, is there anything we need to take up before coming back to court tomorrow?
No, Your Honor, I will be in a position. Mr. Cruz was inquiring from me if I'd had an opportunity to review Mr. Faust's statement to law enforcement. I have. I just need, and I've identified when he makes reference to various convictions that he's had in the past and things like that during the interview. I just need to cross-reference those against the transcript that Mr. Cruz has provided. And so I would probably be in a position to do that before the jury comes in tomorrow, if the court wants to address anything as far as possible disagreements we may have, or we could do it at the end of court tomorrow. We don't anticipate playing his statement tomorrow.
Okay, so we can do it. I think maybe we should just reserve that until after we send the jury home tomorrow. That makes the most sense and use the
Jackson
best use of
Deno
our time.
issues.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cruz, yes. Anything else we need to take up? Okay, so let me talk about a couple of things. First of all, we are going to need jury instructions, jury charges from both parties. You can get those to Ms. Ellis by email form as soon as possible. I can certainly file them in open court if you want to hand us a copy, but she works best certainly by email. If you can get those to her as soon as possible, that would be incredibly helpful for her. I have a Rule 22 I want to discuss with everyone, and it came in today, I think around the lunch hour. The Rule 22 request. Well, let me just pass it to all of you for right now. You all can take a look. Let me make a copy of it.
Oh, maybe it's for the jailhouse snitch.
Why is she always already wanting juror instructions when the state hasn't even rested their case? Is she thinking that the defense isn't going to call anybody? Because I think they're going to call lots of people.
Yeah, I think they're going to call an expert too. Like,
Yeah.
if they're allowed. And we know that they tried to, hey, we couldn't communicate with one
Give you a
witness.
copy
We just
for you
found
to
him.
Look at, and
Sounded like law
I'll give you my
enforcement.
comments after you've had a chance to look at it.
And she denied their request to put him on the defense list. How long do they review these for? Well, let's see if they say anything.
All right, state care to be heard on this Rule 22 request.
Hello?
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm just trying to identify, what news organization, if any, this person might be a part of. I could have just a
If
moment.
any, shut up. She's a journalist.
No kidding. I'm surprised they didn't recommend sequestration for this jury. Knowing it's a cold case, knowing that a podcast existed, knowing it would be televised, I'm a little surprised by that.
Well, and the defense asked for certain things, like, can we limit conversations between the bailiffs and the jurors? Denied.
Right.
Can we find out, family members of the jurors? Can we make sure people are denied? And like, the juror list is published. You can look up their names. You can see all 12 plus the alternates. So there's just no concern.
Yeah.
And my feeling there is because, at least as the little bit that I've seen about the audience that watched the podcast or listened to the podcast, they think that this guy is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and that Chris Melton has just been harassed for years and years and years and years. So to me, if that's the impression, you wouldn't be concerned about jurors running into that mob, because you'd want them to cave to that side.
Right.
If you want the state to be able to push their case forward. That's just something I've been thinking about on the back of my mind while exploring around on Facebook a little bit. Yeah, Sylvia is a Georgia reporter who covers trials. Some days she was the only reason we had a camera in the courtroom or knew what was going on in the YSL case. Same for...
Your Honor, to the extent that we're interpreting this request as a request to bring additional recording items into the courtroom, we would object to that. There seems to, in other proceedings, been some disruptions associated with this particular individual, if it is in fact the same individual, including allegations of giving jurors during a different trial that she was
SpongeBob.
attending nicknames on her video blog and some other things like that. That caused
They brought in the SpongeBob reference. So in an effort to not give away identifying information about the jurors in the YSL trial, they just had nicknames.
Right. Yeah, I did too. Someday I would love to show someone my notes from Donna Adelson, because I was sitting there and I literally had different names for different jurors based on, I had the note taker. She was a feverish, like she went through 2 books in the 2 days that I was in there. This is unbelievable. Yeah, you can do that. Do you want them to, would you prefer that she use their name? Would that be better, since you've blasted that all over the...
Why does it matter here when the names are public in this case?
That's exactly my point.
It's, if they were anonymous and there was actually a concern, I still think it's not a good argument, because it's still protecting an identity. In this particular context, he sounds like an ass twat. Like, that's it. He's like, Your Honor, I need more time to come up with a reason to keep this lady out of the courtroom and covering this case.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Causes us some concern. Obviously, we haven't fully fleshed that out, but certainly I don't see any reason to introduce any additional video and audio recording devices into the courtroom. The court has already determined that all recordings of that nature should come out of the pooled camera coverage.
And what's great is, if Maurice is the guy running this camera, Maurice and Sylvia already know each other.
Right.
Of the court proceedings. So that'd be our position.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Cruz, do you have a position?
Yes, ma'am. I would just go off the Honorable Court's prior ruling, as the Honorable Court is aware. I don't object to any media anymore. So I do want to be consistent across the board. I haven't looked them up. I do think if there are concerns that this individual has had prior disruptions in other proceedings, I do think it would be prudent to give him or her the opportunity to discuss whether or not that is him or her. But otherwise, if this trial is obviously very public, more public than I'm sure a lot of us would like, but if you would like to bring recorded materials, I have no issue. It's up to the Honorable Court's discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. All right, so we are referring to Rule 22 requests that came in today, and the representing firm is called Infamous Sylvia Media Services, LLC. Is somebody here representing that? Would you care? Yes, good afternoon. Would you care to be heard? Yes. And could you tell us your name and spell it for the record, please? Yes, ma'am. Yes, that's a good idea. If you'll come on up to the podium, if you don't mind, that would be best for Ms. Satterfield. Thank you.
Come on, Sylvia.
Come on, Sylvia. I was going to do the
All right,
fires for walking up, but...
My name is Sylvia, Sylvia, Tumasimi, Tumusimi.
Okay, thank you very much. And ma'am, if you would like to be heard with regard to any of the comments the state or the defense made, you may be heard at this time.
Yes. As far as the nickname that was given during the YSL trial, the judge did give me some information on the proper way of doing things, and I end up staying even after the whole thing with the nicknames, which I corrected that. That has never been done. After that, I have done several other cases. I did the Diddy case in federal court. I've just completed another case with Brian Steele. So I am very, very much familiar. And also, I do work for other outlets. I'm independent, and sometimes I work for AJC. I may be able to, text them what's going on in the court. That's basically what I do.
I didn't know she
I'm
was
not
with the
asking
AJC
for.
too.
I want access to be able to get the feed as well. I'm not asking for me to be able to record myself. I'm just trying to get the feed to get for that, and also be able to text the reporters that are outside.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. All right. I appreciate that.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Anything else from the state, or any questions you'd like to ask?
No, Judge.
All right, Mr. Cruz. Anything else? All right. Thank you. All right. And tell me how to say your name again. I'm sorry. Tumasimi. Thank you, Ms. Tumasimi. So this is what I'm prepared to do with regard to your Rule 22 request. It is untimely with regard, just for the record, for tomorrow, but I'm going to allow it. Your request to be able to have pool access is granted. It would be, and I'll just make a finding with regard to Rule 22 D3, F2, and GI, D, E, F, and I, that having more cameras, more recording devices and things of that nature in the courtroom would certainly be very disruptive, particularly in a courtroom of this size, It is our largest courtroom, but it is still not terribly big. And the one camera that is a
Seems
pool
small.
for all of our media outlets seems to be the most appropriate source. So I will grant you access in that pool. And I have allowed all media to have their cell phones, not to take pictures, with the exception of the Red and Black and with the exception of the Athens Banner Herald, because they don't have any other sources. But for texting purposes to your media outlet, I certainly will give you that same access as other media outlets. I would ask that you make sure you familiarize yourself with the Rule 22 that's in place, of course, not to certainly identify any jurors, not to make sure that you don't inadvertently identify
Why?
any of the
There's a
jurors coming and
list
going, and that you do not report on this defendant whether he is not at liberty. That is, the Rule 22 prevents all of that, and I appreciate your participation in all of that. I'll let you certainly
Wait, what?
Not at liberty?
identify
Yeah, like, did she?
any of the jurors coming and going, and that you do not report on this defendant whether he is not at liberty. That is, the Rule 22 prevents all of that.
Don't
And I
show that
appreciate
he's
your
in
participation
shackles
all
or
of
in
that. I'll let you
custody.
certainly contact the rest of the media outlets to determine how to access that pool, but I will grant you that request. All right, thank you.
I'd like to add something to that. Autopsy photos of Ms. Baker.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Yes, thank you, Mr. Cruz. And of course, not broadcasting any photographs of the autopsy. Those photographs have already been tendered. We have gone through some of that, those witnesses, but certainly that is part of the Rule 22. I do want to say something, and thank you for reminding me. It is not acceptable for any party, whether it's media or persons, to actually participate in the live stream from the courtroom. It is not allowed for any media person to be commenting on live stream in the courtroom or for any other persons to do so. The reasons for that are many, but very particularly participating in live stream comments and blogs of that nature during the trial in the courtroom has not only an impact upon the integrity and dignity of the court, which is 22G1B. It has a significant impact on the administration of the court, which is 22G1E. And it is certainly participating in the live stream and comments of the live stream during court proceedings, according again to 22GIF, has an impact upon due process and the truth-finding function of this.
Are you saying that you don't think the jury's following your instructions?
How do we have anything to do with what goes on in your court, ma'am?
I think so too, Dizzy. I think Sylvia was in here earlier. So, and someone might have raised that concern, like if Sylvia, and maybe Sylvia was over at Nick's stream earlier as well. Someone already had time to raise this concern. So the media is allowed to have their phone to do reportings, but she's taking a specific issue with being in the chats of live streams.
Which I guess isn't reporting in her mind. I mean, when I was in Adelson, I was in a chat live streaming reaction or, typing reactions literally while I was sitting there.
I'm going to enter a Rule 22 application. Oh, let me form an LLC overnight real quick and just say Catnat Williams LLC and just put in an application and see what she argues. I will drive up there to see her say, you have a live stream. No. Crazy.
So is she supposed to leave the courtroom, I guess, every time she wants to report on something?
Well, it seems like it's an issue of reporting of what you see with your own eyes in the courtroom, which is
Correct.
kind of a weird, she's drawing a line where somebody can write an article about what happened in court, but you can't go onto a live stream chat and write the same things that you might write in an article otherwise. So it's like she's coloring her own line in the sand.
Yeah, it's weird. I've never heard this argument. Either it's not at all or it's fine. This is a new one.
Like, don't go out of your way to influence a jury, but what's the difference if
Correct.
it's already being filmed? If it's already being live streamed and you're just going into a chat of a live stream, how does that make a difference? Especially if you're instructing the jury and asking them if they're watching the live streams of the case. This to me is like a chilling, you're trying to imply a chilling effect.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Yeah, what if you're 5 minutes behind? Yeah, I don't know how that influences anything, I was thinking the same thing. This woman, man, she pulls some stuff out of the sky. But yeah, she definitely listened to everybody griping about her microphone, though. So somebody, it may not be her, but she's got those two little chicks off to the side there. Maybe they're the ones that are
looking around.
Yeah, keeping track of what's going on. They need to be more concerned with the law and crime chat. But anyway.
Yeah, but this is weird to me, KP. I mean, like, we had a separate, and it's already been in place, like, don't report on the jurors' comings and goings. So if there's a concern of like, hey, if you're tweeting in real time, that we know from watching the live stream exactly when the jury is going in and out of the building for the day. So telling somebody not to be in a live chat wouldn't be a barrier to that information getting out. It's already getting out in the same mechanism.
Well, and if she's so concerned about it, then delay your feed. That's what Judge Mrazek does with Corey Richens. He has massive concerns about the live streaming and everything. So he just delays it.
Yeah, delay the feed. That'd be a great way to fix things if someone's socials read out loud or a juror's face is shown, something like that.
He's done
again
2-hour delays or a half-day delay on a bunch of the motions hearings that have been in the Corey Richens case, but it still gets out.
Sheriff Chuck says we need more gang members to see what this judge is like and gifted 5 subs. So you guys got to stay now for this trial. Big thank you, Sheriff Chuck. Always holding it down, trying to make sure more people stay interested and participate in the conversation about different trials, not just this one, but Zach Adams is another recent example of craziness in the courtroom, which of course we're watching at the post-conviction stage where we're hearing about how the sausage was made. But it took 2017? Jeez, that's gonna be 9 years.
Yeah.
Crazy. 9 years when we hit September. So big thank you to Sheriff Chuck here. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, she thinks the chat. And Bailey says, oh God, are the chatters doing a RICO? Oh, we are. That, whatever, that might be the concern. I don't know. It seems like if you're worried about the chat, you're worried about the changing tide of a public opinion. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't understand that. It's weird to me.
Probably. Well, I don't know about the call, but I don't know about the phone call, but the social media comment was why their break this morning went so long. Because remember when they just got back from sending the jury home from the day, they were like, hey, can we approach? It's about what we talked about this morning. And they had that long approach at the bench. As far as the call, that might have been like another judge needing something in an emergency situation because Lisa Lott had to answer the question specifically. So I don't know if the phone call is specifically related, but I do think you're making a good point that the morning recess and this are all some big, we're worried about what's going on in the chats.
Yep.
Just crazy.
You know what that means to everybody that is in our chat and is part of live streaming and content creation?
You're making a difference.
You are making a difference. There is an impact, and I suspect it has a lot of these shaky judges a little nervous. And that's not necessarily a bad thing because we need to keep everybody honest.
Oh, so the judge is just kind of going off on a tangent while granting Sylvia's Rule 22. That's where we're at, Moses. It's not, this part is not directly applicable to Sylvia, and whatever it's applicable to is not being named specifically. I would say it's probably more in line with dealing with whatever they thought was inappropriate. And I'm not saying it was inappropriate, but we've had this carryover gripe with Jessica Berryman, where the judge wanted to put Jessica Berryman on blast in the courtroom out loud on the record.
How
and
is
there's
that
been
okay?
some ongoing issue.
Like, how is that okay? You just ask someone's name in the courtroom, but yet you're talking about Dr. Huzamahani that's on the jury, because I've heard it at least twice.
Dr. Waller.
Waller, thank you. I'm like, I just know it's Dr. Huzamahani to me. It's a doctor and has to get out at a certain time and everything. I'm like, why are you saying people's names? Stop it. I mean, you are far more egregious, ma'am. Oh,
Maybe she'll land a point. I don't see it. I don't know where we're going.
Participating in the live stream and comments of the live stream during court proceedings, according again to 22 GIF, has an impact upon due process and the truth-finding function of this judicial proceeding. It has come to my attention that there is a significant impact from social media with regard to this trial, and it concerns the court about the security of persons involved, the security of the court, the security of the jurors, and the integrity of the process. And so those are the reasons I'm making my order with regard to any comments about live streaming or doing live streaming during court other than the pool that has been allowed by the Rule 22. So I just kind of want to make that clear for everybody. And I thank you for your cooperation. All right. Is there anything else from the state we need to take up before we adjourn?
ma'am.
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Cruz, anything before we adjourn today, sir? No, ma'am. All right. Court is adjourned. I'll see you all at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Well, that put a bad taste in my mouth.
Oh, she definitely is watching everything. Ma'am, we're watching you. I just want you to know. Yes, stop. Like Disney says, stop calling them by name. If you want to respect the integrity of due process, cut it out.
Yeah, grant some of the defense's motions relating to protecting the jury.
Stop
and making
saying
sure their
the
information's
jurors'
clear.
names in open court. Stop saying regular citizens' names in open court. Cut it out. Oh, I am heated now.
That's interesting. K-Girl says that the doctor's actually a law professor. That's cool. I mean, I don't know, but that would be interesting to have on the jury.
Yeah, it's due process for Kris, not Faust. Absolutely.
Tara, thank you for the 2 here. Says state spending so much time trying to clean up Melton. Yeah. I still don't get, they got up there and said it was just a fight over an orange cassette tape with adult content that suddenly appeared and Tara never saw previously.
I think, and Kelly put a comment here, I just lost it. Is that why her temperament got better? Because she knew she was being watched? I absolutely believe social media or live streaming had a massive impact on why she changed her demeanor after like 2 days of ripping into Attorney Cruz. All of a sudden, good morning. How are you today?
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. I'm going to sustain 2 of the state's objections today, but that's my limit.
It was weird. But yeah, because she's paying attention to this.
And not for nothing, but should a judge's demeanor in the courtroom even be impacted by what's happening on the outside? The demeanor should be inherent in your position. You have some discretion because you're able to see what goes on in your courtroom. You're supposed to be the 13th juror. But now you're getting bent up because of what you're seeing on the outside. How many times might have you been influenced in the direction opposite of a defendant?
Correct. Yeah, I have grave concerns about her saying that this is a violation of due process or that it can influence due process, because that's absolutely not supposed to be the case. She's supposed to be the gatekeeper, and the gatekeeper should be steadfast, and it doesn't matter who the prosecution is, doesn't matter who the defendant is. The rules are applied the exact same way. And if you're a judge like Judge Mrazek or like Judge White in Ashley Benefield or Judge Everett in Donna Adelson, if you're a judge like those judges, you're not waived in any way. You're not influenced. You do your job regardless of what the noise is around you. But apparently she can't. Apparently she is more delicate. She's the little petite flower and can be influenced, which is scary to think about. I think it's scary to think about anyway.
Sorry, I got distracted because I saw a factual essay per Kathy. So guys, Justin Hill he's been in the courtroom the whole time. I don't know why. I don't know why the appearance is being filed now. So, but yeah. But Justin Hill is the same guy that we've seen in the courtroom since day one. So, but yeah, I know Sylvia had mentioned earlier, like, hey, you guys didn't tell me that YSL Justin or YSL Hill. I forget which part of the name she used when she said, I think YSL Justin. You guys didn't tell me he was here for cruise. So I think that tidbit is coming from Sylvia, which is interesting because Law and Crime, Kathy Roussan, is re-reporting that information, but we just had the court lecture Sylvia about her information. So
Yeah, I guess it's different for Kathy.
no. And that, I mean, no disrespect to Kathy by that.
No!
I'm just commenting on the judge's deference in one
Oh
direction
yeah, it
and
doesn't.
not another.
It doesn't have anything to do with Kathy. It has everything to do with Judge Lott, who's a lot.
A lot.
Yes.
Oh man. Well, so that wraps it up, guys. They said 9:00 tomorrow. Unfortunately, you have to go back to work tomorrow.
You have to go.
You're gonna be in the chat. So
I'll
anybody
try
that
to be in
didn't,
the chat as much as possible. So
I was gonna say, now anybody that wasn't already familiar with Miss Demeanor, now you know you can put a voice to her commentary in the chat. So now you understand when she's commenting in the chat how exactly it would sound, as if you could hear her. And also make sure it's pinned in the chat. It's in the description. If you're watching on Replay Crew, make sure you give her channel a follow, because that will help her, prioritize the time while she works a job to take time to cover cases like this and so many more. So it's been great to have you. Last week,
thank you so
when
much
you're
for
like,
having me.
hey, I don't work Monday, I'm like, what about Melton Monday? And then I see Melton's on the stand. The whole chat's like, Melton's testifying, and it couldn't have worked out better.
Couldn't believe it this morning when I saw it, and I'm like, shut up. We just talked about this last week.
Perfect timing.
Well,
and I don't think.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I don't think Melton's testimony has moved me any closer towards guilt. I was holding out hope. I'm like, they've got a video of him that we're gonna see with our own eyes. The timeline's gonna make sense. He's accounted for all day. Even if I have some questions about the fire timeline, maybe the jury isn't questioning the fire timeline the way I am. Maybe this could really get Melton off the table, and then the defense is left with nothing because they are only able to point to this suspect and not others. So it's becoming that guy did it, some other dude did it defense, Asadi, rather than it just wasn't my client. And if the state can show that this guy that they're pointing to didn't do it, that's not going to be good for Faust. But I don't think we have that. I don't think we have a dismantling of the third-party culprit defense here by any means.
Yeah, I was not. I was moved today, but not in the direction of prosecution. Definitely not. And I saw that Mavka said that my accent sounds too much like people in his community. Well, maybe you live in maybe Michigan or that area. I'm just saying. I don't know. That's where I'm from. I lived in Tennessee for a long time, like 18 years, but my not northern Michigan, but my northerner accent hasn't changed much. And I want to say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, Kat, for having me. Oh, Detroit. That's why, Mavkas, because I'm from the Detroit area. So there you go. Thank you so much for having me. I was going to be live streaming this all day, and I was like, hey, you're doing it too. You want to hook up and we'll do it together. So
yeah, come on in. I need my practice anyway. You guys know I'm not used to navigating having a guest on stream. And even though I wear corded headphones, I still feel like I struggle with latency, where I expect that there's latency and I need to talk sooner. That way there's not going to be a pause. Like I try to jump ahead of expected latency and I don't actually have it. But I'm not primed like a good broadcaster, a good person in media and communications to know how to not step on somebody's toes when speaking. So thank you for the practice. And of course, thank you for being an awesome guest.
Oh, well, thank you. Seriously. and likewise, because this is, I haven't been doing this that long. And so,
Everybody says that.
6 months now, I want to say. Yeah, it's about 6 months now. So, yeah, I'm happy for any sort of conversation that wants to take place on all the things that I love and feel passionate about. So Thank you for having me. Thank you, everybody in the chat. You're fantastic. Anytime you want to hop on over to mine, you are more than welcome.
Appreciate the invite.
Love our
Hopefully we can get
chatters.
together soon for I think we're still in like a 45-day window for any news on Zach Adams. So
end of March is what I think it is. So
it's around my birthday. So, you know, I'd
when is
be
your
very happy
birthday?
about that. The end of March.
She doesn't want to tell us when her birthday is. What number is it going to be?
No, how would I tell you that either? The
You
chat
don't
can
want
guess.
to tell me that. Oh, well, I scream mine from the rooftops. Yeah,
The
my
chat can
birthday's
guess.
my birthday's in November, and I turned 56, and so I'm very happy, especially as a cancer survivor. I'm like, I celebrate every year. It's a big deal for me. So always has been, but even more so now. So
Is that, I mean, I thought the pink mic was just stylish, but is that part of the pink mic?
I do have a lot of pink. Yes,
Love
I
it.
definitely do. I kicked that turkey's butt out of my life as quickly as possible. It was unpleasant, but here I am and living. March 29th, huh? Okay, so.
Well, Ghost has known me for a long time.
Well, thank you again, and we'll meet again, I'm sure.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining, guys. Please go follow Miss Janet Demeanor. And remember, on Wednesday, you said you don't know what you're talking about on Wednesday yet, but it'll be something.
Don't. It'll be something. I do Wine and Crime Wednesday every Wednesday. Sometimes I'm in other people's channels, but if I'm not invited someplace or don't have someone else, then yeah, come on to Wine and Crime Wednesday.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Janet. I'm going to set up a redirect with my chat, I believe, if you don't mind. I'm just going to pick, and then we can all end this together.
Yeah, no, find somebody good to send everybody to.
We've got...
Justice Served TV doesn't start for another 15 minutes, so...
Melanie's live if you guys want to do what I do and watch the same thing 3 times a day. Watch it over with Melanie. So you can go over to say hey to Melanie. Melanie is also covering this trial. Melanie Little. All right, that's saved. So we'll go over there, say hey in the chat over there, and remember Justice Served TV will be starting in a little bit as well. So I think they're probably going to talk about Kelsey Fitzsimmons, probably.
I would imagine, yeah. And that might be something I
guess.
cover on Wednesday, is there's going to be a lot of updates in the next, 48, 72 hours. So it may just be a mishmash of everything.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Scarlett, for the kind words. Everybody have a good one. Thank you again, Janet. And see you guys tomorrow around like 10:30, 11 Eastern. You know, we'll skip the lunch. Bye, everybody.